Chapter 683. The room was very large, twice as large as Concubine Land's small hall. The decoration and furnishings of the room were even more luxurious than those of the carefree pavilion. It looked like a hall, with 3 rooms on both sides. Oh my, is this first-class treatment? Room number 1? It's really extraordinary. Yi Qinghan was secretly surprised, but he instantly regained his composure. After all, he had seen the luxury of the carefree pavilion and the magic of the dream palace, so it was not too strange. Moreover, he did not care much about this kind of luxurious enjoyment. However, in Wuxian's eyes, his calm demeanor was a completely different story. This guy not only broke the record of the Forgotten Land with 15 consecutive victories, but also seemed to have a special relationship with Concubine Lan. Now, in the face of such a luxurious palace, he was only slightly stunned for a while. This guy was not ordinary. Little brother, how should I address you? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this guy was extraordinary. Wuxian's attitude became more friendly. At this moment, it was certainly not appropriate to call him 9527. Brother Wuxian, you're too polite. My name is Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan sensed Wuxian's intimacy and heard him address her affectionately. She tactfully followed his lead. Haha, little brother Yi, you're injured. Take care of yourself first. If you need anything, you can come to me. I live in room number 10. Yi Qinghan's understanding caused Wuxian's smile to become even more radiant. He helped Yi Qinghan to the armchair and sat her down. After saying a few polite words, he took his leave. Xiaohei, come out and have a look at our new home. As soon as Wuxian left, Yi Qinghan directly waved a wave of qi and hit the mechanism of the door. The thick stone door immediately lit up with a faint light. After turning on the shield, he summoned Xiaohei and let him play in the room. Then he began to run his qi to heal himself. Concubine Land's slap just now was very gentle, but it was much more powerful than the last time. If it weren't for the soul ring secretly healing him, it would have been very difficult for him to get out. Thinking of the second bet with Concubine Lan, Yi Qinghan thought viciously, I must find a way to climb the 5 Emperors Mountain, make her submit to me, and whip her for 10 days and 10 nights. Of course, I must use candles and whips. The news of Yi Qinghan staying in room number 1 spread to the ears of most of the martial artists on the 2nd floor not long after. While everyone was shocked, they began to inquire about Yi Qinghan's detailed information. This was the descendant of the genius who had fought 15 consecutive battles without dying. The crowd was no longer surprised. Even though this person was only a first-layer divine general, he had reached a height that even the new Thunder Emperor could not reach. Who would dare to look down on him? After 3 days, Yi Qinghan walked out of room number 1 and went straight into room number 1. However, he didn't come out again. The crowd's originally calm hearts were in turmoil again. Room number 1 was extremely magical. There were traces of the Rain Emperor practicing in it, and there was a small spirit-gathering formation in it. The divine qi inside was several times denser than on the 2nd floor. It was much faster to practice and comprehend in there than outside. Most of the martial artists on the 2nd floor could only cultivate 1 day a month, and it was a fixed time. This was a rule set by the Rain Emperor himself. Only by meeting certain requirements could they have 1 or 2 more days a month. However, this person could go in and out at will, and it seemed like he wasn't going to come out. The first thought that came to everyone's mind was that Concubine Lan was too bold. If this matter reached the ears of the Rain Emperor, even if she had someone backing her up, she wouldn't be able to protect her. The second thought was, did this person have something going on with Concubine Lan? Otherwise, why would Concubine Lan treat him so well? Gigolos were still popular nowadays. Yi Qinghan didn't care what others thought. He was very busy now. He was busy letting his imagination run wild and cultivating the soul-quieting technique. His soul had become 2, and he could suddenly cultivate the soul-quieting technique easily. While Yi Qinghan was pleasantly surprised, he thought that he should quickly cultivate this technique. If his soul mutated again, wouldn't he make a profit? Divine Realm, Misty Continent. The Ascension platform seemed to be particularly lively today. Martial artists were continuously teleported up from the material plane. A large group of martial artists had just been sent away, and now several martial artists were teleported in at the same time. There are actually 3 divine general realm martial artists? The 2 silver-haired and silver-eyed tall men guarding the ascension platform raised their eyebrows. It was very rare for 6 martial artists to be teleported in at once. This time, there were actually 3 divine general realm martial artists, which was even more strange. However, both of them were divine king realm experts, so they could easily tell with a glance. Among these 6 martial artists, 5 of them had refined divine crystals. The 2 of them retracted their astonished gazes, and even revealed faint disdain on their faces. They thought that these were definitely relatives of the lords of some material plane. Martial artists who refined divine crystals to break through had a very low status in the divine realm. This was because those martial artists who had painstakingly comprehended and broke through instinctively looked down on these martial artists who took shortcuts to break through. Haha, the divine realm is indeed different. The heaven and earth essence energy is so dense that even the air here feels comfortable. Yi Qingyo looked at the magnificent scenery around him and sensed the ancient desolation in the air, which made one's skin unconsciously feel happy. He laughed comfortably and said to the Lord of Hidden Island and the Saber Emperor, who were beside him. Saber Emperor and Hidden Island Lord smiled embarrassedly, but they looked at the 2 huge martial artists beside the teleportation formation with some fear. Yi Qingyo had a straightforward and carefree temperament, so they naturally wouldn't be so rash. After all, this wasn't their territory. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyu, Yu Qingqing and Yi Qinggu looked around, feeling slightly excited. In their hearts, they were thinking that Yi Qinghan must have also been teleported here. However, there were 6 of them, while Yi Qinghan was alone. Thinking of this, all sorts of feelings welled up in the 3 of them, and their eyes became misty. Shut up. Get lost. If you keep shouting, I'll kill all of you. Get lost. Hearing Yi Qingyo's loud laughter, the expressions of the 2 silver-haired martial artists turned cold. One of the martial artists' cold aura instantly enveloped the entire ascension platform, and the 2 of them shouted coldly at the others. Did these trash really think that the divine realm was their material plane? Was this a place where they could shout and yell? And Yi Qingyo's eyes suddenly bulged, and the expressions of the people beside him also changed. How many years had it been since anyone had spoken to them so rudely? Telling them to get lost was one thing, but they actually said that they would kill them? Yi Qingyo almost went berserk. However, it was clear that these people weren't fools. Saber Emperor's gaze became even colder as he looked at the huge man, and he hurriedly transmitted a message to Yi Qingyo, telling him not to act rashly. Not to mention that they were unfamiliar with this place. Even these 2 experts weren't people they could deal with. My lord. The island lord of Hidden Island took a step forward, took out a pink token from his spatial ring, and said to the 2 huge men, "Can you teleport me to Rain Butterfly Island?" When the 2 experts saw Yi Qingyo's expression, their expressions became even colder. They originally wanted to teach these country bumpkins who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. Seeing this token, a trace of astonishment flashed in their eyes. One of the huge men opened his hand, took the token and examined it. Only then did he nod at the other expert. The expressions of the 2 experts instantly changed. The gloominess on their faces disappeared, and a smile appeared on their faces. The speed at which their expressions changed was breathtaking. They said very politely, "This is indeed the token of the Rain Butterfly Island. Everyone can teleport to the Rain Butterfly Island." The Rain Butterfly clan was one of the most ancient and powerful clans in the divine realm. Their king was a famous supreme expert in the divine realm. How could 2 insignificant god kings like them dare to offend them? The token of the Rain Butterfly clan wouldn't be given out carelessly. These country bumpkins who looked like trash were actually related to the Rain Butterfly clan? They naturally didn't dare to be disrespectful. Chapter 684. They won't go to the Rain Butterfly Island. Old friends, long time no see. At this time, the teleportation array on the left suddenly lit up. With a flash of white light, a woman in white suddenly appeared in the teleportation array. What terrified the 2 silver-haired men was that the lady was holding a black token in her hand. When the 2 of them saw the black token, they immediately stood up in fear. Then, they quickly knelt on one knee and cried out in a deep voice, "We pay our respects to my lord." The woman was dressed in white and looked very beautiful. She had a faint smile on her face, and her whole body exuded an elegant temperament. The token was black and seemed to be made of a very special material. The word Misty was engraved on it in flamboyant calligraphy. The two guards knelt on the ground in incomparable fear. At this moment, they wished they could slap themselves. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that this group of trash who basically refined divine crystals, this group of small martial artists who looked no different from country bumpkins, actually had such a great background. It was fine if they were related to the Rain Butterfly clan, but unexpectedly, they were related to the Misty City. The Misty City represented the will of the Misty Sovereign. On the Misty Continent, the will of the Misty Sovereign couldn't be defied. Just now, they had actually cursed the guests of the Misty City and arrogantly said that they would kill them. Thinking of this, the two guards' hearts trembled slightly. Any random person from the floating city could easily kill the two of them with just a single word. You are. The 6 people looked at the 2 guards who had been arrogant a moment ago and now knelt on the ground in incomparable fear. They blinked their eyes, not understanding what had happened. Finally, the 6 people locked their eyes on the woman in white. But no matter how they looked, they couldn't remember who she was. Old friends? Since when did they have such an awesome old friend? Hee, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. Don't you recognize me? Island Lord Saber Emperor, Yi Qingniu Yi Qingcheng Yi Qinggu. Yi Qingyu. I remember each and every one of you very clearly. The woman smiled and looked at them one by one, calling out in a very friendly and familiar manner. You are Madame Jiao? Yi Qingcheng was the first to react. Because Madame Jiao had once saved her life from the Golden Horn clan, and she had also stayed on the Purple Island for a period of time. But she still asked with uncertainty. Little Qingqing became a deity in such a short period of time. She is truly a heaven-defying genius. The person who came was Nine-Tailed Fox. After transforming into a human, her appearance was naturally different. Even her voice had changed slightly after more than a decade. It was no wonder that no one could tell. The rest of the people came to their senses and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Ninth Lord. All right, let's chat later. We'll take you to Soul Eater City first. My lord is waiting for you in the city. Nine-Tailed Fox. She had been in the immortal world for so many years, and this was the first time she had seen an acquaintance from the Flame Dragon continent. She was in a good mood, and her eyes were full of smiles. However, she saw that the hidden Island Lord's expression was a bit awkward and conflicted. She rolled her eyes and knew what he was thinking. She chuckled and said, of course, if the Island Lord is worried about young Lady Ling, you can also go to the Rain Butterfly Island to take a look. Young Lady Ling, has now become the princess of the Rain Butterfly clan. I'm sure she will be very happy to see you. Furthermore, there is a teleportation array on the island. If you want to find us in the future, you can directly teleport to Soul Eater City. Yeah guys, I'm really worried about my adopted granddaughter. How about I go there first, then I'll find you guys later. The hidden Island Lord was a little ashamed as he looked at them. However, they didn't mind it too much. Anyway, they all knew that the reason why he had come to the immortal world was to worry about Yin Ling. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and teleport. After the discussion was done, Nine-Tailed Fox turned around and looked at the 2 God King Realm guards. Although her tone was faint, it had an invisible pressure. She had followed Lord Devour to the immortal world for so many years, and she had seen many big scenes. Of course, she didn't care about these 2 little God King Realm guards. The teleportation array was divided into 2 parts. First, the hidden Island Lord would be teleported to the Rain Butterfly Island, and then the others would be teleported to Soul Eater City. Watching the group of people disappear into the teleportation array, the 2 wiped the cold sweat on their faces and sighed. Not only did this group of country bumpkins have a relationship with the princess of the Rain Butterfly clan, but they also had a relationship with the Ethereal City and Soul Eater City. They were lucky that they weren't enraged. Otherwise, they didn't know if they could keep their lives. At the northernmost part of the Ethereal Mansion, by the Wandering Sea, stood a majestic city, Soul Eater City. The Soul Eater City was built by the sea, and half of the city was suspended above the sea. Standing in the northern part of the city, one could see the seawater constantly beating on the city's foundation. It wasn't a building that could be suspended above the water. It was half of the city. Because of the ebb and flow of the tide below, the crashing of the waves gave off a strange sound. This sound was very strange. It didn't have the mockery of the crashing of the waves. Instead, it sounded like a very pleasing sound. And it also had the effect of calming one's mind. At the same time, the entire city would have a faint mist rising from time to time, making the Soul Eater city look like an immortal palace with an immortal aura. The strange layout of the Soul Eater city was a marvel in the entire Misty continent, and it was even famous in the immortal world. Along with this city, there was also a beautiful legend. It was said that although the Soul Eater city was by the sea, it wasn't suspended in the air like this. Soul Eater city wasn't as big, beautiful, or magical as it was now, until the previous Soul Eater city lord, the Soul Emperor, took over. His beloved wife said that the Soul Eater city wasn't beautiful enough, and the Soul Emperor spent trillions of divine stones and hundreds of years to rebuild the Soul Eater city into this. For a woman, he rebuilt a city, spending trillions of divine stones. What kind of infatuation was that? What kind of courage was that? What kind of wealth was that? Regardless of whether the legend was true or not, the Soul Eater city was very famous now. 1. At this moment, the largest teleportation formation in soul-devouring cities plaza lit up. The guards guarding the teleportation formation all tensed up. This was the largest teleportation formation, and usually only the 108 main cities of the ethereal mansion would use this teleportation formation. Could it be that some big shot had come? The rainbow light gradually dissipated, revealing a total of 6 men and women. The guards frowned in confusion. These people didn't seem to have a high cultivation level. How could they have the ability to use such a large teleportation formation? However, when they saw the white-clothed woman who walked out first, their confusion was no longer on their faces. Instead, they became incomparably respectful. "Greetings, Ninth Lady." Hundreds of people cupped their fists and shouted in unison. Many of them were God King experts. However, they all knew that although this woman was only at the first level of the divine general realm, she was one of the closest people to the mansion lord. "Oh, Yi Qing, Niu Yu Qingcheng," and the others exchanged looks, a trace of astonishment in their eyes. They could easily sense the incomparably powerful strength of these hundreds of people, but why were they so respectful to Ninth Lady? Combined with the scene on the Ascension platform, the 5 of them were shocked. This Lord Devour was actually so awesome in the divine world? Chapter 685. Haha, his lordship is really strong. You'll know later. Let's go. Lord Jiu turned to look at their faces, guessing what they were thinking. She sent a message to them and then walked forward. Swoosh. At this moment, an air-piercing sound came from the front which caught people's attention. It wasn't their fault that they reacted so fast. It was because the person's entrance was too eye-catching that people couldn't help but notice. A celestial horse was flying fast from a distance. It was a divine steed with a pair of wings on its back, radiating soft divine light. Someone was riding on the horse, wearing white armor and holding a silver spear. He was so handsome that only one word could describe him. Wow! It's his lordship, King Yi. He's so handsome. I'm going to faint for a while. King Yi, I love you like a mouse loves rice. Along with King Yi's appearance, the entire square was filled with the sound of horns and countless infatuated girls confessing their love to him. King Yi didn't even give them a glance. His eyes were hot, gazing at Lord Jiu. The heat in his eyes was enough to evaporate the wandering Sea Saber Emperor, and Yi Qingniu exchanged looks, laughing. They had seen this person before. He had been to the Fire Dragon continent that year, and he had called Lord Devour Big Sister. Yu Qingqing and the other 2 looked at each other, their eyes filled with longing. Thinking back to the past, Yi Qinghan's pretentious manner was much more creative than this divine king's. Sigh this again. Nine-tailed Fox sighed reluctantly. As soon as she came to the divine world, King Yi had been pestering her. She knew clearly that King Yi was famous for being a playboy. Of course she wouldn't be fooled. Fortunately, Lord Devour was there to help her. However, whenever she saw King Yi's flashy way of courting, Nine-tailed Fox still felt a headache. Little plan, this King Yi has finally reached the peak of God King realm. I've been cultivating in seclusion for several years, but each day feels like a year to me. You don't know how hard it is to live without you. Prince Yi waved his hand in the air. His body floated up and he stepped on his horse, flying towards the crowd in a carefree manner. While he was in midair, he pulled out a bouquet of roses like a magic trick. His starry eyes looked at Lord Jiu leisurely. Congratulations, Your Excellency Prince Yi. Well, there are a few guests in my hometown. Your Excellency is waiting to see them. I'll leave first, Your Excellency Prince Yi. Nine-tailed Fox smiled bitterly and bowed to Prince Yi. She then quickly walked to the side. She couldn't afford to offend Prince Yi, so she could only avoid him. From your hometown? Isn't your hometown my eldest sister's hometown? Waha, we're on the same side. Haha, hello everyone. Come here this way please. I'll lead the way for you. When Prince Yi saw Lord Jiu running away, he wanted to chase after her. But when he heard Lord Jiu's words, he found that there were 5 people standing beside her. When he glanced at them, he was stunned. Especially when he saw Yu Qingqing's fairy-like temperament, he smiled eagerly. Lord Prince Yi, don't blame me for not reminding you. Don't try anything funny. These 3 are the wives of Lord Xiaohei's eldest brother. If you want to be thrown into the sea and be confined for 1,000 years, you can flirt with them. Nine-tailed Fox also realized that it was rude of her to run away subconsciously. She stopped in her tracks but saw that Prince Yi was staring at the 3 of them. She hurriedly reminded him through telepathy. Hearing Lord Jiu's telepathy, the smile on Prince Yi's face suddenly froze. Who was Lord Xiaohei? Although he had never seen him in person, he knew very well that he was the son of the Soul Emperor. Since he could become Xiaohei's eldest brother and his stubborn eldest sister didn't object, he must be a very powerful person. His eldest sister had always been very respectful to the Soul Emperor. If she knew that he had any funny ideas about these 3 people, she would skin him alive. Nine-tailed Fox hurriedly gave them a look and left Prince Yi, who was in a daze, to walk quickly into the Castellan's residence. The 5 of them curiously sized up this majestic soul-eater city. Finally, they followed Lord Jiu in a daze and came to a huge castle. There were guards outside the door, but they didn't dare to say anything when they saw Lord Jiu. They just bowed respectfully. The 6 of them walked inside and went straight up to the 6th floor. There was only one door on the 6th floor. After the 5 of them walked in, they didn't see the luxurious palace that they had imagined. Instead, they saw a rooftop. Saber Emperor looked at the scenery in front of him and felt a sense of familiarity. The layout of this rooftop was exactly the same as the layout of the Dark Castle. The same countless fresh flowers, the same grape trellis full of lush green grapes, the same red figure sitting under the grape trellis with his back facing everyone, quietly reading a book. If it wasn't for the magnificent wandering sea, Saber Emperor would have thought that he had come to the rooftop of the Dark Castle. Greetings, Lord. After the 6 of them had saluted, the red figure stood up and turned around, revealing the familiar face of Lord Devour. However, Lord Devour used to be cold, but this time, it was the first time he smiled warmly at them. Welcome to the divine world. Although there was only a faint smile on Lord Devour's face, people felt warm in their hearts. Yu Qingqing, Yi Qinggu, and Yi Qingyu felt like they had found their elders. Tears rolled down their cheeks, then they kneeled down in front of Lord Devour. They didn't say anything, just kowtowing to him. After kowtowing 9 times, they lifted their heads, their eyes sparkling with tears as they quietly looked at Lord Devour. Lord! Yi Qingyu and Saber Emperor also looked at Lord Devour nervously. Their faces were so solemn as they looked at Lord Devour. Get up! Lord Devour said faintly. He swung his hand, and a milky white airflow emerged from the 3 women's legs, lifting them up. He knew what they were asking for. Yi Qingyu and Saber Emperor were waiting for something. After a while of silence they said, I know where Yi Qinghan is. But you can't see him now. The eyes of the 5 of them brightened. They knew where Yi Qinghan was? Did it mean that Yi Qinghan was alright? As long as he was alright, it was good. The 3 women exhaled in relief. However, recalling the inexplicable palpitation they had in the chilling heart pavilion, and hearing that they couldn't see him now, they were worried. Yu Qingqing bowed to him and asked, Lord, can you tell us where Qinghan is? If it's not convenient for you, we can find him alone. You can't find him. The divine world is so vast. With your low competence, I'm sure you'll die within 2 hours after you leave the soul-devouring city. I won't tell you where Yi Qinghan is, but I can assure you that he's still alive. The only thing you can do is to cultivate and become stronger. Then, you can help Yi Qinghan. Lord Devour's voice was still faint, but it was so sure that no one would doubt him. Phew. Hearing Lord Devour's absolute guarantee, they exhaled in relief. A character like Lord Devour, of course, wouldn't tell lies. However, Madame Jiu was skeptical. Yi Qinghan had fallen into the Sealed God Valley, which was an isolated world. How could Lord Devour know that Yi Qinghan was still alive? Was her supernatural power strong enough to predict the heaven's will? Lord, how long do we need to wait? Yu Qingqing pondered for a while, then asked stubbornly, how long? Lord Devour squinted, looking at the vast sea far from them. Then he turned to Yu Qingqing and said, wait until your divine sound law reaches the God Emperor realm. At that time, Yi Qinghan will come back. Chapter 686. God Emperor Realm. The five dropped their jaws. After confirming that Lord Devour wasn't joking, their faces turned bitter. God Emperor Realm. Yu Qingqing was at the first heavenly God realm. It was hard to say if she could reach the God General realm, or the King God realm. Lord Devour asked for God Emperor Realm. Even if Yu Qingqing could reach the God Emperor Realm, how many years would it take? 100,000 years? 1,000,000 years? Lord, please. Yi Qingyu was hurried. She wanted to kneel down to beg Lord Devour one more time. However, before she could do that, an invisible flow of air covered her body. Lord Devour turned around and sat down, waving his hand. Don't play this trick with me. You guys can find it yourselves, or you can stay in the castle. If you want to find it yourselves, I won't give you any help. That's it. Ajio, take them away. Thank you, Lord. We're leaving now. As they saw Lord Devour being so cold and overbearing, they didn't say anything else. No matter what, Lord Devour didn't owe them anything. On the contrary, she had asked Madame Jiu to bring them here, which was already a big favor. The five of them could only sigh, exchanging looks. They decided to stay in the soul-devouring city to investigate the God world first. Then, they would decide what to do next. Madame Jiu received Lord Devour's secret message. She arranged for the five of them to stay on the 4th floor of the City Master Palace, and gave each of them a token, which allowed them to move freely in the City Master Palace. After arranging the five of them, Madame Jiu walked to the rooftop alone. She bowed to Lord Devour but didn't say anything. She stood quietly behind her, her eyes complicated. From time to time, she glanced at Lord Devour's back. Ajio, don't hold it in. If you have something to say, ask. Lord Devour found it funny and annoying at the same time. He turned to look at Lord Devour. Ajio, why did you ask them to come to the God world? Madame Jiu smiled embarrassedly. She didn't evade, asking directly. Madame Jiu understood the three women's feelings for Yi Qinghan. It was okay in the Fire Dragon continent. Without any definite news, they wouldn't act rashly. If they were to find out about Yi Qinghan's situation, the three of them would probably jump down the Sealed God Valley without any hesitation. Moreover, if Lord Devour hadn't arranged for him to pick them up in time, it was hard to say whether they could survive in the divine world. In this world, there are a few kinds of people who are very powerful. For example, a filial son who recognizes the murderer as his father when his family is killed, and a crazy woman who has lost her mind because of love. The three of them belong to the second type. Lord Devour took a sip of tea and didn't answer Nine-Tailed Fox's question. Instead, he smiled faintly and turned to look at the wandering sea. After a while he continued, Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu aren't talented enough. That's why they haven't achieved much in their lives. However, Yu Qingqing is different. At such a young age, she managed to cultivate to the deity level through some fortuitous encounter. Most importantly, she has comprehended the law of divine sound. Her talent can be said to be much stronger than Yi Qinghan's. Even in the immortal realm, she can be considered a peerless genius. So, I want to nurture her. Create? Nine-Tailed Fox nodded faintly. However, her brows furrowed even tighter. You want to nurture Yi Qinghan, but in the end, you didn't even know whether he was alive or dead. And now you want to nurture his wife. Lord Devour had told her that she had a formidable enemy. He wanted to nurture Yi Qinghan to help her. But now, it seemed that Yi Qinghan didn't have much hope of walking out alive. Lord Devour wanted to nurture Yi Qingcheng. She didn't understand. Lord Devour was so strong. Even she couldn't deal with his enemy. How could Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingcheng help him? Moreover, if he had an enemy, it was fine that he had hidden in the Fire Dragon continent. But now Lord Devour had appeared in the divine world. Why didn't his enemy come to him? Lord, is what you told them true? Nine-tailed Fox pondered for a while, but she couldn't figure it out. She decided not to ask anymore, asking a vague question. What Lord Jiu wanted to ask was, of course, the news that Lord Devour had told her that Yi Qinghan was still alive. She was skeptical. The God-Sealing Valley was a strange place. No matter how strong Lord Devour was, he wasn't an omnipotent God-Emperor. How could she be so sure? When have you ever seen me lie? It's not good for you to know too much. Go and tell the others. Don't care about the 5 of them. Except for their daily needs, don't give them even one divine stone. Let Yi Qingcheng die. Go and find Yi Qinghan's heart. You can leave now. Lord Devour coldly glared at her. Lord Jiu shivered inwardly. She knew that Lord Devour blamed her for doubting her. She didn't dare to say more, bowed to him, and left to arrange. Actually, Lord Jiu didn't need Lord Jiu's message. Many big characters in the soul-devouring city knew about Yi Qingcheng's group. The ones that Lord Jiu had to pick up weren't ordinary people. Although the door to the rooftop didn't have any mechanism, and they could enter by pushing it, not everyone could get in. Moreover, they had stayed on the rooftop for a long time. When they got down, they were arranged to stay on the 4th floor. It was really extraordinary. In the Palace Masters Challenge competition, Lord Devour had fought against several god emperors alone, including an 8th grade war god. Eventually, those people had left. However, Lord Devour was still sitting under the grape trellis, sipping his tea and reading a book in silence. At the same time, when the soul-devouring city was famous, the elders and the patriarchs of the families in the city were panic-stricken. Although they didn't know why, several thousand years ago, when the Soul Emperor had died, Lord Devour had only the competence of a 7th grade war god. Moreover, he was the weakest among all the 7th grade experts. How did he become so powerful in just a few thousand years after returning from a trip to his hometown? But it didn't affect their respect and fear for Lord Devour. Now Lord Devour's people had come to his hometown, and they were the ones he valued the most. The big characters in the city had to pay attention to them, even though the 5 of them were trash who had refined divine crystals. However, before they could take action, Lord Jiu had brought Lord Devour's decree, which was strange and inexplicable. Yi Qingyou's group of 5 stayed on the 4th floor of the City Master's Palace, enjoying the super treatment that they had never dreamed of. When they entered the City Master's Palace, they were greeted with many respectful smiles. Even the high and mighty god emperors treated them with respect and politeness. However, after 1 month, the 5 of them became more and more helpless, colder and colder. In the city, every warrior treated them with respect, and they had also inquired about many things about the divine realm. The 5 of them hadn't passed the tribe's training, so they didn't have the divine realm badge. Moreover, it seemed that Lord Devour didn't want to give them any. In other words, if they left the soul-devouring city, they would be torn apart by the demonic beasts, or killed by the guards in other cities. In other words, besides the soul-devouring city, they couldn't go anywhere. And when they asked about Yi Qinghan, the people in the city didn't know anything, and Lord Jiu didn't say a word. They didn't know what Lord Devour wanted, but they knew that besides following Lord Devour's order, they had no other choice. Lord, if I cultivate to the God Emperor realm, can you guarantee that Qinghan will come back? Yi Qingcheng gritted her teeth, walking to the rooftop, and asking Lord Devour, I'm sure that when you break through to the God Emperor realm, you guys will see Yi Qinghan. Lord Devour said resolutely. Looking at the wandering sea, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile like a cunning old fox. All right. Yi Qingcheng also smiled, but her smile was a little bitter. Her peach-colored palace dress was fluttering in the sea breeze, and the tacky peach blossom on her head was also swaying in the wind. It reflected off the hundreds of flowers on the rooftop, and it actually looked so poignant and beautiful. Chapter 687. Compared to Yi Qingcheng and the others, Yi Yaorao was in more pain. She knew that Yi Qinghan was in the nearby Rain Emperor Mountain, but she couldn't find him. Most importantly, ever since Yi Qinghan joined the 15th battle, there was no news about him. She was worried. She had thought of going to Rain Emperor Mountain, but the Forgotten Land was huge. She didn't know if she could reach Rain Emperor Mountain alive. Most importantly, Emperor God Qiufeng had sent someone to watch over her. She wasn't afraid of death, but she couldn't die before she was sure if Yi Qinghan was alive. Hence, she had been holding on and hoping for a miracle. However, she felt her body getting weaker and weaker. She wasn't sure how long she could hold on. Hee, how is it? 1086, what do you think? A warrior walked into the cave. It wasn't Emperor God Qiufeng, but the beautiful woman next to him. After Emperor God Qiufeng was given the cold shoulder by Yi Yaorao, he, of course, wouldn't stick out his warm face to be snubbed. Instead, he took a roundabout approach and let the woman persuade Yi Yaorao. Yi Yaorao looked at the beautiful woman coldly and closed her eyes without saying a word. Sister, why do you have to do this? The beautiful woman saw Yi Yaorao's pale face and knew that she was holding on. Back then, she was so stubborn. However, she was so weak that she couldn't even open her eyes. When she smelled the aura of Netherworld, she came to her senses. She only had one life. If she died, she would have nothing. There were some things that would be fine as long as she let go. Living a good life was the truth, wasn't it? In the divine world, the strong preyed on the weak. As long as you were powerful enough, you could do anything you wanted. Wasn't suffering humiliation so that you could enjoy a better life in the future? At most, she could let a few hundred handsome young men lick her every day. Seeing that Yi Yaorao's eyes were still closed, the beautiful woman sighed again and persuaded. Sister, I have been through this. Back then, I insisted on my principles too. However, if you want to live a better life in this world and do something, you have to compromise. A temporary sacrifice is for the future. Yi Yaorao was also quietly sitting with her legs crossed. She seemed so weak that she had fallen asleep. Sister, let me give you a good idea. Actually, you can be flexible. You can let the adults help you get to the second floor first. Just say that you need to think about it and slowly drag it out, right? Let's survive first. We can slowly think of a way later, right? The bewitching woman did not seem to give up. She continued to quack like a duck and kept muttering in Yi Yaorao's ears. However, these words were transmitted to him in a rather mysterious manner. This method seemed to be helping Yi Yaorao, but she knew that once a woman compromised, they would continue to compromise. Since this was the first time, it didn't matter if he did it a few more times. As long as Yi Yaorao dared to accept his kindness, she would still obediently take off her skirt and raise her butt. When the beautiful woman saw that Yi Yaorao's eyes were still closed, she smiled bitterly and stood up to walk out. However, when she reached the entrance of the cave, she heard a cold voice. I can consider it. The gorgeous woman's footsteps came to a halt as a smile appeared on her face. She sneered coldly in her heart. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Women, as long as you take a step back, you will have to take countless steps back. Although she despised her, she still put on a smile and assured Yi Yaorao. Then, she went to the second floor to report the good news to Emperor God Qiufeng. Yi Yaorao opened her eyes with difficulty and revealed a cold smile. Of course, she was not compromising. Yi Qinghan had said that some principles should not be violated. However, the means could be changed. Qinghan, where are you? Are you still alive? I can't hold on for long. If you appear again and I can't find you, I can only die first. Yi Yaorao sighed and closed her eyes. Yi Yaorao sighed softly and closed her eyes. She knew that the second floor would not be life-threatening for the time being. However, Emperor God Qiufeng would definitely press on. Once he crossed the bottom line, she could only die. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't know that his 3 wives had come to the divine world from the faraway Fire Dragon continent to look for him. He also didn't know that Yi Yaorao was struggling in the Forgotten Land. He only knew that he was going to be rich. His soul became 2. So far, he didn't find any hidden dangers. Instead, he found great benefits. In just 1 month, he had successfully cultivated the soul quieting technique to the 3rd level. If the soul cultivators in the divine world knew about this, they would be so shocked that their eyeballs would drop to the ground. The The soul quieting technique was the foundation of the soul cultivators. Without cultivating the soul quieting technique, one's soul couldn't grow quickly. After reaching the Divine King realm, every increase in the soul level would require a soul that was dozens of times stronger than before. Without the soul quieting technique, it would be harder to improve the soul to the second level of the Divine King realm. The second level to the third level of the soul quieting technique was the most difficult to cultivate. Many soul cultivators were stuck at the second level for hundreds of thousands of years. Only when their minds were numb and they had no desires did they manage to enter the third level. However, once they broke through the third level, it was like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. The third level allowed one to enter the soul quieting technique. Being passive and being active were two completely different concepts. Being passive was something that happened by chance. Perhaps one could enter it 2 or 3 times a month, or perhaps only once every several tens of thousands of years. But being active was different. Although one couldn't enter the third level at any time, it was different if one could enter it once every 10 times. Entering this state, one's soul could continuously grow, and one's divine power could also slowly grow. The speed of comprehending laws was also several times faster. Therefore, soul cultivators normally wouldn't let their law realm cultivation speed up. Instead, they would accompany the growth of their soul while comprehending laws. When the soul was strong enough, the speed of comprehension and deduction would be several times faster. It would be much easier to raise one's law realm. Moreover, soul cultivators were used to using their souls to attack their enemies due to their powerful souls. Soul attacks were silent, unpredictable, and impossible to guard against. They had all tasted the power of soul attacks. Normally, they didn't like to use laws to attack, so they weren't particularly interested in cultivating laws. Holy shit, this feels great. With this soul quieting technique and this freakish soul, reaching the Divine King realm is no longer a dream. Yi Qinghan revealed a brilliant smile. His eyes were also shining brightly. He was in an extremely good mood. These two freakish souls could increase his comprehension speed by 3 times, and the soul quieting technique could increase it by 2 or 3 times. Furthermore, there was the Rain Emperor's cultivation diagram here. The speed at which he comprehended the laws was more than 10 times faster than others. Even if Yi Qinghan's innate talent was slow, under such good conditions, his speed at comprehending the laws would still skyrocket. Cultivate, cultivate. I have to reach the Divine King realm as soon as possible. Yi Qinghan didn't hesitate for long. His eyes shone brightly, and he locked onto the white wall opposite him. He started to comprehend the Rain Emperor's cultivation diagram. He was like a child, afraid that the freakish soul in his head would disappear. He first comprehended more laws at the fastest speed, and raised his strength before anything else. Boss is so hardworking. I'm so bored. I'll cultivate too. Xiaohei lay at the side and slowly closed his eyes. He didn't know if it was because of Yi Qinghan's influence, or because he was in this strange training room number 1, but he actually started cultivating obediently for the first time. Chapter 688. Yi Qinghan stayed in the number 1 training room for 3 months and didn't come out. When concubine Lan heard Wu Shan's report, she raised her eyebrows in surprise. She didn't expect that her subconscious action shocked Wu Shan even more. Concubine Lan had been the manager of the second floor for so many years, but he had never seen her change her expression before. She was always indifferent, and even when she smiled, she seemed to be 1,000 miles away from people. He didn't expect that she would often lose her composure because of Yi Qinghan. This was the first time he had seen her raise her eyebrows in the tens of thousands of years he had known her. Yes, many members of the second floor expressed some doubts about this. Although Lord Long and I and the others didn't say anything, they also expressed some puzzlement. Although Wu Shan was shocked, he didn't show it on his face. However, he was more certain that the relationship between Yi Qinghan and concubine Lan was not ordinary. At the same time, he tactfully expressed some of his worries. He could ignore the captains of the second floor, but Long and I and the other experts could pass the message to the higher-ups. If it was passed to the Rain Emperor, it wouldn't be a fun matter. Doubts? Puzzlement? It's doubt and dissatisfaction. Concubine Lan sneered and waved her hand to let Wu Shan leave. She didn't even give him an explanation. She was extremely overbearing. Her attitude was very clear. If the warriors of the second floor wanted to make trouble, they could do it. If Long and I and the others wanted to pass the message, they could do it. She didn't even bother to explain. It was obvious that she disdained and connived with Yi Qinghan. Wuxian left in silence, but he had more doubts in his heart. Who was behind concubine Lan? Could it be the Rain Emperor? After thinking about it, Wuxian's heart trembled. It was really possible. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain concubine Lan's arrogant behavior. However, he heard that the Rain Emperor was a woman. Back then, she also fell into the God-Sealing Valley alone without bringing her friends and subordinates. Could they be lesbians? Of course, concubine Lan didn't know that Wuxian was thinking about dirty things at the moment. Her beautiful light eyebrows slightly curled up, but her beautiful eyes were full of surprise. She thought that since Yi Qinghan wanted to take her down so badly, he would either go to the Five Emperors Mountain to have a look after his injuries had healed, or he would come and pester her for a while. Who would have thought that he would immediately go into seclusion after recovering from his injuries? He didn't even care about the gazes of the people around him, and was having fun by himself. This little man was indeed a little special. Concubine Lan thought to herself. She thought of that stubborn figure, that overbearing tone, and that lingering wet kiss. The corners of her mouth curled up inadvertently. I've been bored for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Isn't it quite fun to have such a little guy? Power of space, space ripple, space freeze, space lock, space shake. Above the two soul seas in Yi Qinghan's head, two miniature Yi Qinghan silhouettes were standing there. Each of Yi Qinghan's silhouettes was taking turns to cast all kinds of profound mysteries of space. He listened to the Ox-Head God King's words, and decided to continuously familiarize himself with the five fundamental mysteries, to let them become familiar with it to the point where they could leave. Of course, he would not forget the benefits of having two souls. Both souls were simulating and practicing at the same time. They were comparing, and verifying with each other. In this way, it would be easier to find the connection and fit between the two. From there, he would find the fusion point. As long as he could fuse a trace of it, it would be easy to deal with it in the future. Moreover, every time he comprehended something, he would enter a state of soul stillness. Every time he comprehended something, he would look at the beautiful woman dancing sword painting, when he felt that there was no inspiration. He knew very well how precious that painting was. If he could comprehend a little bit of it, he might be able to fuse a basic profound mystery into the entry level. Oh, I should have thought of that. All of a sudden, Yi Qinghan suddenly slapped his head and let out a loud cry. He opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with smiles and a bright light. Space lock can lock a small part of space, and space freeze can make that part of space still. When the two are fused, the space will be more stable, and it will be easier to trap the enemy. When space lock and space freeze are fused, let's call it space freeze lock. After only 3 months of closed-door training, he had completed the cultivation of the soul stillness technique, and had already reached the entry level of a basic profound mystery. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. With the soul stillness technique in his freakish soul, his comprehension speed was really fast. Not to mention anything else, just the simultaneous practice of two souls, comparing and verifying with each other, was something that no one in the immortal realm could do. How could his comprehension speed not be fast? He stretched and stood up. Seeing that Xiao He was not snoring, he was a little surprised. Using his soul to sense, he found that Xiao He was actually cultivating, and at a very deep level at that. His soul detection actually did not disturb him. Smiling, he directly put him into the beast space, and let him continue cultivating. Then he walked out. While cultivating, he thought of something. He had forgotten about someone. The Ox-Head Divine King. The Ox-Head Divine King was a good person, and Yi Qinghan had promised him that he would think of a way to bring him up to the second floor. If he couldn't do it, he had plenty of holy fruits now, so it would not hurt to give him some every month. Walking on the second floor, Yi Qinghan did not want to disturb concubine Lan. Instead, he walked to Wuxian. Wuxian's attitude towards him was good, and he was the commander of the second floor. It was best to go to him to get some information. However, as he walked, he felt that there seemed to be something wrong with the way the warriors on the second floor looked at him. In the past, they were respectful and surprised, But now there was a hint of jealousy and disdain in addition to respect. He had been cultivating in the training room. He did not offend anyone, did he? Yi Qinghan was a little puzzled, but he did not think too much about it. He did not rely on them to make a living now, and concubine Lan had promised that she would not make things difficult for him. It did not matter what others thought of him. When he walked to a long corridor and reached a crossroads, Yi Qinghan saw two warriors in front of him looking at him coldly. There was even an obvious mocking smile at the corner of their mouths. He was slightly stunned and turned to the left in a daze. Unexpectedly, he bumped into a huge wall, which made him stagger. The huge recoil forced him to take several steps back in a row. "Humph, are you blind?" Just as Yi Qinghan stared at the huge wall, the opposite wall spoke. The sound was like thunder in the middle of the night, causing Yi Qinghan's eardrums to explode in pain. It also woke up the nearby warriors. When they clearly heard the contents of the conversation and saw the wall and Yi Qinghan, they all revealed expressions of schadenfreude in their eyes and surrounded him. Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes and looked at the huge man in front of him. The huge man was at least 3 meters tall and looked abnormally muscular. His entire body was covered in long hair, and there was a rhinoceros-like horn on his head. He knew very well that even if he was distracted, it was impossible that he did not notice such an expert coming. The only explanation was that the giant man on the opposite side deliberately restrained his breath and bumped into him directly. "I'm sorry, Your Excellency. I was in a hurry and didn't see clearly." Although Yi Qinghan knew that the other party did it on purpose, he knew that the strength of the martial artist on the opposite side was obviously above the God King realm. He was not clear about the distribution of forces on the second floor. Although he had concubine Lan's support, it was better not to be nosy. So he lowered his head and apologized. "Sorry? Do you think it's enough to say sorry after bumping into me? I'll sleep with your wife and then apologize to you. How about that?" The giant man obviously did not want to give up. With a cold light in his eyes, he shook his body and directly shrouded Yi Qinghan. He shouted in a deep voice, "Kneel down." Yi Qinghan's eyes narrowed even more, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Those who were familiar with him would know that he was already extremely angry. This person actually dared to use his wife as a joke. This had already made him want to kill. He glanced at the giant man and then at the surrounding warriors. Finally, he saw Wuxian in a hurry from afar. He smiled brightly and said, "I'm ashamed I don't have the habit of kneeling. I don't know how to kneel. Why don't you imitate it for me?" Chapter 689. Wow! As soon as Yi Qinghan's words fell, there was an uproar. Countless squad leaders and the cultivators living on the second floor had fiery gazes. Originally, when Yi Qinghan apologized in a low-key manner, they were a little bored and didn't think that there would be a good show to watch. But now, in the blink of an eye, Yi Qinghan was like a tiger whose tail had been bitten. Yi Qinghan didn't know who this man was or why he came to pick a fight, but many people here knew. The giant man was called Long Kuei, a warrior at the peak of the God King realm. However, he had refined divine crystals and his strength was around the first or second level of the God King realm. Warriors who refined divine crystals usually had a low status in the God realm. However, this Long Kuei was living a comfortable life on the second floor of the Rain Emperor Mountain. Why? His father, Long Enai, was the strongest warrior on the second floor. It was said that he was a 6th-grade war god. However, why didn't he go to the 3rd or 4th floor? Instead, he stayed on the second floor. Everybody knew why he was picking a fight. It was probably Long Ni's idea. He hinted that his reckless son should teach Yi Qinghan a lesson. His main purpose was to warn concubine Lan, who was so arrogant because she had a backer. Don't think too highly of yourself. Concubine Lan was not the only one who had connections with the higher-ups. Yi Qinghan had never climbed the 5 Emperors Mountain. More importantly, he was only a first-level god general, but he enjoyed the same treatment as those old guys. They were already dissatisfied. They didn't expect that he could enter the #1 practice room as he pleased and stay there for 3 months. Long Enai and the others felt like they were slapped in the face. That was why they behaved like this. Yi Qinghan didn't know the details. He only knew that this giant man, who looked like a gorilla, had successfully infuriated him. He had always been an amiable person and didn't like to cause trouble. However, That didn't mean he was afraid of trouble. Since he couldn't get out of this damned place anyway, he would die sooner or later. Therefore, he preferred a dignified death. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to refine divine crystals to make her breakthrough. But it didn't stop him from understanding the meaning behind Yi Qinghan's words. Therefore, his hairy face began to smile sinisterly. As the corners of his mouth curled up, the coarse hair on his face also began to tremble, becoming unusually ferocious. Little bastard, you mean you want me to kneel down to you? I didn't say that, but if you want to kneel down in front of this young master should be able to accept it. Yi Qinghan's temper flared up and he used his usual catchphrase. Hua! This time Yi Qinghan's words caused an even greater shock. Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan, as if they were looking at a dead man. Young master? If you're Long Kuei's young master, doesn't that make you Lord Long Ni's father? The father of a 6th grade war god, this young divine general was awesome. That was awesome. As soon as Yi Qinghan said those words, he also felt something was wrong. It wasn't because of the divine power rising from Long Kuei's body, nor was it because of the gazes. Instead, he saw Wuxian turn into another passage, and didn't even look in his direction, as if he didn't notice the conflict here. Of course, he knew that once a conflict broke out, it would be disadvantageous for him. Not to mention the fact that the gorilla divine king was one realm higher than him, and he certainly couldn't defeat him. Once the battle started, the higher-ups would try to take responsibility, and he would be the fool. The Rain Emperor Mountain didn't allow private battles. If there were conflicts, they could fight in the arena. If anyone dared to fight, it would be a challenge to the Rain Emperor's authority. Originally, when he saw Wuxian, he thought that the gorilla wouldn't dare to attack him. But now, Wuxian turned into another passage. If he was lucky enough to survive this battle, he was afraid that after the final investigation, all the surrounding warriors would prove that he was the one who provoked them. If the higher-ups were angry, he would die. Motherf *Ker. Seeing the murderous intent in Long Kuei's eyes, Yi Qinghan quickly emitted divine power from his hands. He felt the coldness in the eyes of the surrounding warriors. He cursed Wuxian in his heart and shouted, "Wait! What? Are you scared?" Long Kuei saw the flickering light in Yi Qinghan's eyes and saw his face change color. She thought that he was afraid of death, and was going to give in and withdraw the divine power in his hands. Long Kuei actually didn't want to fight here. After all, if the Rain Emperor heard about this, Long and I would definitely teach him a good lesson to protect him. Being bedridden for a few months would be a small matter. Long and I only wanted him to lose some face, but he didn't want him to fight directly. Of course, he wanted to kill Yi Qinghan with one palm strike, but this brat was definitely not an idiot. He definitely wouldn't play with him on the arena. He laughed coldly and said, "Kneel down and count out to me 10 times. Call me Grandpa 3 times, and I will let this matter go." Although none of the nearby cultivators dared to openly help Long Kuei, many of them still chuckled when they saw this scene. Some of them even turned their heads and snickered inwardly. They didn't have the right to participate in the battle between the higher-ups of the big shots, but it wasn't wrong for them to just stand and watch. These small warriors weren't the only ones who had this idea. Wuxian, the commander of the 2nd floor, also had this idea. Although he was a commander and had a high status in front of others, he was nothing in front of the real big shots. He only had the strength of a 5th grade war god. Although the difference between 5th grade and 6th grade was only 1 grade, the difference between each grade above 5th grade was like the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, he was very clear that Long and I had an elder brother who stayed on the 4th floor. He couldn't afford to play in the battle between the big shots, so he could only hide. He knew that he happened to come out just now and was definitely seen by Yi Qinghan, but there was nothing he could do. His eyes flickered for a while, and he walked toward Concubine Land's small hall. He had to ask for instructions from the leader first. If something happened, the leader would take care of it, right? As for whether Yi Qinghan would be smacked to death by Long Kuei before Concubine Lan could do anything, it was none of his business. However, he hadn't taken a few steps when he received a message in his ear, which made him stop in his tracks. After being stunned for a moment, his eyes lit up, and he resolutely turned around and ran back the way he came. "I'm ashamed. You misunderstood me again." Yi Qinghan laughed. Originally, he was going to reason with Long Kuei and talk about the rules, so that Long Kuei would be afraid and hesitate to make a move. However, judging from the situation, Long Kuei was simply a headless gorilla. Today he was determined to play with him, and he didn't want to be played, so he had to fight. He stretched out a foot and stepped on the wall, but he pressed it very low. Looking at Long Kuei's huge body with a smile, he pointed at his crotch and said, "What I mean is, you can crawl over here, and I'll forget about what happened today." The crowd was dumbfounded and gasped. The disdain in their eyes disappeared, and some people's eyes flickered for a while, and they even began to retreat quietly. Long Kuei was arrogant, but this little warrior was dozens of times more arrogant than Long Kuei. If this person wasn't a fool or a lunatic, then he must have something to rely on. If he really had something to rely on, then it was so powerful that he didn't need to be afraid of Long Ni and the people behind him. Then they would have to consider the consequences of watching and making a scene. Chapter 690. Yi Qinghan's smile widened as he looked at Long Kuei's confused expression and the shocked and frightened gazes around him. "You dare to act like a fool in front of me?" This young master had grown up playing this game. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not have anyone to rely on. The only thing he could rely on was the mysterious concubine Lan. He knew very well how powerful concubine Lan was. She could go against the rules openly, enter the God General realm secretly, and not be discovered by the 5 guardians. She could see how precious the slaughter god saber was and was not greedy at all. How could she be an ordinary person? He did not know if concubine Lan had a good impression of him, but he knew that she was very playful and wanted to kill him. Since she wanted to play, she would not allow anyone else to kill him first. Moreover, given the current situation, he had no way out. His pride prevented him from retreating, and his principles prevented him from retreating. If he retreated, would he still be Yi Qinghan? Then, he saw Wu Shan rushing over from afar, and his smile became even more radiant. It was obvious that Long Kuei did not like this radiant smile, and the hand that was pointing at his crotch. She disliked it very much. Hence, he chose a very direct method. He made his move. He made his move in anger. A fiery red divine power bloomed in his hand like a ball of raging fire, as he smashed it towards Yi Qinghan's radiant smile. He hated this smile so much that he wanted to smash this smiling face into a piece of minced meat. However, he was very confused. Why did this kid's smile not diminish when he saw his angry punch? He did not even move his body. Could this kid be an expert in disguise? However, his father had clearly told him that this kid's cultivation level was only at the first level of the God General realm. His doubts were answered in the next second. A light palm floated over and wrapped around his fist. It covered the ball of raging fire on his fist and pushed him back. "Long Kuei, why are you fighting on Yudi Mountain?" Wu Shan's face darkened. Of course, it was not because Long Kuei was fighting on the second level. It was because concubine Lan had sent him a voice transmission, asking him to come and take a look. Concubine Lan's meaning was very general and vague, but he had to come. He knew that participating in the game between these big shots was not fun. Not fun at all. Long Kuei was shocked to find that her hand had been grabbed by someone, and then she was sent flying. Although his strength was not high, those who dared to attack him were not ordinary people. When he saw that it was Wu Shan, he heaved a sigh of relief. Especially after hearing Wu Shan's words and seeing the look he was giving her, Long Kuei felt even more confident. Wu Shan was considered the leader of the second level in name. If an ordinary person wanted to use force, he wouldn't have scolded him in such a tactful manner. He would probably kill them right away. Most importantly, Wu Shan had winked at him. What did this mean? This meant that Wu Shan, this little commander, was still very afraid of his old man. It seemed like he wanted to be the peacemaker. Long Kuei was feeling a little proud of herself for figuring out so many things in the blink of an eye. But a peacemaker? Can this matter? And not only had this little bastard insulted him, but he had also insulted his father. Now he was arrogantly asking him to crawl into his crotch? Uncle could tolerate this, but Aunt could not. Long Kuei quickly made up her mind. She was sure that even her father wouldn't let this matter rest. If he let this go, where would he put his face? Where would his father put his face? Where would his uncle, who lived on the 4th level, lose his face? Therefore his face darkened. He stared at Wuxian and said, "Commander Wuxian, I will give you face. Get out of the way, and I will not let this go." "What?" Wuxian blinked his eyes and looked at Long Kuei in disbelief. After a moment, he realized what was going on. He felt a pain in his ass and his balls almost broke. He was cursing Long Anai in his mind. He was a wise man, but he had such a stupid son. Did he really think that the Rain Emperor Mountain belonged to the Long family? His gaze was clearly telling him that there were some things that he shouldn't do in public. Wasn't the Long family powerful? Do it in secret, don't drag me into it. He didn't expect this idiot to think that he was begging him. Was he afraid of his father? No matter what, he was the leader of the second level. How could he say that he was giving him face? If it weren't for his big brother, his face would be even worse than toilet paper in a latrine. Long Kuei, you dare? Don't blame me for being merciless. Since he didn't want to give him face, Wuxian had to do the same. If he didn't act tough, concubine Lan wouldn't be able to handle it. If he lost his reputation, how could he stay in the second level? Would he lose his position as the leader? Looking at the coldness in Wuxian's eyes and the faint divine power in his hand, Long Kuei's face darkened. Even if he were an idiot, he knew that Wuxian was really angry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have released his divine power in front of everybody. Even an idiot could tell that Wuxian was really angry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have released his divine power in front of everybody. "Sir Wuxian, this kid just said he's my grandpa. And he told me to crawl between his legs." Long Kuei glanced at Yi Qinghan, who was lazily standing behind him, and said to Wuxian in a low voice. His meaning was clear. This wasn't just about his face, it was also about his father and his uncle's faces. His warning was obvious. "Ha!" Wuxian looked at Yi Qinghan in astonishment. This brat really dared to stir up trouble. He could even stir up trouble. The person that concubine Lan fancied had guts. However, he was worried. Although concubine Lan was stronger than him and definitely had a powerful background, Long Anai also had a brother at the peak of the 6th grade war god level. That was the Rain Emperor's right-hand man. How could a small leader get involved in this matter? Long Kuei, don't blame me for not reminding you. This kid is someone that concubine Lan thinks highly of. Moreover, you put the matter on the table. Wuxian laughed dryly. He turned around and blocked Yi Qinghan. His lips moved as he transmitted his voice to Long Kuei. Then he gave Long Kuei a look and said coldly, "I don't care what kind of conflict you have. If you have a conflict, fight it out in the arena. If you dare to cause trouble in the second level, I won't be polite." It would have been better if Wuxian hadn't mentioned concubine Lan. He was furious when he heard Long Kuei. Back then he didn't need to refine the divine crystal at the peak of the divine king realm. However, his comprehension ability wasn't very high. If he wanted to comprehend the laws, it would probably take millions of years. His father spent a lot of effort for him. In the end, he had no choice but to beg concubine Lan to make an exception and let Long Kuei enter the first training room for a few more days every month. However, concubine Lan didn't give him any face and directly rejected him. This infuriated Long Anai. After he returned, he directly made Long Kuei refine the divine crystal. If he refined the divine crystal, he would be useless for the rest of his life. That was why Long Kuei and her father were so angry when they saw Yi Qinghan enjoying such treatment. The more Long Kuei thought about it, the angrier she became. When she saw Yi Qinghan standing there lazily, she couldn't help but become even more furious. She pointed a finger at Yi Qinghan and scolded, "Little bastard, aren't you just a little fairer and a little better at licking? What's so great about relying on women? Go up to the arena? A piece of trash like you wouldn't dare to fight me in the arena even if I gave you 100 guts." Chapter 691. Hiss. There was another gasp in the field, and everyone's faces darkened. Now everyone looked at Long Kuei as if she were a dead person. Everyone knew that relying on women was not a skill. Men who relied on their faces and tongues were even more shameful. Therefore, they all showed faint disdain towards Yi Qinghan. Of course, they also had the mentality of saying that the grapes were sour because they couldn't eat them. If concubine Lan was willing to let them lick her, countless tongues would reach out immediately. However, "Big brother, could you put this matter on the table?" Needless to say, these words would reach concubine Lan's ears. With Concubine Land's domineering and ruthless character, it would be easy for her to kill you even if she couldn't touch your father. The corpses of the experts who had provoked Concubine Lan in the past had not rotted yet. Wuxian's face was very dark. He really wanted to slap this idiot to death. He even wondered if Long Ni's wife had cheated on him. This idiot actually dared to say it out loud. Most importantly, he even said it in front of him. Since Concubine Lan had sent a voice transmission to him, her divine sense must have locked onto this place. Not only her, but Long Ni's divine sense had also locked onto this place. How could he respond? How could he deal with it? Wasn't this going to get him killed? There was a dead silence in the field. There was a dead silence. Even Long Kui knew that he had gone too far. Her face was dark, and she didn't say a word. Wuxian's eyes flickered as he thought about how to respond. The warriors next to him wanted to slap themselves. Why did they have to join in the fun? Now they didn't know how to leave even if they wanted to. I like to lick this thing very much. But I don't have the habit of letting others lick me. I usually like it when others lick me. At this moment, a lazy voice sounded in the dead silence like a pool of stagnant water. It said a few words lightly. However, as soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the people in the field instantly changed as if their fathers had died. Even Wuxian wanted to slap himself. Motherf asterisk Kerr, what the hell is this? Everyone's gazes locked onto the person who spoke. It was a young warrior with a very pale face and a very delicate appearance. 9527, Yi Qinghan. The meaning of Yi Qinghan's words was obvious. He did not serve Concubine Lan, but he liked Concubine Lan serving him. Although there is no strong wind in the Forgotten Land, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Who do you think you are? Let Concubine Lan give it to you, another idiot. Wuxian looked at Yi Qinghan with a mournful expression, thinking, isn't this young man very sensible? What was going on today? Was she infected by that idiot Long Kui? You think it's not messy enough? Or do you want to go to the netherworld realm to play because you're not living well? Yi Qinghan smiled warmly and ignored everyone's pained expressions. He pointed at Long Kui and said, who's that? Gorilla, stop looking, it's you. If you want to play with me, I will play with you. However, this ordinary dueling ring is not fun. Why don't we go to the arena of life and death to play? How was it? Do you have the guts? Gulp gulp. This time there was no gasp, but the sound of saliva being swallowed rang out. Lunatic, this is a lunatic. Looking at Yi Qinghan's warm smile, everyone instantly came to a conclusion. Even Wuxian's first thought was the same. A first-level divine general challenging a peak god king to the arena of life and death in front of everyone. Even if the woman behind you is amazing, you're dead for sure. Although a peak god king was only slightly stronger than a first-level god king, a god king was still a god king. After all, when a god realm cultivator came over, your speed would be greatly reduced. No matter how fierce you are, you're just a dog. Can you win against a lion? Alright. Even if you can overturn 15 consecutive victories, you must have some special tricks up your sleeve. However, in the immortal world, no one has ever heard of a first-level divine general defeating a god king. This is a difference in realm, not something that can be made up for with some tricks. Good. Very good. You've got guts. I Long Kui. Accept this arena of life and death. Lord Wuxian will be the witness. Let's meet in the arena of life and death in 5 days. Long Kui hurriedly agreed after a moment of shock, as though she was afraid that Yi Qinghan would go back on his word. She cupped her hands at Wuxian and quickly walked away. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the two of them decided on the arena of life and death. With Wuxian as the witness, no one could change this. He was in a good mood and hurriedly returned to report to Long and I. In his heart, however, he was thinking about how to torture Yi Qinghan to death in 5 days. Little brother Yi Sai. Wuxian looked at Long Kui's departing figure, and knew that it was too late to say anything. He pretended to feel sorry for her, and sighed deeply. However, he waved his hand to the side. The spectating martial artists hurriedly wiped their cold sweat and quickly left. Today's show was a little too exciting. Big brother Wuxian, you don't have to worry about this. A gentle smile still appeared on Yi Qinghan's face. Then he transmitted his voice. Big brother Wuxian, I have a question. I have a brother on the first level, number 9528. Is he still alive? Wuxian was stunned by Yi Qinghan's change of topic. What kind of situation was this? He was about to die, and he was still concerned about the life and death of others? However, he soon realized that this was probably his funeral arrangements. He spread his divine sense and locked onto a squad leader. After a while, he got an answer. With a serious expression, he said, "He's not dead yet, but he's going to die soon." Yi Qinghan instantly understood the Ox-Head Divine King's situation. Without the holy fruit, he would die of exhaustion. He bowed to Wuxian and transmitted his voice anxiously. "Is there any way to get him to the second level? I owe big brother Wuxian a favor." A complicated look flashed across Wuxian's eyes. "You're just a divine general martial artist. What's the use of a favor? Besides, you'll definitely die in 5 days. What's the use of a dead man's favor?" However, he didn't show it. Instead, he pretended to be embarrassed and transmitted his voice. "I don't have the right to do that." "Of course. His Excellency does." "Oh. Then can you help me send a few holy fruits down? Is that okay?" Yi Qinghan understood that Wuxian was referring to concubine Lan. He felt a little helpless. Since the best plan didn't work, he had to resort to the worst. "That's not a problem." Wuxian nodded. Then he patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder and transmitted his voice worriedly. "But, little brother Yi, what's your plan for the life and death arena in 5 days? Why don't you go and beg His Excellency?" "Haha, thank you for your concern, big brother Wuxian. I know what to do. Sorry for the trouble." Yi Qinghan smiled and didn't explain. Instead, he took out a few holy fruits and handed them to Wuxian. Then he nodded and walked forward. I knew it." Wuxian put away the holy fruits and watched Yi Qinghan walk toward Concubine Land's small hall. There was a hint of "I knew it" in his eyes. However, he didn't dare to follow Yi Qinghan. Instead, he walked toward the first floor. It was better for a person of his level not to get involved in this kind of thing. Yi Qinghan walked lazily on the passage. Ignoring the strange looks from passers-by, he walked straight into Concubine Land's small hall. Looking at the beautiful and enchanting woman sitting on the chair and her delicate red lips, he sat down unceremoniously opposite her and said leisurely, "Woman, what do you mean by transmitting your voice? Are you trying to kill your man so that you can remarry?" Chapter 692. The faint smile on Concubine Land's face froze, and anger rose in her heart again. She found that when she was with this young man, she would always be inexplicably annoyed by him, but she didn't seem to dislike him. This kind of emotion was very strange. It was something she had never experienced in hundreds of thousands of years. She let out a breath and told herself not to get angry. She couldn't destroy the state of mind that she had maintained for hundreds of thousands of years because of this young man. In just a moment, she regained her composure. A faint smile appeared on her face again, and she said leisurely, "I said I would torture you to death. How could I give up such a good opportunity? I just sent you a voice transmission casually, but you took it seriously. You can only blame yourself for being stupid. I can't change the result of the challenge that I agreed to in public." Haha. Yi Qinghan was not a fool. If he had a chance, he would definitely trick Long Kuei. But he would be courting death if he had to fight Long Kuei in public. The reason why he dared to accept this challenge so arrogantly was because of Concubine Land's voice transmission. He thought that Long Kuei's classic words must have angered Concubine Lan, and she wanted to use him to kill Long Kuei. Concubine Lan knew her strength very well. She must have a way to send him a voice transmission. Another reason was that he had no other choice at that time. If he put up with it this time, he wouldn't be able to live in Rain Emperor Mountain anymore. He would be trampled on and slapped every 2 or 3 days. With his pride, he definitely couldn't live such a life. Since he had to do it sooner or later, he might as well do it now. Well, I'm stupid. I'm going back." Hearing Concubine Lan's words, the smile on Yi Qinghan's face did not diminish. He just glanced at Concubine Lan indifferently, stood up, turned around, and walked out gracefully. He didn't stop at all and directly disappeared through the door, heading for his room. Looking at Yi Qinghan's spine that was as straight as a sword and feeling his cold temperament, Concubine Lan's expression instantly changed. What kind of attitude does this guy have? It seems that you're the one who's going to die, right? Shouldn't you be begging me politely? Concubine Lan's face darkened again. Her divine senses detected that Yi Qinghan had gone straight back to room number 1, and then directly activated the room's shield. Concubine Lan was completely furious. She waved her hand and swept a teacup on the table to the ground. Pa! The teacup was broken into pieces, and the light green tea leaves inside that resembled a dragon's tongue spilled all over the ground, emitting an exceptionally pleasant smell. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant. Are there really people who aren't afraid of death in this world? Concubine Lan snorted coldly and lost her temper. She directly opened the shield of the small hall, planning to wait for Yi Qinghan to beg her to let him wait outside for a few hours. Concubine Lan, on the other hand, walked into her room angrily like a little girl in a fit of pique. However, as soon as he entered and looked at the furnishings in the room, he recalled that Yi Qinghan had lived here for several months. The room seemed to be filled with his aura. With a cold harumph, he waved his hand, and the space around him trembled as he disappeared from the room. Phew, after resting leisurely in the room for 4 days, Yi Qinghan didn't practice. He couldn't achieve anything by relying on these few days, so he might as well relax and enjoy himself. He was lying lazily in the bathroom in a small room. The bathtub was very large, and hot water was trickling out of a hole, making the whole bathtub steamy. Yi Qinghan leaned his head against the edge of the bathtub. His upper body was naked, and his eyes were closed, as if he had fallen asleep. Xiao Hei's state of cultivation is very strange, isn't it? Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. When Xiao Hei practiced in the past, as long as Yi Qinghan sensed his soul, Xiao Hei would at least have some reaction. But now there was no reaction at all. At this moment, his body was emitting a faint yellow light. At this moment he couldn't sense what Xiao Hei was practicing. He and Xiao Hei's souls were connected. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Hei would not close the soul connection with him. This was the first time such a strange situation had happened. He knew that Xiao Hei had no secrets and would not close the soul connection with him at any time. The only explanation for this situation was that the faint yellow light on the surface of Xiao Hei's body isolated the soul connection between the two. After probing with his divine sense, he found nothing wrong. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to forcibly wake up Xiao Hei. He could only wait for him to wake up to find out what had happened. With a leisurely smile, Yi Qinghan didn't care so much. He raised his head, closed his eyes again, and fell asleep comfortably. Little bastard. In the small hall on the second floor, Concubine Lan's face was very ugly. She raised her hand and wanted to smash the teacup on the table again. After thinking about it, she held back, but the anger in her beautiful eyes burned even more. It had been 4 days. She was going to fight in the arena tomorrow, but this brat actually didn't come to find her. He had a backbone. He really wanted to court death. But Concubine Lan couldn't let him die. This guy's soul was too strange. It was actually divided into 2. Although she didn't know what had happened, she had an inexplicable confidence that this guy could pierce the sky. Once the sky was pierced, the curse of the Forgotten Land would be broken. Another thing that concerned Concubine Lan the most was the faint yellow light outside Yi Qinghan's soul sea. Her soul was very strong. Not to mention the soul of a divine general, she could easily invade the soul of an ordinary divine emperor without being noticed. However, the yellow light forcibly stopped her soul from invading. When a soul mutated, it could be understood that the soul actively protected its master. But now, it seemed that Yi Qinghan's condition was completely healed, but the pale yellow light shield could still easily stop her from probing. This was unusual. Phew. Lan Yu, you can't be impulsive. This guy is very important. Concubine Lan let out a long breath and tried to persuade herself. After a long time, she calmed down. Finally, she took a deep breath and spread her divine sense toward room number 1. The shield on the stone door of room number 1 was like a piece of white paper to her divine sense. Her divine sense easily penetrated it, and then locked on Yi Qinghan, who was sleeping in the bath. She snorted coldly and transmitted her voice to him. "Boy, get over here." The shout suddenly sounded in the quiet bathroom. Moreover, Concubine Lan's tone was unkind. Ordinary people would definitely jump up in fright. But Yi Qinghan still slept quietly in the bath as if he didn't hear it. He didn't even open his eyes. After a long time, when concubine Lan couldn't help but shout again, the corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth curled up slightly. He murmured to the air, "You can do it if you want. I'm not in the mood." Bang! Concubine Lan couldn't stand it anymore. With a wave of her hand, the new teacup on the table was smashed to the ground. Chapter 693. How dare you play this trick with me? Yi Qinghan sneered and stretched his body comfortably. Yi Qinghan thought that he was very good at dealing with women. He didn't know if concubine Lan had feelings for him, but he was sure of one thing. Concubine Lan valued him very much, although he didn't know the reason. But he thought that since concubine Lan had sent him a voice transmission and asked him to go to the arena, she would definitely not let him die. Usually, he would not deliberately get in touch with concubine Lan, because that would make her look down on him. Now that there was a chance, of course, he would not let it go. To deal with a woman, if you want her to fall in love with you, you have to make her think about you first. When her mind is full of you one day, then it will be done. So when he felt that the stone door of the hall was quietly opened, he was not surprised. Instead, he smiled slightly and calmed down. He closed his eyes as if he had fallen asleep. Bang! Concubine Lan slapped the bathtub with her palm, and the whole bathtub was instantly shattered. Water splashed everywhere, and gravel flew everywhere. It also sent Yi Qinghan flying. However, concubine Lan knew the severity of the matter, so she didn't hit Yi Qinghan hard. Hee woman, do you want to murder your husband? Yi Qinghan rolled in the air, and stood steadily in front of concubine Lan. He didn't even look at the messy bathroom. The smile on his face was very natural and intimate, as if they were really flirting. Concubine Lan didn't have the usual faint smile on her face, but when she saw Yi Qinghan's shameless expression, the anger in her heart unconsciously subsided. She glanced at Yi Qinghan's body, which was not fat at all and had well-defined muscles. Her face became a little unnatural. She turned around, walked out, and said coldly, "Get dressed and get out." Yi Qinghan didn't dare to provoke her again. There was a limit to everything. He had achieved his goal, and concubine Lan had already bowed her head. If he continued to act tough, he would really become a fool. After quickly putting on his clothes, Yi Qinghan quickly walked out of the room and into the small hall without looking at concubine Lan. He poured a cup of tea on the table next to him, put it on the square table beside concubine Lan with both hands, and said with a smile, "Miss Concubine Lan, have some tea. This tea is a treasure I've kept for many years. It can clear away internal heat, beautify your skin, and nourish your yin and yang. I don't take it out for ordinary people." There was no expression on concubine Lan's face. It seemed that she was still angry with Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was not annoyed. He picked up his tea and drank it slowly, but his eyes were fixed on concubine Lan's pretty face. His eyes were full of passion. "Where are your dog eyes looking at? Be careful, or I'll dig it out and feed it to the demonic beasts." After sitting for a while, concubine Lan seemed to have adjusted herself. Although her tone was not polite, her face had become much calmer. She picked up the tea subconsciously, but then she thought of something and put the teacup down again. "Drink it. This teacup is new. I haven't used it before." Yi Qinghan chuckled and pretended to glance at concubine Lan's delicate lips inadvertently. Concubine Lan's expression, which had just recovered, began to change again. Light blue divine power began to appear in her hands again. Seeing this, Yi Qinghan quickly waved his hand to dissuade her. This room was his. If concubine Lan smashed it, who would he find to repair it? The bathroom just now was enough to give him a headache. Haha, don't be angry. Miss Concubine Lan, you are also a person of high status. Why are you still so angry? You should pay attention to your bearing. Of course, I'm also at fault. I like to flirt. Please be magnanimous and don't mind me. Flirt? You're not just flirting. You're so bold. Anger surged in concubine Lan's heart. She thought of the scene when she was kissed by Yi Qinghan. She couldn't sit still anymore. She was not sure if she could not help but slap him to death if she continued to get along with this young man. With a flip of her hand, a booklet appeared in her fair hand. She threw it on the table, stood up, and walked out. When she reached the door, She waved her hand and opened the stone door. Then she turned sideways and said in a cold voice, "Practice this move and release it with that saber of yours. If you die in this way, you can only blame yourself for being useless." Watching Concubine Lan disappear into the stone door, Yi Qinghan laughed. He was right. Concubine Lan would not let him die. However, was he really going to be able to kill Long Kuei with this booklet? He opened the booklet. There was nothing complicated in it. It was just a secret skill. Yi Qinghan took a look and didn't feel that it was particularly powerful. He hesitated. The God General realm and the God King realm were not the same as the martial realm and the Duke realm. A powerful martial realm martial artist could easily kill a martial realm martial artist. However, the difference between the God General realm and the God King realm was like heaven and earth. It was at least the difference between the martial realm and the sage realm. No matter how powerful a martial was, a sage realm martial artist could kill a sage realm martial artist in one move. There was a saint realm martial artist and a god realm martial artist. Within a god realm martial artist, a sage realm martial artist could not even move. At the same time, Yi Qinghan's movement speed would become abnormally slow as soon as Divine King Nightshade unleashed his god domain. Even if he had any special techniques up his sleeve, he would only be a sitting duck waiting to be beaten. After thinking about it, Yi Qinghan could only deduce that the problem lay with the Slaughter God Saber. Concubine Lan must have a very good understanding of the Slaughter God Saber. She must have known about the Slaughter God Saber and given him a secret skill to use with the Slaughter God Saber to kill Long Kuei. However, even the Soul Emperor did not know about the Slaughter God Saber. How could Concubine Lan know about it? Elder Lu said that the Soul Emperor was the most powerful god Tharch in the past. Since he was the most powerful, he must have seen a lot. Could it be that Concubine Lan was even more powerful than the Soul Emperor? If she was that powerful, right? Why did she lower herself to be a manager on the second level? Also, if the Slaughter God Saber was used with this secret skill, it would be extremely powerful if it could kill people who were of a higher cultivation level. Why was Concubine Lan not tempted? The more he thought about it, the more he could not figure it out. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Concubine Lan was mysterious. After thinking for a while, he still could not figure it out. Yi Qinghan was worried that he did not have much time left. He did not dare to think about it anymore. Instead, he carefully flipped through the secret skill. The secret skill was a way to control energy. It could gather energy that was released, compress it, and then release it. It would produce a powerful impact in an instant. It seemed like an ordinary way to use energy. However, as Yi Qinghan looked at it carefully, his eyes lit up. The Slaughter God Saber was very powerful. Now in Yi Qinghan's hands, he could easily kill a peak stage god general. What did he rely on? It was the negative aura and murderous aura in the Slaughter God Saber. Through these negative aura and murderous aura, he could affect the enemy's soul and cause it to fall into chaos. Then he could easily kill the enemy. If the secret skill that Concubine Lan casually threw over could also compress this murderous aura and release it in an instant, it would produce a powerful impact on the soul. So what if a God King martial artist could do it? If his soul was in chaos, he would not be able to attack or defend himself. Then, what was the difference between a God King martial artist and a fat pig? One slash would definitely cause blood. Good stuff. Yi Qinghan chuckled. Since Concubine Lan threw this thing over and emphasized that she would use the Slaughter God Saber to release it, it would definitely be effective. He quickly calmed down and closed his eyes. He began to try to enter the state of silence in his soul. He wanted to master this skill as quickly as possible. Chapter 694. Long Kuei was furious. 5 days ago he had been slapped in the face by a trashy divine general martialist. When he returned home, his father had kicked him into the wall. Although he was often slapped by his father, he was still following his instructions. If he did not do well, it was a problem of his ability, not his attitude. He knew that he had gone overboard with his words, so he did not dare to talk back. He crawled up obediently and knelt down to admit his mistake. Normally, if he had used this trick, his father would have calmed down and taught him a lesson. Then he would have let the matter go. However, he did not expect his father to raise his huge palm and slap him a few times. Many of the black hairs on his face had been slapped off. To his surprise, something even more shocking happened. His father had removed his soul connection with the armor and handed it over. He had even warned him to be extremely careful in the arena battle in 5 days. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed by this little martialist. Thinking of this, Long Kuei curled his lips and sneered disdainfully. Did a divine general martialist need to be so careful? Once he activated his deity territory, he was like a grasshopper tied to a rope. No matter how hard he tried, he could not escape from Long Kuei's grasp. However, Long Kuei was still very satisfied with this set of armor. With this set of armor, not even a high-grade god artifact would be able to break through it and harm his physical body. The armor was a complete set with a helmet. As long as his divine crystal and soul were not destroyed, he would be immortal. As for soul attacks, Long Kuei had never thought about it. How strong could a first-layer divine general martialist soul be? Long Kuei touched the messy black hairs on his face and became angry again. In his heart, he was pondering whether he should chop this kid into 32 pieces or 64 pieces. In a hall on the second floor of the Rain Emperor Mountain, it was very lively today. Apart from the golden arena in the center, there were countless martialists standing around. Many people had heard about the conflict between Long Kuei and Yi Qinghan the other day. However, many people had wisely chosen not to go and watch. Reality proved that they were right not to go. Didn't you see that when the martialists came back, their faces were even uglier than if their fathers had died? Today was different. Today was an open and above-board arena battle. Of course, they could openly come and watch the show. The rules of the Rain Emperor Mountain were very strict. Under the power of the Rain Emperor, no one dared to cause trouble. This also meant that the Rain Emperor Mountain was very peaceful. In other words, very boring. Who would miss out on such a great entertainment today? Long Kuei strode into the arena in her black suit of armor with her chest puffed out and her head held high, as if she had already won the match. He glanced around and was very satisfied that so many people had come to watch the battle, especially when he saw the few single female martial artists on the second floor. His face became even more domineering. He glanced around but didn't see Yi Qinghan. He was a little annoyed. Originally, he had delayed his arrival for a little while. He didn't expect this little divine general to be even more arrogant than him. He rolled his eyes and felt relieved. He knew that he was going to die in the arena battle. Perhaps he had chickened out at the last minute? Glancing at Master Wuxian, who was standing in the arena, he felt a little more reassured. Since Wuxian was here, if Yi Qinghan didn't come, he would be breaking the rules. Concubine Lan couldn't be so lawless and protect him, right? Long Kuei walked into the arena and nodded at Wuxian. Then he stood proudly and closed his eyes to rest. Long Kuei had arrived. The martialists were all excited. The show was about to begin. After so many years of boredom, they finally had a big battle. Moreover, there were big shots fighting behind them. This made them extremely excited. However, everyone's excited hearts became cold and impatient as time passed. It had been 2 hours, but Yi Qinghan still hadn't shown up. Standing for 2 hours was a small matter, but waiting for 2 hours was a completely different concept. So many people were standing here foolishly, waiting for one person. Among them was Master Wuxian. You're just a trash divine general. You're really influential. Master Wuxian, it's almost time. Long Kuei opened her eyes and said impatiently. Her words were simple, but her meaning was clear. If he didn't show up, Yi Qinghan would forfeit. Forfeiting in the life and death arena was a violation of the Rain Emperor Mountain's Iron Rule. Anyone who violated the Iron Rule could be killed. Let's wait for another hour. Wuxian was also annoyed. There were so many people watching. He couldn't be too biased, could he? If he lost the morale, it would be difficult to lead the team. Time passed little by little. 1 hour was about to pass. Everyone was a little depressed. It seemed like they wouldn't be able to see the show. They had waited for so long in vain. Humph. Long Kuei humphed coldly. She stood up and walked off the arena. The others shook their heads and followed Long Kuei out. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the door of the hall. When the crowd saw who it was and what he was wearing, they were all shocked. It was indeed a young master. Not to mention his strength, his way of doing things was really awesome. Aha, sorry, I woke up late. I just took a shower and ate something. I haven't digested it yet, so I rushed here. You guys haven't been waiting for long, have you? Yi Qinghan was wearing the God of War robe and a bamboo hat. The demonic cloak behind him fluttered slightly as he walked. He was full of vigor. Under the crowd's gaze, he smiled and explained, then leisurely walked towards the arena. Everyone was familiar with the God of War robe. However, this wasn't the immortal world. In the Forgotten Land, no one wore the God of War robe. Every tribe had their own uniforms. Wearing this robe, didn't it mean that you were looking down on the Rain Emperor? Immortal Realm warriors didn't sleep or eat. Your explanation was too fake. Did you think we were fools? Humph. It doesn't matter. Eat a little more for the last meal. The next meal will be in the underworld realm. This, I can understand. Long Kuei stood on the other side of the stage with a sinister smile on her face. She was in a very good mood to be able to openly kill him on the stage, so she was in a very good mood. Let's not waste time. Lord Wuxian, you may begin. Yi Qinghan said to Wuxian as he adjusted his bamboo hat. Alright, the arena of life and death has no rules. No one is allowed to leave the arena until the victor is dead. Otherwise, I'll kill him myself. Wuxian nodded indifferently. He waved his hand and jumped off the arena. A black light lit up the arena, and the barrier around it slowly activated. The entire arena was shrouded in black mist, as if it was a battlefield. Little bastard, I'll make you regret being born into this world today. A huge battle axe appeared in Long Kuei's hand. The golden light from the axe illuminated the entire arena, making his face look extremely sinister. That battle armor belongs to your father, right? How despicable. Yi Qinghan seemed to be enraged as he looked at the black battle armor on Long Kuei's body. Haha, at least you know your stuff. So you're definitely going to die today. When Long Kuei heard Yi Qinghan's enraged tone, he threw his head back and laughed maniacally. However, he didn't know that a long black saber had already appeared in Yi Qinghan's hand. The long black saber didn't exude the heart-palpitating aura like before. Instead, it seemed like an ordinary saber. However, in the next second, the long black saber silently spat out a very small wave of air. It instantly left his body and shot toward Long Kuei. Stop! The crowd outside couldn't see the battle clearly. They could only discuss among themselves and wait for the outcome. However, not long after the barrier was activated, a black figure suddenly floated into the hall with lightning speed. He was frighteningly fast. As he roared, a ball of green flames that could melt anything appeared in his hand. He ruthlessly smashed it toward the barrier. What was going on? Everyone blinked. A hint of anger flashed across Wuxian's eyes. Everyone recognized this person. It was Long Kuei's father, Lord Long and I. However, the crowd didn't understand why Long and I dared to defy the rules and break the barrier on the arena. Moreover, judging from his aura, he seemed to want to shatter the barrier along with the little martial artist in the arena. Chapter 695. Lord Long and I, don't be rash. Wuxian's divine power surged. He wanted to stop Long and I subconsciously, but he stopped where he was and shouted instead. He recognized the green flame on Long Ni's hand. That was his most powerful profound fusion. He wasn't confident that he could block this move, so he could only shout with a pale face. The life and death arena was a rule set by the Rain Emperor himself. It wasn't that no one had ever entered the arena before, but no one had ever dared to stop it halfway. The arena had just started, and Long and I dared to stop it openly. This wasn't just a slap to the Rain Emperor's face. It was also a slap to Wuxian's face. The martial artists surrounding the arena quickly retreated to avoid being affected, but they were secretly shocked. What happened to make Long and I so impulsive? Could it be that something special had happened in the arena? Or was Long Kuei going to die? Otherwise, why would Long and I be so reckless? But why was Long Kuei going to die? Was it because of that young god general? Long Ni's expression was very bad. He wasn't a fool. He knew that if he tried to stop it openly, he would be giving his face to concubine Lan to slap. However, he had no choice. When Yi Qinghan had mentioned the life and death arena, he had been secretly paying attention. However, at that time, the spiritual senses of the big shots on the second floor had locked onto him. He had even sensed that some of the big shots on the third and fourth floors had also quietly probed him with their spiritual senses. Then he felt a sense of unease. Without hesitation, he took off his life-saving armor. At the same time, when the life and death arena started, he had been hiding nearby. Just now he felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. Even his soul trembled. He knew that something was going to happen. He only had one son, so he had to do something. Hence he didn't hesitate and threw a punch without holding back. The green flame quickly left his body and smashed onto the black shield. A burst of green light and black light flashed. The black shield was like a broken eggshell. It instantly shattered and revealed two figures. Both figures were black. One was wearing armor, and the other was wearing the war god robe. The difference was that the figure wearing the armor was standing there like a fool. His eyes were blank. As for the other figure who had obtained the war god's robe, he was holding a strange saber, and was sliding it towards the neck of the warrior who was standing there foolishly. The saber was very beautiful, emitting an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. It drew an elegant arc in the air, and at this moment, it was less than a centimeter away from the black-haired neck. Supreme God slaying God. Motherf ****, kid stop. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you. Longni's eyes constricted. When he saw the two words God Slayer on the blade, his eyes suddenly widened. At this moment, he finally understood why his heart was palpitating. He knew very well that it was too late to make a move at this moment. He could only roar angrily, hoping that this brat would stop. The deafening roar shook the entire hall, causing the eardrums of the hundreds of cultivators present to ache. But it didn't shake the saber in the slightest. Yi Qinghan's eyes were slightly red, but his soul was incomparably clear. At the moment when the barrier was broken, he hesitated. However, after Long and I shouted this sentence, he didn't hesitate anymore. The long saber slid across at lightning speed, and finally drifted past Long Kuei's black-haired neck. The slaughter god saber glowed with a black light, and Yi Qinghan gently kept the saber before putting it into his interspatial ring. Then he turned around. Chao Long and I smiled in shame. However, because of the murderous aura, his face was a little distorted, and his eyes were bloodshot. His smile was unusually sinister as he sighed and said, "My lord, you shouted too late. I'm sorry. I didn't stop." Boom. As soon as Yi Qinghan finished his sentence, a tall figure behind him suddenly collapsed. A fiery red divine crystal, an interspatial ring, and a set of black battle armor floated in the air. The fiery red light within the divine crystal illuminated the entire arena with a fiery red light, and it also illuminated the pale faces of countless martial artists in the arena with a fiery red light. Gulp, gulp. Countless cultivators secretly swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and licked their dry lips. They realized that they had done another stupid thing. Today's show seemed like they shouldn't have come. Long Ni's tyrannical attack broke the Rain Emperor's rules. That young god general made a light move and killed Long Kuei in front of everyone and Long and I. He didn't stop? Was he trying to fool a kid? And that strange saber? They would rather not have seen it. Needless to say, something that allowed a cultivator to kill someone of a higher cultivation level was definitely a treasure. However, they all saw it. They saw something that they shouldn't have seen. Good, what a good didn't stop. You have guts, kid. You have guts. Long and I looked at the lifeless Long Kuei on the ground and stared at Yi Qinghan as he spoke slowly. When everyone heard this, they all took a step back. Long Ni's words were very clear. Kid, you have guts, but you made me lose my guts. As expected. Long Ni's body suddenly exploded with a suffocating aura that burned the air in the entire hall. This aura was so tyrannical that even Wu Shan took a step back unconsciously. Yi Qinghan felt like he fell into magma, and every cell in his body started to heat up. Woman, if you don't make a move now, you are going to be a widow. Yi Qinghan took 5 or 6 steps back, and almost fell off the stage. He looked at the green flames that were shot out from Long Ni's hand. He looked at the green flame that shot out from Long Ni's hand, and the air started to boil. He was very clear that if he was touched by the flame, there wouldn't be anything left of him. He smiled bitterly in his heart and murmured to the sky, "Damn it, I'm going all out." Wu Shan clenched his teeth. He knew that even if he could block the green flame, he would definitely be severely injured. However, could he not block it? He could pretend that he didn't see the big shots fighting in the dark. However, Long and I was making a move now. Needless to say, Concubine Lan and the big shots on the second level were watching. Countless big shots on the third and fourth levels were watching. Even the woman in the palace at the top of the mountain was watching. For the sake of his commander position, he had to put on an act. Therefore, his body instantly emitted an earthy yellow light. A round shield appeared in his hand, and he charged towards the green flame. However, just as he took a few steps forward, he suddenly realized in horror that he couldn't move his body. Even the yellow round shield in his hand had disintegrated. While he was shocked, he scanned with his divine sense and realized that everyone in the hall couldn't move. The green flame had also stopped in midair. He heaved a sigh of relief. Then he heard a cold snort in the hall, and he was instantly ecstatic. Humph! This cold snort wasn't loud, and it was a little ethereal. It sounded like a person sighing. The sound wasn't loud, but it clearly resounded in everyone's soul. Moreover, as this cold snort sounded, the green flame in the air started to extinguish like a flame without oxygen. Everyone was stunned when they heard this sound. Then their expressions instantly changed. When Long and I heard this sound, his entire body started to tremble. Looking at his pale face, it was easy to tell that he was trembling. He wasn't trembling because he was excited, but because of fear. Boundless fear. Greetings, Rain Emperor. When everyone felt that their bodies could move again, they all knelt heavily on the ground with a putong sound. Only Yi Qinghan was left standing on the arena, somewhat baffled. Chapter 696. Long Ni's lips were trembling. His kneeling feet were also shaking. His eyes were filled with sadness and bitterness. He knew that this was the first time in tens of thousands of years that the big shots of the third and fourth level would definitely use their divine senses to watch. He also guessed that the woman in the palace was very likely to be quietly watching them. But he still acted without hesitation. Not only did he destroy the shield, but he also killed the little bastard that made him extinct. He had already sent a message to the fourth level's big brother, Long Fei, but he didn't receive it. He didn't receive his message just now either. Therefore, he thought that Long Fei had acquiesced to his action. He thought that even if the woman in the palace was watching quietly, she would give his big brother face and punish him at most. But Long Fei didn't say anything, but the Rain Emperor did. He knew the consequences were serious. Then he felt the divine energy in the hall fluctuate. A blurry woman's face appeared in the hall. He knew the situation was serious to the point where he couldn't bear it. Greetings, Rain Emperor. When the people in the field sensed the blurry face in the sky, they were once again terrified and bowed down respectfully. Yi Qinghan sighed and knelt down with the others helplessly. Facing the strongest person of the Rain Emperor Mountain, no matter how arrogant he was, he wouldn't be stupid enough to commit suicide. Long and I will give your big brother face. If you can win 12 consecutive battles, I will spare your life. The blurry face in the hall didn't show any emotion. Her eyes didn't even move. Her voice was ethereal, and people couldn't tell the original voice. They could only vaguely tell that it was a woman's voice. Hiss. Everyone didn't dare to look up, but they all gasped. They all knew that Long and I was finished. In a heaven-defying battle, you couldn't win consecutive battles just because you were strong. Long and I had just reached the 6th grade war god level, and could easily win a few battles in a heaven-defying battle. But in consecutive battles, Long and I would definitely die. Thank you, Rain Emperor, for your mercy. Long and I will take his leave. The corner of Long Ni's lips twitched bitterly, but he did not dare to resist at all. Instead, he bowed 3 times politely towards the face in the sky. He opened his hand and grabbed Long Kuei's corpse and the divine crystal armor before making his way out resolutely. His footsteps were extremely heavy as he walked. The Rain Emperor's prestige could not be challenged, and those who challenged him were already dead. He didn't dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Otherwise, not only would he die, but his big brother would also die. Even though it was extremely difficult to win 12 consecutive victories, there was still time. Perhaps the Rain Emperor would give his big brother some face when the time came. After Long and I left, the woman's face in midair revealed a smile that no one knew about. Her eyes actually turned and looked at Yi Qinghan, who was on the stage. She said softly, "Yi Qinghan, As long as you get to the 4th level of the 5 Emperors Mountain, I will allow you to stay in the palace." After that, the divine aura in the air trembled, and the woman's face gradually disappeared. Finally, the hall returned to its original state. However, everyone in the hall, including Wuxian, did not move. They still remained on one knee and lowered their heads. The hall was completely silent, deathly silent. It was not because they didn't dare to stand up due to their respect for the Rain Emperor. It was because everyone was stunned by the Rain Emperor's last sentence. Or rather, they were stunned. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After a moment, Wuxian finally regained his senses and looked at the astonished face on the stage. Everyone at the back of the arena came to their senses and raised their heads in unison, casting their gazes towards the delicate and pretty face on the arena. There was only one expression in everyone's eyes: shock. 5 tribes, 5 mountains. There was a palace at the top of every mountain, and there was no exception. There was only one person living in each palace. The 5 most powerful people in the Forgotten Land. However, the Rain Emperor said that this little god general would also have the chance to live there, and he would be living with her. A man and a woman living together? What did this mean? They couldn't figure it out at the moment. However, the only thing they knew was that this young divine general was very powerful. He was so powerful that even the Rain Emperor knew his name, and had secretly invited him. He had a chance to become this empress's guest. Countless warriors in the hall came to their senses, but their faces were extremely bitter. It was true that they came to watch the show when they were bored, but this show was too lively. They didn't know if this little god general would bear a grudge against them. If he did, they would have a hard time in the future. However, Wuxian was secretly delighted. His decisive move just now was indeed the right one. Now it seemed that Concubine Land's backer was indeed the Rain Emperor. However, he didn't know if they were sisters, or if they were some kind of peony or lily. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose embarrassedly, nodded at Wuxian, and walked down the stage to his residence. He wasn't happy about the Rain Emperor's last sentence at all. Instead, he secretly became vigilant. He wasn't a fool. He knew very well that although he was a little handsome, and his fighting ability in bed was a little valiant, he wasn't at the level where he could kill all women in a second. There must be something wrong if there was nothing abnormal. He had never seen the Rain Emperor before, but she said such ambiguous words in front of everyone. It was even beneath her status. There must be a deeper meaning behind it. He felt as if he was facing Lord Devour in the Fire Dragon continent. It seemed that Concubine Lan and the Rain Emperor were trying to seduce him, influence him, or even control him. It wasn't hard to imagine that their ultimate goal was to make him go to the 5 Emperors Mountain. However, what good would it do them if he went to the 5 Emperors Mountain? Also, why were they so sure that a little god general like him could go to the 5 Emperors Mountain? With the appearance of the Rain Emperor, the matter of the life and death arena was easily suppressed. Long and I, who was arrogant on the 2nd level, didn't even dare to fart in front of the Rain Emperor. He obediently prepared to die. The 2nd level regained its peace. However, everyone was very clear that there was one more person on the 2nd level that they couldn't afford to offend, a little god general. After Concubine Lan saw Yi Qinghan in front of the life and death arena, she completely quieted down. In other words, she disappeared. The stone door of the small hall on the 2nd level shone with a faint white light, telling everyone that she was very busy and wouldn't see anyone. After Yi Qinghan rested in his room for 3 days and confirmed that Concubine Lan wouldn't appear, he didn't go to the number 1 training room to cultivate. Instead, he went to Wu Shan's room. When Wu Shan saw Yi Qinghan, he was extremely enthusiastic. Even his actions and words revealed a hint of respect. He enthusiastically asked the maidservant in the room to pour tea for Yi Qinghan. Then he smiled and asked Yi Qinghan why he was here. "Big brother Wu Shan, I want to go to the 5 Emperors Mountain to take a look." Yi Qinghan didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his intention. Since Concubine Lan and the Rain Emperor wanted him to climb the 5 Emperors Mountain, he should at least go and see what was special about the 5 Emperors Mountain. Chapter 697. Little brother, you want to climb the 5 Emperors Mountain? Wu Shan said warmly, even omitting the word yi. He frowned and continued, "Little brother, I advise you not to climb the 5 Emperors Mountain in a hurry. It's best to cultivate to the peak of the godly general realm before going. Although he knew that Yi Qinghan was very ordinary, and was even favored by the Rain Emperor, he did not think that Yi Qinghan could climb the 5 Emperors Mountain with his current strength. Hence, he tried to persuade him in a roundabout way. Big brother Wushan, can you introduce me to the 5 Emperors Mountain? Yi Qinghan was very satisfied with Wu Shan's decisive action against Long and I. Although he relied on the Rain Emperor to save his life in the end. No matter what, Wu Shan had expressed his attitude, and Yi Qinghan was most concerned about other people's attitudes. Of course you will understand it sooner or later. Wu Shan smiled and explained. The 5 Emperors Mountain is in the center of the Forgotten Land. It is millions of meters tall, but cannot be seen with the naked eye. This is because the 5 Emperors have set up a restriction on the 5 Emperors Mountain. One can only enter the 5 Emperors Mountain through a teleportation array. The terrain of the 5 Emperors Mountain is very special. You will understand when you see it. Fighting against the odds is the only way for a warrior to ascend to the second level. The 5 Emperors Mountain is the only way for a warrior to ascend to the third and fourth level. The longer you stay in the 5 Emperors Mountain, the higher you climb, and the higher your position in the Forgotten Land will be. Yi Qinghan nodded and roughly understood. After a moment of silence, Yi Qinghan asked, Big brother Wushan, is there anything to pay attention to when climbing the 5 Emperors Mountain? Is it that the stronger you are, the higher you can climb? Also, has anyone climbed to the peak yet? Just now, Wushan told him to cultivate to the peak of the godly general realm before climbing the 5 Emperors Mountain. Therefore, he was a little worried. If the height of the mountain was equal to the strength, if he wanted to climb to the peak, how long would he have to cultivate? What cultivation level? Little brother, are you joking? I have stayed in the Forgotten Land for hundreds of thousands of years, but only one person can climb to the peak. That person is the second strongest person in the Wind Emperor tribe, Sir Yun. He had just climbed up the 5th mountain, and was still far from the summit. Of course, I don't know if anyone climbed up before I came. Wu Shan waved his hand and smiled. Then he began to explain to Yi Qinghan. As for what you said about climbing the mountain, I'm sure no one knows about it besides the 5 Emperors. It was because the 5 Emperors Mountains were very strange. For example, Long and I had just reached the level of a 6th grade war god, but he couldn't even climb the second mountain. Not long ago, Cloud Emperor's tribe produced a prodigy. He stayed in the 5 Emperors Mountain for 10 days and 10 nights and successfully climbed to the peak of the second mountain. However, his strength was only at the 3rd level of the God King realm. I've heard from Miss Lan that if you can't make any progress after climbing up the 5 Emperors Mountain, you can only stay like this forever. When Wu Shan saw Yi Qinghan, his eyes were still filled with doubt. He knew what Yi Qinghan was thinking and said with a smile, Little brother, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but there has never been a first-layer divine general who could stay in the 5 Emperors Mountains for even a second. Even a warrior at the peak of the divine general realm could barely stand in there for a few seconds. Hehe, I see. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes and remembered that concubine Lan told him to cultivate for a while before going. Otherwise he would suffer. His heart was filled with bitterness. A warrior at the peak of the divine general realm could only stand in there for a few seconds. It seemed like the 5 Emperors Mountains were not that easy to climb, but he still wanted to climb to the peak. Little brother, don't worry. Since concubine Lan allowed you to cultivate for an unlimited time in the number 1 training room, your strength will definitely soar soon. I'm looking forward to your performance by then. When Wushan saw Yi Qinghan's sadness, he smiled and comforted him. Before he finished speaking, he saw Yi Qinghan stand up. He thought that Yi Qinghan was going back to cultivate, so he quickly stood up to send him off. Unexpectedly, Yi Qinghan smiled and said to him, Brother Wushan, bring me to the 5 Emperors Mountain. I want to see it. Wushan blinked his eyes in surprise. Looking at Yi Qinghan's determined eyes, he smiled helplessly. In his heart he thought, does this kid think that my words are bullsh*t? Let's see how you cry later. The two walked out of Wushan's room and walked to the hall on the 2nd floor. Greetings, Master Wushan, Master Yi Qinghan. Greetings, Master Wushan, Master Yi. Along the way, The cultivators they met all bowed respectfully to the two of them. Many people were even more respectful to Yi Qinghan, but Wuxian did not feel uncomfortable at all. While Yi Qinghan politely returned the greeting, he was secretly shocked. The Rain Emperor's power was so powerful. The Rain Emperor only expressed a little bit of her intention, but the people below were so afraid. In fact, Yi Qinghan did not know that the Rain Emperor rarely sent messages, let alone formed a virtual image. However, every time the Rain Emperor made a sound, it must be something big or she was going to kill someone. Years ago, the Rain Emperor killed a 6th-grade war god with one palm strike. On the Rain Emperor Mountain, no one dared to offend the Rain Emperor's power. Long Anai was a 6th-grade war god, and he had a brother who was one of the top figures on the Rain Emperor Mountain. Even so, he didn't dare to say a word. The Rain Emperor rarely spoke, but this time, she purposely said something to Yi Qinghan. And it was so ambiguous. What did it mean? They walked to the widest hall on the second floor. Yi Qinghan looked at the small teleportation formation in the center of the hall. Without hesitation, he and Wuxian stepped onto it. Swish! With a flash of white light, Yi Qinghan and Wuxian appeared on an empty ground. Yi Qinghan looked up and was slightly surprised. He finally understood why Wuxian said the 5 Emperors' Mountains terrain was strange. It was because it did not look like one mountain, but more like 5 mountains, with obvious dividing lines. The 5 mountains were very steep, almost at a 60-degree angle, and very smooth. The mountain at the bottom was red, the second was orange, the third was yellow, the fourth was green, and the fifth was purple. The mountain at the bottom was the largest, and it got smaller as it went up. This mountain did not look like it was formed naturally. It looked like it was made by people. The mountain was very tall, about 1,000,000 meters tall, and very steep. However, this height was nothing in the eyes of a God Realm warrior. Yi Qinghan had seen mountains that were even higher. If this mountain was not strange, Yi Qinghan was confident that he could fly to the top of the mountain in a few breaths. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not need to think to know that this mountain was strange. Moreover, there were a few warriors and 2 demonic beasts moving slowly on the mountain, which told Yi Qinghan how strange this mountain was. The warriors were surging with god power, as if they were carrying 1,000,000 pounds of weight. They were climbing with difficulty. That's right. They were not walking, but crawling with their hands and feet. Their bodies would tremble with every step they took, and their faces were filled with incomparable pain. The 2 demonic beasts were also ape-type demonic beasts. It was obvious that they did not attack the warriors, which meant that they were high-level demonic beasts with spiritual intelligence. However, these warriors and demonic beasts were only halfway up the first mountain. One could imagine how difficult it was to climb this mountain. Suddenly, a warrior climbed a step forward, but he suddenly hugged his head and roared in pain. He rolled down the mountain and landed on the empty ground in front of Yi Qinghan and Wuxian. His entire body was twitching, and his veins were popping. He looked terrible. "Little brother, come back next time." Wuxian smiled and advised when he saw Yi Qinghan's thoughtful expression. Ordinary peak divine generals wouldn't be able to hold on for long if they stepped into the Red Mountain before being sent flying. You're just a first-layer divine general, so you'd better not go and ask for trouble. Hee, I'll give it a try. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up and his god power surged. He used Imminent Skyline and rushed toward the Red Mountain like a gust of wind. Before Wuxian could react, Yi Qinghan had already rushed out. Wuxian smiled and thought to himself, "Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. It seems like I'll have to carry him back later." However, before his smile could fully blossom, it suddenly froze. As he stared at Yi Qinghan's back, his mouth gaped so wide that one could swallow an entire egg. Chapter 698. On the red ground in front of him, Yi Qinghan's figure was like a galloping stallion, leaving a trail of dust behind him. In the blink of an eye, he had already covered a distance of several hundred meters. His figure did not pause at all, as though he was walking on a flat ground. He moved so casually and so elegantly. Many warriors in the realm of the gods were able to use graceful footwork. Wuxian believed that his footwork was even more graceful than Yi Qinghan's. The question was, where was that Red Mountain? In this place, even a second-level god emperor, whose strength was comparable to a 5th-grade war god, would not dare to walk so elegantly, let alone an ordinary warrior. There's nothing special about it. Yi Qinghan furrowed his brows as he ran. Was Wuxian trying to scare him? However, when he saw the warriors and demonic beasts crawling up the slope ahead, Yi Qinghan felt that something was amiss. There's a reaction. This mountain is indeed interesting. After running for another dozen meters, Yi Qinghan began to feel dizzy. His body seemed to have become heavier, and he was forced to slow down. What's that sound? Yi Qinghan did not slow down. He gathered his divine power and continued to run up under Wu Shan's wide-eyed gaze. However, a strange sound began to ring in his ears. It sounded like countless flies buzzing in his ears. It made him a little upset and made him dizzy. This degree of dizziness was a piece of cake for someone like Yi Qinghan, who often suffered from pain. However, the pressure on his body increased, and he had no choice but to slow down a little. The warriors and two demonic beasts halfway up the mountain also realized that something was wrong. They stopped climbing and looked toward Yi Qinghan. To them, a warrior who could walk so easily was definitely a top-notch expert. Since there was an expert climbing the mountain, they naturally had to stop to show their respect. God. First-level God General? However, when they scanned the area with their divine senses, they all widened their eyes. One of the warriors was so shocked that he forgot that he was in the 5 Emperors' Mountains. He subconsciously stood up, but he was suddenly pressed down by a strong gravitational force, and his body rolled down. My lord! What's going on? The martial artist who rolled down was wearing a suit of gray battle armor. He was a martial artist from the Rain Emperor's tribe. He ignored the injuries on his body and stood up in shock, staring blankly at Yi Qinghan, who was still running up the mountain. He swallowed his saliva, turned around, and saw Wuxian standing at the side. He hurriedly pointed at Yi Qinghan and said to Wuxian, "Shut up." Wuxian shouted coldly without turning his head. Without blinking, Yi Qinghan swallowed his saliva and mumbled, "Something bad is going to happen. Something big is going to happen." Oh, the dizziness has turned into a headache? As expected, it's not simple, Yi Qinghan mumbled. He felt the buzzing sound in his ears getting louder and louder, and waves of pain started to appear in his head. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he continued to run. He had experienced this kind of pain for an entire year in the Carefree Pavilion. He had fainted countless times in the Fire Dragon continent because of the pain. Battle Beast Fusion. Yi Qinghan let out a deep shout. Her divine power surged, and her 2 soul seas simultaneously flashed with radiance. That pain completely disappeared, and her speed suddenly soared as she charged forward. Oh my god! Seeing that Yi Qinghan had actually increased his speed again, Wuxian's body trembled, and the warrior behind him also trembled. Wuxian purposely turned around to look at the warrior, and the two of them looked at each other. After confirming that he had not seen wrongly, Wuxian wiped the cold sweat off his face. This young master had gone too far this time. Plop! As Yi Qinghan increased his speed again, a warrior and a demonic beast on the mountainside lost their composure. They immediately rolled down and stood behind Wuxian. They gave the warrior a look, and it was obvious that he was a level 1 divine general. The warrior had wanted to ask Wuxian, but Wuxian did not answer. Apart from turning around to look at him, Wuxian's eyes never left the warrior who was running wildly on the mountainside. Very soon, Yi Qinghan's figure had already surpassed the remaining few warriors lying on the ground halfway up the mountain. However, it was obvious that he had slowed down, and his back was slightly bent. He was no longer as straight as a javelin like before. No wonder this mountain is so difficult to climb. Yi Qinghan shook his head, gritted his teeth, and continued to move forward. If he wanted to take down Concubine Lan, he would have to climb to the peak. If he could not even climb the first mountain, it would take him a few million years to reach the peak. Even if it was possible, it would be impossible. By then, he might not even know if Concubine Lan would be moldy. What would be the point of taking her down? He now understood why those who climbed the mountain had to stand on all fours. This mountain was very strange. The higher one climbed, the greater the impact on one's soul. Moreover, the gravity on one's body would also increase. If it was only one of the two factors, it would be fine. One could just push forward and charge forward. However, the headache would come in waves. One might not be able to endure it any longer and fall down under the pressure of the gravity. In that case, one would have to climb all over again. Yi Qinghan dashed past them like a gust of wind. The remaining two warriors and the high-level demonic beast quickly checked Yi Qinghan's strength again. After confirming that Yi Qinghan was indeed a first-layer divine general, the two martialists and the demonic beast turned into three balls and rolled downwards without any hesitation. At this moment, a slight sound of surprise came from the palace at the peak of the Rain Emperor Mountain. Not long after, a slight ripple appeared in the space below the Five Emperors Mountain, attracting Wuxian's attention. However, Wuxian did not discover anything after scanning with his divine sense. He smiled as he continued to stare at Yi Qinghan, who was getting closer to the second mountain. Then a gust of wind blew behind him again. This time, not only did Wuxian notice it, but the warriors behind him also sensed it. The two demonic beasts in particular started to scan their surroundings cautiously. However, no one paid any attention to it. Such a huge incident had occurred, so it would be strange if the important figures did not use their divine senses to check. Just over 100 meters. I must climb up. For the first time, Yi Qinghan could not take it anymore. His head was in pain, his body swayed, and he almost fell down. Yi Qinghan finally bent down helplessly and started to climb up using both his hands and feet. His speed was much slower, but he was still able to move a few meters per second. There was a small dividing zone between the first and second mountains. It was only half a meter wide, but it was just enough for a person to sit on. After much effort, Yi Qinghan finally reached the dividing zone and sat down. He felt the headache in his head and the gravity on his body disappear instantly. The pressure on his body disappeared, and the buzzing in his ears disappeared as well. Yi Qinghan felt a sense of comfort. He stood up and waved at Wuxian. He sent a message. Brother Wuxian, this mountain is not that difficult to climb. Are you sure you didn't bring me to the wrong place? Wuxian staggered and almost fell to the ground. Chapter 699. Something big happened in the Five Emperors Mountain today. After Yi Qinghan climbed up the first mountain, he did not continue to act tough. Then, like a wild goose, he flew down and dragged Wuxian, whose face was filled with shock, into one of the 5 teleportation formations and returned to the Rain Emperor Mountain. The warriors on the empty ground started to discuss among themselves in shock. Besides the warrior from the Rain Emperor Mountain, no one believed that Yi Qinghan was a first-grade divine general. Coincidentally, the warrior from the Rain Emperor Mountain was a team leader who had led Yi Qinghan's group of 5 in a heaven-defying battle. At first, they did not see it clearly, but when Yi Qinghan came down, he saw it clearly. When he heard their argument, he responded with a few words, unwilling to accept it. His meaning was clear. Your tribe does not have a genius, but the Rain Emperor's tribe has an exceptional genius. Your questioning is obviously jealousy, blatant jealousy. After the warrior said that Yi Qinghan was the young divine general who won 15 consecutive battles, no one questioned him anymore. Instead, they quickly entered their respective teleportation formations and returned to their respective tribes. Such important news, they had to report it immediately and fight for the credit. In an instant, except for the Wind Emperor's tribe, the news spread to the other tribes. It was not because the warriors in the Forgotten Land were gossiping, but because it was too shocking. The young divine general who won 15 consecutive battles, the genius from the Rain Emperor's tribe, not only did he not die, he came out of seclusion, climbed the 5 Emperors Mountain for the first time, and easily reached the first level of the 5 Emperors Mountain. What was the 5 Emperors Mountain? It was the most important place in the entire Forgotten Land, because the 5 Emperors valued it the most. In the Forgotten Land, unless one reached the level of a 6th-grade war god, the 5 Emperors would not even look at one. However, if one could climb higher and last longer in the 5 Emperors Mountain, then the 5 Emperors would pay more attention to him. Although the crowd did not know why the 5 Emperors valued the 5 Emperors Mountain so much. However, if one wanted to live a good life, to have more power, to have better treasures, and to enjoy life, besides being powerful, the only way was to climb the 5 Emperors Mountain. Didn't you see that godly king martial artist from the Cloud Emperor tribe? Not only did he climb to the first level, But he also stayed in the 5 Emperors Mountain for 10 days and 10 nights. As soon as he returned to the Cloud Emperor's tribe, Convenient Horse was summoned by the Cloud Emperor. He was even moved to the 4th floor and stayed with a group of 6th grade war gods. What kind of honor was that? No one knew what kind of treatment the Rain Emperor would bestow upon this little divine general, but it did not stop this little divine general from becoming famous in the entire Forgotten Land. Yi Qinghan didn't know that he had only climbed a mountain with minor injuries, but it had caused an uproar in the entire Forgotten Land. In fact, he was still a little troubled. Climbing the first mountain was already so difficult. If he wanted to reach the peak, it would be extraordinarily difficult. It seemed like he had to work hard to cultivate. Wuxian had a complicated expression on his face at the 5 Emperors Mountain. However, after he returned to the Rain Emperor Mountain, he calmed down. He didn't say much. Instead, he asked Yi Qinghan to go rest first, and then he turned around and left. After he turned into a corridor, his footsteps began to tremble. This was not caused by fear or shock, but excitement and ecstasy. He began to quicken his pace and walked toward Concubine Land's small hall. He wanted to report this matter to Concubine Lan as soon as possible. Through Concubine Lan, this would definitely be a great contribution. However, the stone door of Concubine Land's small hall was still closed, and the white light above it was flashing, which meant that Concubine Lan didn't have time to see anyone. Damn it! Wuxian angrily smashed the stone door a few times. This was a great contribution if the news was sent to the Rain Emperor as soon as possible. Later, everyone would know, and it would be none of his business. Concubine Land's closed-door cultivation was too timely. After smashing the door randomly, Wuxian knew that since the protective shield of Concubine Land's room was open, even if he attacked with all his strength, Concubine Lan wouldn't know. He rolled his eyes, gritted his teeth, and made up his mind. He resolutely turned around and walked out of the hall on the 2nd floor. He walked toward the sky stairway, but he didn't go to the 1st floor. Instead, he went up. Stop. The 3rd floor was the same as the 2nd floor, but the soil was white. There was a team of guards on the sky stairway. Seeing Wuxian coming up, they hurriedly glanced at him coldly. If they hadn't seen Concubine Lan bring Wuxian up before, they would have killed him directly. Sir, I have something important to report. Miss Concubine Lan is in closed-door cultivation. So, although Wuxian was arrogant on the 2nd floor, he was as obedient as a coward on the 3rd floor. It was not his fault. Without orders from the Rain Emperor or Concubine Lan, anyone who dared to come up to the 3rd floor without permission would violate the iron law of the Rain Emperor Mountain. The guards on the 3rd floor had the right to kill him directly. Wuxian, are you sure? A black-armored martialist among the guards said indifferently. His meaning was obvious. If your matter is not important, don't blame us if the manager of the 3rd floor is alarmed and something bad happens. I'm very sure. Even if Sir Qili hears it, he will report it immediately. Wuxian was very sure. He took the risk to go up to the 3rd floor just to report this matter. Finally, when the Rain Emperor heard it, he would have made a great contribution. Good. Wait here. Seeing that Wuxian knew the rules, the warrior hurriedly walked inside. It seemed that something big had happened. However, not long after, the warrior came out and did not let Wuxian in. Instead, he waved his hand calmly and said, Sir Qili said that he already knows what you want to report. This news was passed down from the Rain Emperor. He wants you to go back and wait for orders. Hearing this, Wuxian's body tensed up. He remembered the space fluctuation and the countless cool breezes behind Yi Qinghan when he was climbing the mountain. After being stunned for a while, he was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled, cupped his hands, and walked to the 2nd floor. It seemed that the Rain Emperor had already noticed Yi Qinghan's matter. It was no wonder that the Rain Emperor would not pay attention to a person who was so important to him climbing the 5 Emperors Mountain for the first time. The Rain Emperor was probably also quietly watching, right? Of course, the Rain Emperor already knew. At this moment, the 5th floor of the palace was very lively. Inside the magnificent palace, there were 5 chairs made of green wood. Sitting in the main seat was a woman. She had a graceful figure, and every movement she made exuded an enchanting aura. Her temperament was incomparably enchanting. It was a pity that her face was a bit blurry, and her true appearance could not be seen clearly. However, her eyes were very bright. On the left side of the chair sat an old man in white. His appearance was very ordinary, and his hair and beard were all white. His face was full of smiles, and he looked like a benevolent old man. Below him sat an imposing man with purple hair and 2 small horns on his head. The man was very handsome. On the right side sat a middle-aged man in a green robe, and a man with an unusually majestic figure. His muscles were very exaggerated, and there was light hair on his face. Rain Empress, this is your fault. The last time we asked you about that brat, you said that he was in a coma and would probably not live for long. If this brat did not make a move, we would not have known that he was already awake. The white-haired old man was the first to speak. He looked at the lady and said with a smile. The green-robed man immediately followed up, but his tone was not very polite. That's right. You actually let such a genius stay on the 2nd floor? The last time I received news, I was almost killed by your subordinate. You did not protect such a genius, and now that something has happened, you have harmed everyone. Why don't you send him to the Wind Emperor tribe, and I will give him the position of Deputy Palace Lord. The man with abnormally exaggerated muscles also said sinisterly, Hee, we can also give him to the Demon Emperor tribe. Chapter 700. Bullshit. Wind Emperor, do I need you to teach me how to do things? In the face of the cyan-robed man's sarcasm, the Rain Emperor did not hold back. He even cursed in an extremely arrogant manner. Then, her bright eyes swept over the green-robed man and the muscular man. She snorted coldly and said, Wind Emperor, Demon Emperor, don't blame me for not reminding you. It's fine if you play tricks normally, but if you dare to touch this brat, don't blame me for turning against you. Humph. The Wind Emperor and the Beast Emperor snorted coldly at the same time. It was obvious that they were very displeased with the Rain Emperor's arrogance. With the Rain Emperor's impolite words, the atmosphere in the palace became tense. Even the gently fluttering red muslin hung down. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Perhaps an ordinary small martial artist would be directly suppressed to death here. All right. Don't be angry. The Rain Empress has her own reasons for doing things. Everyone's starting point is the same. I believe that the Wind Emperor and the Demon Emperor will not do such a stupid thing. The white-haired old man, Emperor Yun, chuckled and dispelled the tense atmosphere. He was obviously trying to be a peacemaker. Then he turned to look at the purple-haired handsome man beside him and said, Don't you agree, Thunder Emperor? I just want to get out. The Thunder Emperor had been sitting quietly ever since he entered the Rain Emperor Palace. He didn't say a word. Clearly, he didn't want to get involved in the dispute between the few emperors. But now that he had spoken, the meaning behind his words was clear. He was not going to get involved in the matter between the two of them, but if anyone obstructed him from leaving, then that person would be his enemy. Strangely enough, the Wind Emperor and the Fey Emperor's expressions changed slightly at the Thunder Emperor's calm words. After that, they sat down quietly. Rain Empress, this kid is only a first-layer immortal general. You must train him well. If you need our help, just let us know. Emperor Yun laughed again, and continued to ease the atmosphere. No, I have already made arrangements. If I need anything, I will look for you. The Rain Empress said faintly. The meaning of sending them off was very obvious. The Wind Emperor and the Demon Emperor stood up and let out a cold snort. With a wave of their hands, they vanished into thin air. Emperor Yun smiled and disappeared from the palace with a wave of his hand. On the other hand, the Thunder Emperor directly walked out. In the end, he shot out of the palace gates and flew out. After waiting for a day, Wuxian finally received orders from his superiors. However, this order made him feel very strange and puzzled. He ordered that the matter regarding Yi Qinghan must be kept strictly confidential. He even issued a gag order, forbidding the martial artists of the 2nd floor from discussing this matter. As for how to deal with Yi Qinghan, he didn't mention a word about it. Wuxian knew very well how impressive Yi Qinghan was. The longer you stayed in the 5 Emperors Mountain, or the higher you climbed, the more impressive you would be. And for someone with Yi Qinghan's strength to be able to reach the next level so easily, it was even more amazing. This was much more impressive than Emperor Yun, the martial artist who stayed at the 5 Emperors Mountain for 10 days and 10 nights. That ancient martial art practitioner could ascend to the 4th level of the Thunder Emperor Mountain. Yet the higher-ups did not seem to have any intention of mobilizing Yi Qinghan. Wuxian pondered for a while, and came to a conclusion in his heart. Long Ni's elder brother, Long Fei, must have done something in the dark. The Rain Empress must not have known. Otherwise she would not have not given Yi Qinghan any reward. Most importantly, he did not. Hence he was furious. But Concubine Land's small hall was still closed. He did not dare to ascend to the 3rd level, so he could only wait for Concubine Lan to come out of seclusion. Yi Qinghan did not feel that he was impressive at all, but he was still a little excited to be able to ascend to the 1st mountain. Since he could ascend to the 1st mountain, he could ascend to the 2nd mountain, the 3rd mountain, and finally the peak. Of course, he was not the least bit interested in the Rain Empress's offer to let him stay in the palace at the peak of the 4th mountain. It was very stressful to stay with such a powerful person. He was very interested in getting Concubine Lan. When he thought of her delicate red lips and her plump and soft body, his heart was burning with passion. In this boring life, he had to find some fun and goals for himself. Otherwise, he did not know how he could continue living. He rested for half a day and asked Wuxian to send a few more holy fruits to the Ox-Head Deity King. Then he went into the number 1 training room and prepared to seclude himself for a period of time to raise his realm to the 2nd level of the God General realm. Then he would try to ascend to the 5 Emperors Mountain to see how far he could ascend. Alive. Qinghan is still alive. In a small room on the 2nd level of the Thunder Emperor tribe, Yi Yarao sat in the room and tears flowed down from her eyes. The room was very simple, and it was even smaller than Yi Qinghan's bathroom. There were no furnishings in the room and it was empty. Emperor God Qiufeng believed the flirtatious lady's words and didn't force Yi Yarao. Instead, he brought Yi Yarao up to the 2nd level and gave her the simplest room without any special treatment. He planned to conquer her slowly and use warm water to melt her cold and hard heart. Yi Qinghan's matter was sealed in the 2nd level of the Rain Emperor tribe. However, it was widely spread in the Thunder Emperor tribe, and Yi Yarao received news about him easily. At that moment, her heart was burning with passion, and she almost had the impulse to run down the Thunder Emperor mountain to look for the Rain Emperor tribe. However, she held back. She knew that Emperor God Qiufeng had sent people to keep an eye on her. She was afraid that she would be kidnapped and brought back before she could leave the 2nd level. As long as Yi Qinghan was alive, she couldn't die. Instead, she had to live better so that they could meet again. How can I get to the Rain Emperor tribe? Although Yi Yarao was still sitting in silence, her heart had already flown to the Rain Emperor tribe that was tens of thousands of miles away. She didn't want to stay in that place any longer. Creak! The stone door opened and a flirtatious lady walked in. Her snake-like body was twisting as she walked and her plump but was extremely alluring. Yi Yarao wasn't surprised. The stone door and the shield on the stone door didn't make any difference to the flirtatious lady. She wiped away the tears on her face and her heart instantly became cold. Her body emitted a faint coldness again. What's wrong? Sister, why are you crying? If there's anything, tell me. Which bastard dares to bully me? I'll help you. The flirtatious lady saw the tears on Yi Yaorao's face and the tears on the ground easily, and she was delighted. Crying? That's good. I'm not afraid of you having emotions or thoughts. I'm only afraid of you being cold like a block of wood. Yi Yarao didn't reply, but her heart was racing. She wasn't stupid. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become the number 1 genius in her plane. It was mainly because she had been with Yi Qinghan for a while, and she was used to relying on him. She analyzed the flirtatious lady's words in her heart and said calmly, "Nothing. I'm just bored and homesick." The flirtatious lady was delighted. Of course, she knew that Yi Yarao wasn't bullied. Who would dare to bully a woman that God Emperor Qiufeng fancied? Yi Yarao usually didn't talk to her, but she suddenly said that she was bored? What did that mean? She was very clear. It seemed that this young lady was going to relent. It was just that she was shy. She quickly smiled and said, "Sister, tell me, where do you want to go? I'll bring you around. You'll be bored to death if you stay in your room all day." "What's so fun about this lousy place?" Yi Yarao smiled coldly. Then she thought of something and said, I heard them talking about the Five Emperors Mountain these few days. The Five Emperors Mountain. It's the #1 wonder of the Forgotten Land. Let's go, I'll bring you around to see where it's fun. The flirtatious lady's smile became wider, and she pulled Yi Yaorao's hand to walk out. Chapter 701. Yi Yaorao was dragged to the teleportation formation by the pretty lady. The people that Emperor God Qiufeng had arranged to watch over Yi Yaorao didn't stop her when they saw that she was Emperor God Qiufeng's woman. They didn't report to Emperor God Qiufeng either. After all, the lady had followed Emperor God Qiufeng for tens of thousands of years. She had great prestige on the second level. Although Yi Yaorao looked cold on the surface, she was actually very excited. Yi Qinghan could go to the Five Emperors Mountain. There must be a teleportation formation to the Rain Emperor Mountain. As long as she could get to the Rain Emperor Mountain and see Yi Qinghan, she wouldn't mind dying. As expected, there was a flash of white light, and the two of them appeared in the Five Emperors Mountain. Yi Yaorao smiled, because she saw that she was standing in a teleportation formation, and there were 4 teleportation formations next to it. Needless to say, the 4 teleportation formations were definitely to other tribes. At that moment, she felt that she was so close to Yi Qinghan. The pretty lady smiled. Of course, she saw Yi Yaorao's expression change, but she thought that Yi Yaorao was shocked by the beautiful scenery of the Five Emperors Mountain. Thinking that Emperor God Qiufeng had promised to let her go to the 3rd level if she could take down Yi Yaorao, the smile on her face grew wider. Sister, the Five Emperors Mountain is strange, right? Let me tell you, there are many strange places in the Five Emperors Mountain. Do you see? Is there anyone climbing the mountain? This is the first mountain. Let alone you. Even I would find it difficult to climb to the middle of the mountain. However, if you want to live a good life in the tribe and enjoy better treatment, you have to climb the mountain. Of course, sister, you are different. Who asked sir to like you? The bewitching woman smiled, and began to lecture Yi Yaorao again. There were many people climbing the Five Emperors Mountain that day. They were probably stimulated by Yi Qinghan. There were people in every tribe. To improve in the Five Emperors Mountain, one had to keep climbing. The Five Emperors Mountain was very magical. Many people were enlightened while climbing the mountain. Oh, those are demonic beasts? Yi Yaorao looked around and was surprised. She pointed at the demonic beasts at the middle of the mountain, and said in fear. When the beautiful woman saw that Yi Yaorao had become more talkative, she became even happier. This was a good sign. He quickly explained to her. Don't worry, these beasts are all high-level beasts. As long as you don't provoke them, they won't attack you. Although the Five Emperors Mountain doesn't prohibit fighting, everyone knows that this is a place that the Five Emperors value. Even if there is a small conflict, they won't fight. When the beautiful woman saw Yi Yaorao look at the other cultivators on the mountain curiously, she explained again. The ones in white armor are from the Cloud Emperor tribe. The ones in green armor are from the Wind Emperor tribe, and the ones in black armor are from the Rain Emperor tribe. By the way, that freak from last time was from the Rain Emperor's tribe. I heard that he reached the top of the first mountain in the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, and he almost ran there. He's really awesome. When Yi Yaorao heard about the Rain Emperor's tribe and that freak, her eyes instantly lit up. She could almost see Yi Qinghan smiling devilishly as he dashed towards the Five Emperors Mountain like a gust of wind. Fortunately, she had good self-control and quickly covered it up. She opened her mouth slightly in surprise and said, "Run up? Why are all these people climbing?" "That's why I said that this freak is awesome. Hee. I reckon that this person will definitely be received by the Rain Emperor, and he will be sent to the 3rd or 4th level of the Rain Emperor Mountain." The 3rd or 4th level? That's a very good place. His power will definitely increase in a short period of time. He might even be able to climb to the peak in the end. The beautiful woman said enviously. She had followed Emperor God Qiufeng for tens of thousands of years, and she knew clearly what she could get, and what she could possess in the 3rd or 4th level. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so eager to go up to the 3rd level. Yi Yaorao didn't speak anymore, but she stared at the group of cultivators at the waist of the mountain. She revealed a cold expression, but her heart was burning with passion. Yi Qinghan was doing well in the Rain Emperor tribe. It meant that as long as she went to the Rain Emperor tribe, he would definitely be able to protect her. There was only one reason why she had said so much nonsense that day, which was to confirm which teleportation formation belonged to the Rain Emperor tribe. If she wasn't sure and entered the wrong teleportation formation, and was sent to another tribe, she wouldn't even have the chance to speak, and she would be killed straight away. It didn't take long for the suspense to be resolved. Occasionally, there were cultivators who couldn't withstand the pressure of the 5 Emperors Mountain and rolled down. Some cultivators continued to rush up while others shook their heads helplessly and walked towards the teleportation formation. Coincidentally, a cultivator in black armor walked towards the second teleportation formation on the left. "I want to climb the mountain." After confirming the teleportation formation, Yi Yarao spoke without hesitation. Her eyes were burning with passion. The beautiful woman was shocked and advised with a bitter smile, "Sister, you are only a first-stage divine general. You are not that weird genius. Don't seek trouble for yourself." "I want to try. If others can do it, maybe I can too," Yi Yarao said resolutely. Her tone was firm. "All right, don't force yourself." The beautiful woman rolled her eyes helplessly. The 5 Emperors Mountain would at most give people a headache for a while. They wouldn't die. Moreover, the cold ice jade body was one of the spiritual bodies in the realm of gods. They might be able to rush up for a while. Yi Yarao suppressed the excitement in her heart and started to rush towards the Red Mountain. Her goal was simple. She wanted to use the 5 Emperors Mountain to bounce back. Then, she would control her body and bounce back to the second teleportation formation. Before the beautiful woman could react, she would rush into the teleportation formation and be teleported to the Rain Emperor's tribe. She began to accelerate quietly, and then her speed became faster and faster, directly rushing towards the Red Mountain. This girl really thinks that she is that weird genius. The beautiful woman didn't stop her. She felt that it would be better to let Yi Yarao suffer a little so that she could persuade her in the future. As expected, Yi Yarao only rushed 10 meters into the Red Mountain before she groaned in pain. Her body flew backward and rolled on the ground. Haha! The cultivators on the mountain laughed when they heard Yi Yarao's groans. This first-stage divine general really thought that she was that weird genius from the Rain Emperor's tribe. She actually dared to rush like that, hee. The beautiful woman laughed softly. She looked at Yi Yarao, who was rolling on the ground in pain but didn't move. She obviously had a way to alleviate Yi Yarao's headache. However, she was still very happy when she saw Yi Yarao being tortured. Although she didn't have any feelings for Emperor God Qiufeng, Yi Yarao's appearance had threatened her position. Of course, she was unhappy. I'm close, Jing Han. I will see you soon." Yi Yarao held her head in her hands. Her beautiful face was contorted in pain, and her body was spasming. However, her heart was filled with incomparable excitement and joy. As she rolled, the second teleportation array was less than 10 meters away from her. Chapter 702. Emperor God Qiufeng felt restless that day. He thought it was because he had been thinking about the cold lady recently, so he didn't pay much attention to it. But after sitting for a while, he still felt restless. Call Snake Empress over. After sitting for a while, his restlessness didn't subside. Hence, he waved his hand and asked one of his subordinates to bring the beautiful lady over. He planned to pour all his restlessness into her cherry mouth. In a short while, his subordinate reported that Snake Empress had brought Yi Yarao to 5 Emperors Mountain. Why are they going to 5 Emperors Mountain? Emperor God Qiufeng rubbed his head and his face suddenly turned cold. He had ruled the second level for hundreds of thousands of years. Most of the people were his people. Even the few big shots respected him and wouldn't reveal the fact that Yi Yarao had an ice jade body. But 5 Emperors Mountain was different. There were warriors from other tribes in 5 Emperors Mountain. If it were to be seen through, forget about being robbed, even if it were reported. It would be troublesome if Thunder Emperor found out about it while chatting among the 5 emperors. Idiot. Emperor God Qiufeng slapped the captain and sent him flying. Then he sprinted outside and entered the teleportation formation in the hall. Motherf *Ker. The moment he appeared in the teleportation formation, he happened to see Yi Yarao crawling up from the ground. Then, she sprinted to the second teleportation formation with burning eyes. 1086, where are you going? Emperor God Qiufeng waved and released his god territory. He restrained Yi Yaorao's body and smiled maliciously. Huh. The beautiful snake empress instantly reacted when Yi Yaorao stood up and sprinted to the second teleportation formation. She was anxious and angry and she sprinted over at lightning speed. She happened to see Emperor God Qiufeng appearing in the teleportation formation and restraining Yi Yaorao immediately. She let out a sigh of relief. If Yi Yaorao were to escape, she didn't know how Emperor God Qiufeng would torture her. Previously, because of a small matter, Emperor God Qiufeng took a metal rod and stabbed her. Mister, I'm sorry. Looking at Emperor God Qiufeng's gloomy face, Snake Empress looked pitiful and she lowered her head and said, Pa. Emperor God Qiufeng didn't look at her pitiful face. With a slap, he sent Snake Concubine flying and said angrily, You idiot, you will suffer when you return. Yi Qinghan, Yao Rao will still be your wife in the next life. Yi Yaorao smiled pitifully. She knew that she would not be able to escape the fate of being humiliated when she returned, so she decided to seek death. He let out a mournful roar, and white flames instantly appeared on his body. He was preparing to burn his divine crystal and self-destruct. You want to die? It's not that cheap. Emperor God Qiufeng felt Yi Yaorao's strange movement, and his expression changed abruptly. After that, he laughed cruelly and a spear appeared in his hand. With lightning speed, he shot it toward Yi Yaorao's abdomen. Ever since Yi Alluring Rao tumbled out, many martial artists at the mountainside had been paying close attention to the commotion. When they heard Emperor God Qiufeng's words and saw his actions, they were surprised. When a martial artist wanted to burn his divine crystal and self-destruct, it was hard to control. Unless one was abnormally powerful and sealed his divine crystal forcefully, there was absolutely no way to stop the self-destruction of the divine crystal. The expert from Thunder Emperor tribe seemed to be able to stop her from self-destruction? But if he stabbed her directly and the divine crystal exploded, wouldn't she still die? However, a shocking scene appeared. Emperor God Qiufeng's spear only pierced half an inch into Yi Yaorao's abdomen and stopped abruptly. The strange thing was that the flames burning on the surface of Yi Yaorao's body suddenly extinguished. Blood started spurting out from her abdomen and dense divine energy surged out. It was 100 times denser than the divine energy in the air. Most importantly, everyone's consciousness detected that Yi Yaorao wasn't dead. She had only fainted. Her divine crystal didn't explode, but there was only a crack. Emperor God Qiufeng looked at the mountainside, and the nearby martial artists coldly and arrogantly. There weren't many people in God Realm who knew this move. Then, he looked at Yi Yaorao who had fainted on the ground and revealed a cruel smile. He turned to stare at Snake Queen and sent a voice transmission. Bring her back and seal her divine crystal. Watch over her. When she recovers, send her to my room. I am going to rape her. Snake Queen didn't dare to say a word. She carried Yi Yaorao and followed Emperor God Qiufeng into the teleportation formation. They disappeared from everyone's sight. After the three of them left, the martial artists at the mountainside and the foot of the mountain started discussing. Some were envious of Emperor God Qiufeng's luck with women. Some were shocked by Emperor God Qiufeng's spear. Some were discussing Snake Queen's waist and Yi Yaorao's beauty. Of course, there were people who entered the teleportation formation and returned to their respective tribes to report to the manager of the second level. There were dozens of martial artists at the scene. There were some with good eyesight and they recognized Yi Yaorao's cold ice jade body. Cold ice jade body? Wuxian stared at the team leader in front of him and the doubt in his eyes was obvious. Such a spirit body was very precious. The big families in the divine world wanted to lock her at home every day. How could they let her fall into the forgotten land? Concubine Lan was in seclusion. The team leader could only find Wuxian to report the situation. Wuxian kept silent for a while and didn't pay much attention to it. Even if there was a spirit body, it belonged to the Thunder Emperor tribe. He was just surprised. Why would the martial artists in the Thunder Emperor tribe let the spirit body run around? He said casually, "Tell me what happened in detail." It was rare for the team leader to have a chance to talk to a big shot. Of course, he reported the situation in detail. He felt it was a pity. If only Concubine Lan didn't go into seclusion and reported to her directly. Forget about the reward, it would be worth it to see Concubine Lan a few more times. Humph. Emperor God Qiufeng will die because of a woman sooner or later. Wushan chuckled. Emperor God Qiufeng was famous for his womanizing. He heard that many women in the Thunder Emperor tribe were persecuted by him. After laughing for a while, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes opened wide and he asked doubtfully, "Wait, what did you say?" The woman shouted before she blew herself up. "Your Excellency," before she blew herself up, she said. "Yi Qinghan, I will be your wife in the next life." "What's wrong, Your Excellency?" The team leader was a little surprised, but he still answered honestly. "Yi Qinghan? Little brother. Isn't his name Yi Qinghan? Could it be the same name?" The shaman touched his chin. With so many martial artists in the divine realm, it was normal for people to have the same name. After thinking for a while, he decided to go there when he thought of how much the Rain Emperor valued Yi Qinghan. After turning a few long corridors, he walked to the number 1 training room. Wushan opened the door and saw Yi Qinghan meditating in seclusion facing the wall. He was full of admiration. This little brother knows that concubine Lan and the Rain Emperor appreciate him very much, but he doesn't become arrogant. Instead, he comes here to cultivate whenever he has time. If I were him, I wouldn't have such a good mentality. This kid has a bright future. Chapter 703. Yi Qinghan was a little lost. He did not know which direction he should work towards in his cultivation. He knew that he had 3 choices. First, his soul spirit had already reached the God King realm. Furthermore, his soul quietude technique had already reached the 3rd level. Because he had 2 soul spirits, the 4th level was not too far away. Therefore, he had fulfilled the 2 requirements to become a soul cultivator. To become a soul cultivator, Yi Qinghan would naturally raise his hands and legs to express his agreement. He was very clear about the strength of a soul cultivator. However, he did not know how to become a soul cultivator and how to cultivate his soul spirit. He did not know anything about soul cultivators. The second choice was to continuously integrate the spatial laws into the basic, middle, and even high-grade profound mysteries. From there, he would break through and become an expert in the spatial laws. However, this was also very troublesome because the spatial laws did not have any special offensive profound mysteries. They were all auxiliary attacks. His combat power was too low, and it was too difficult to integrate profound mysteries. The third choice was very easy. He just had to continuously comprehend the beautiful lady dancing sword painting in front of him, and comprehend a large number of basic profound mysteries. From there, he could rely on the quantity to increase his cultivation level. Once his cultivation level increased, he could rely on the Slaughter God Saber to increase his combat power. Furthermore, he had thought that if he wanted to climb higher in the 5 Emperors Mountain, he had to constantly increase his cultivation level and comprehend the profound mysteries related to the speed of integration. The faster the speed, the higher he could climb, right? Of the 3 choices, the first was undoubtedly the best. The second was the most solid and also the king of cultivation. The third choice was a shortcut. He could use the Slaughter God Saber to increase his strength in a short period of time. However, he knew that if he chose the third choice, he would not be able to achieve much. Sigh, my head hurts. Let fate decide what I comprehend. After thinking for a long time, Yi Qinghan still could not think clearly. In the end, he sighed and did not think too much about it. Let's leave it to fate, and see what profound mysteries I comprehend. Without a teacher, it was indeed very difficult to cross the river by groping for stones. Just as Yi Qinghan was preparing to enter the soul spirit quietude state, and start to comprehend the profound mysteries, Jiang Yi sensed that the stone door of the number 1 technique practicing room was opened. He sensed that the stone door of the number 1 practice room had been opened. He turned his head in surprise. It wasn't the time for warriors to come into practice today. Why did someone come in? Big brother Wushan, what's the matter? Seeing that it was Wushan, Yi Qinghan smiled and stood up. Wushan must have something to ask of him. Little brother, you are very hard-working in your cultivation. Even I feel a little ashamed. Wushan waved his hand and gestured for Yi Qinghan to continue sitting down. After a few words of praise, he finally said the reason for his visit. Little brother, do you know a girl with a cold jade body? Brother Wushan, you're too kind. Yi Qinghan had just sat down and replied modestly. However, he suddenly stood up with a whoosh. The smile on his face had disappeared. and was replaced with a serious expression. He hastily said, "A woman with a cold jade body? Brother Wuxian, where did you see it?" There were not many people with a cold jade body in the divine realm. Yi Qinghan only knew one, and it was one of his most beloved girls, Yi Yaorao. Although Yi Qinghan did not give a definite answer, his expression betrayed everything. Wuxian hurriedly explained the situation to Yi Qinghan. This matter was beneficial to Yi Qinghan. In the future, when Yi Qinghan became rich, he would be able to help him. As Wuxian spoke, Yi Qinghan's expression was abnormally calm. He listened to Wuxian's words word by word. When he heard what Yi Yaorao said before she self-destructed, his body suddenly tensed up. His entire body trembled, and his lips trembled. He said, "Yaorao, it's Yaorao. Yaorao, you have to wait for me. You can't die." A violent divine power suddenly burst out from Yi Qinghan's body. His entire face became abnormally ferocious. He arched his back like a crazed lion and ran outside. "Wuxian, help me think of a way to inform concubine Lan, or the Rain Emperor. I, Yi Qinghan, will be eternally grateful to you." Although he was running wildly and his heart was burning with rage, Yi Qinghan did not lose his rationality. He still sent a voice transmission to Wuxian. Wuxian felt Yi Qinghan's monstrous rage and looked at his fleeing figure. He seemed to realize that he had done something stupid. After hearing Yi Qinghan's voice transmission, he was stunned for a moment. Then he chased after Yi Qinghan. He knew what Yi Qinghan was going to do. This fellow was going to the Thunder Emperor tribe to snatch people. Along the way, countless martialists saw a strange scene. That powerful young divine general was like a leopard as he ran towards the transportation formation. The cold chi and murderous aura on his body made them shiver. After a while, Commander Wuxian also ran over. His face was also cold, but his body was not filled with murderous aura. Instead, it was filled with killing intent. What were these two doing? What had happened? Which transportation formation is the Thunder Emperor tribe? After being transported to the Five Emperors Mountain, Yi Qinghan happened to see a martialist from the Rain Emperor tribe discussing what had just happened with a nearby martialist. The rage and murderous aura in his eyes made the nearby martialists feel as if they had fallen into an ice house. The martialists from the Rain Emperor tribe naturally recognized Yi Qinghan. This fellow was someone that the Rain Emperor valued. Who would dare to disregard him? Hence, they pointed towards the second transportation formation on the left. As they watched Yi Qinghan disappear into the transportation formation, the surrounding martialists came to their senses. They were somewhat embarrassed and angry. Just now, they had actually been frightened by a first-layer divine general. A divine king martialist could not help but say angrily, "Who is this? Why is he so arrogant? How dare he barge into the Thunder Emperor tribe like this? Isn't he seeking death? Where is he? Where did he go?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wuxian's figure appeared in the transportation formation. When he saw that Yi Qinghan was not there, he immediately shouted angrily at the martialists from the Rain Emperor tribe. The young martialist was stunned. Then he pointed at the transportation formation of the Thunder Emperor tribe. Unexpectedly, Wuxian's expression changed instantly. With a wave of his hand, he sent the young martialist flying. Then, without saying anything, he turned around and entered the transportation formation to return to the Rain Emperor tribe. The martialists on the second floor were all curious as to why Yi Qinghan and Wuxian were rushing towards the Five Emperors Mountain. Unexpectedly, they saw Wuxian teleporting back in the blink of an eye. This time, Wuxian's face was no longer filled with anger. Instead, it was filled with endless coldness and murderous intent. Needless to say, anyone who dared to provoke him would definitely be killed with a single slap. Something has happened. Something big has happened. Motherf **Ker. Wuxian was like a madman. As he roared angrily, he rushed towards the third floor, leaving the martialists looking at each other in confusion. What had happened? How could Wuxian, who had always been calm, lose his composure? Appearing directly on the stairway to the third floor, Wuxian did not waste any words. He did not salute according to the usual etiquette. Instead, he roared angrily at the martialists guarding the stairway to the third floor. Yi Qinghan has gone to the Thunder Emperor tribe to snatch someone. Wuxian's roar confused the martialists initially. Then they became extremely furious. You ran up to the third floor for no reason, and actually dared to roar here? I've never heard of Yi Qinghan. I don't care if he dies. The manager of the third floor, Qi Li, had just walked out of the cave, and was about to head up to the fourth floor to report some matters. When he heard what Wu Shan had said, his face turned ashen. Those martialists did not know who Yi Qinghan was. However, as the manager of the third floor, he naturally knew. He quickly turned into a shadow and rushed over. He grabbed Wu Shan's neck and lifted him up. He roared. What did you say? Speak clearly. Cough. Yi Qinghan has gone to the Thunder Emperor tribe to snatch someone from the Five Emperors Mountains transportation portal. Wu Shan coughed violently as Qi Li grabbed his neck. However, he could not care less and quickly explained the situation. Hurry up and report to the fourth floor. Motherf *Ker, it's too late. All the martialists of the third floor, come out now and follow me to the Thunder Emperor tribe to snatch someone. Qi Li's face turned from green to black. He casually tossed Wu Shan aside and roared at one of his subordinates. Then, he turned his head and roared at the cave door of the third floor. His voice was so loud that the cave on the third floor shook slightly. However, he did not wait for the others to gather. Instead, he suddenly rushed towards the transportation portal on the second floor alone. Chapter 704. Qianrao, Qianrao, Qianrao. Yi Qinghan kept repeating Yi Qianrao's name in his heart. His blood was boiling, and he was about to go crazy. There was a flash of white light, and he appeared in an unfamiliar hall. He calmed down a little, but the murderous intention in his eyes and the coldness in his body were still obvious. The layout of the second level of Thunder Emperor tribe was similar to that of Rain Emperor tribe, just that there were obviously more corridors. There were also countless warriors walking in the corridors of the hall. They didn't pay much attention to the teleportation formation, but Yi Qinghan's aura attracted the attention of a few warriors. Luckily, Yi Qinghan didn't have the habit of wearing armor. He wore a green robe casually. Although the few warriors didn't recognize Yi Qinghan, they didn't pay much attention to him. Where does Emperor God Qiufeng stay? I have something important to report. Yi Qinghan looked at the countless corridors and was dumbfounded. He knew from Wu Shan that the person who captured Yi Qianrao was the manager of the second level of Thunder Emperor tribe, but he didn't know where he stayed. He was anxious and he didn't care about anything else. He sprinted over and looked at a warrior coldly. You are? The person who was questioned was a team leader. When he saw that Yi Qinghan didn't know where Emperor God Qiufeng stayed, he was surprised and hesitant. But Yi Qinghan was very fierce and he mentioned Emperor God Qiufeng straight away. He even said it was something important. He didn't dare to say anything but asked politely. Yi Qinghan was anxious. Of course, he didn't know how to explain, so he decided to be unreasonable and cuss it. Motherf *Ker. Bring me there. If anything happens, you can't bear the responsibility. The team leader quivered and he couldn't help but take a step back. He thought Little God General's murderous aura was strong, but he was still hesitant. Pa. Yi Qinghan saw that the squad leader had taken a step back and was still hesitating, so he didn't care anymore. He slapped him and roared. Bring me there. If anything happens, I will tear you apart. Oh. This slap stupefied the squad leader, as well as the nearby martial artists who were stamping their feet. A mere divine general actually dared to slap a divine king? Moreover, he dared to use force on the second floor? Was he stupid? Or was he crazy? The squad leader was stunned. He instinctively wanted to fight back, but his heart suddenly quivered. Where is this? This was the second floor. The second floor forbade the use of force. But this little divine general dared to move. What did this mean? This meant that this kid wasn't crazy. He definitely had something to rely on, and no matter how he looked at it, this kid didn't look like a fool. In other words, he was a big shot. He was definitely looking for Emperor God Qiufeng for something important. If he were to delay Lord Qiufeng's matter. My lord, please calm down. I will bring you there right away. Thinking of Emperor God Qiufeng's means, the leader's body quivered. He quickly bowed to Yi Qinghan, and brought Yi Qinghan with him to run forward. Yi Qinghan didn't expect that his rash action would have such an effect. He didn't care anymore and ran forward with the squad leader. Yi Qinghan and the young divine general disappeared in the long corridor ahead. Only then did the hall become boisterous. People gathered around and started to discuss. Which family's young master is this? Do you know him? So awesome. I reckon he is a disciple of a big shot on the 3rd or 4th floor. Otherwise, why would he dare to fight on the 2nd floor? Speaking of which, this kid looks unfamiliar. Why haven't I seen him before? He looks familiar, but I can't remember where I have seen him before. Stop bragging. This is definitely the first time this kid has appeared on the 2nd floor. How can I not know the person on the 2nd floor? I have some impression of him. I don't think I have seen him on the 2nd floor. I think he is. Oh right, I saw his portrait in Lord Qiufeng's F***ck. I remember now. This kid is that weird genius, the weird genius of Rain Emperor's tribe. What? The discussion stopped along with the roar of the warrior. A god-level warrior had a very good memory. He definitely wouldn't make a mistake after seeing him once. After everyone got the confirmation from the warrior, there was an uproar. So what if he was a weird genius? So what if he won 15 consecutive victories? So what if he could climb up the first mountain quickly? Even if he was awesome, he was still from Rain Emperor's tribe. He had already broken the rules by barging into the tribe without permission. How dare he beat someone up? How could he do that? The warriors were furious and all of them rushed to Emperor God Qiufeng's residence. If Emperor God Qiufeng gave the order, or didn't intend to protect him, they would definitely let him feel the passion of the warriors from Thunder Emperor's tribe. Emperor God Qiufeng was in a bad mood. If Yi Yaorao wasn't half dead, he would definitely teach her a lesson. How dare she escape? How dare she betray him? And that snake concubine, that idiot. If I don't whip her round buttocks till they blossom later, she won't remember this lesson. Mister, there is a mister who wishes to see you. At that moment, there was a voice transmission outside the door, and it interrupted Emperor God Qiufeng's thoughts. He waved his hand angrily and sent a voice transmission. Not meeting him. Get lost. Not meeting him. Yi Qinghan became even more anxious. Regardless of the consequences, he directly slammed his fist on the stone door. The stone door did not have a protective shield activated, so it shook from Yi Qinghan's punch. Hiss. The team leader looked at Yi Qinghan in fear and retreated quietly. He thought to himself, this young master is really awesome. Luckily, I didn't retaliate. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. How many people in Thunder Emperor's tribe would dare to smash Emperor God Qiufeng's door? Emperor God Qiufeng stood up from the chair in shock. There was a flame in his eyes, but it was extinguished instantly. Who dared to smash his door? Did I get exposed? Did someone come from above? You are. When Emperor God Qiufeng opened the door, he saw an unfamiliar but familiar face. He scanned with his consciousness and found that the person only had the strength of a first-level god general. He couldn't help but feel terrified. He was a 5th-level war god, but couldn't find out the person's real strength. On top of that, he had an impression of the person's face, so he thought he was a lord from the 4th level. Where's the cold ice jade body? Yi Qinghan ignored him and dashed in. He scanned with his consciousness and didn't find Yi Yaorao. He turned around and stared at Emperor God Qiufeng with murderous intent and roared. What cold ice jade body? My lord, you are? My uncle is Lord Qiushui. He is a veteran of the 3rd level. Do you know him? Emperor God Qiufeng's heart skipped a beat. He knew he was in trouble. He put on a flattering expression and mentioned his uncle. Yi Qinghan couldn't care less about Qiushui or Qiushui. He smashed the table in front of him into powder and pointed at Emperor God Qiufeng. He scolded. If anything happens to Yi Yaorao, you will definitely die. Yi Yaorao? Emperor God Qiufeng was stunned. He recalled what Yi Yaorao said before she blew herself up. His heart tightened. The higher-ups got the news so fast. He looked better. It seemed this person knew his uncle. This time, he didn't say cold ice jade body but called him by his name. This is giving me a way out. Emperor God Qiufeng smiled and said, My lord, you are looking for Yi Yaorao? Why does she have the cold ice jade body? Qiufeng is guilty. I didn't see it. She is fine. She is just slightly injured. I will ask someone to bring her here. Yi Qinghan couldn't understand why Emperor God Qiufeng was so respectful to him. However, when he heard that Yi Yaorao was fine, he let out a sigh of relief. However, when he thought of something else, his face grew dark again. He stared at Emperor God Qiufeng with a cold glint and said, "Did you touch her?" No. Absolutely not," Emperor God Qiufeng said to himself. Such murderous intent. He is really a big shot. It's a pity that I didn't enjoy the cold ice jade body. It seems I can only hand it over. Chapter 705. Then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and bring me over. Yi Qinghan couldn't figure out what was wrong with Emperor God Qiufeng to be so respectful to him. But when he heard that Yi Yaorao didn't do anything, the anger in his head subsided a little. When he thought about how he had charged over alone, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. With his strength, any 1 or 2 god kings would be able to smack him to death. He quickly shouted at Qiufeng. It was better to find the person and run away. Yes, my lord, please. I will bring you to get the person now. Emperor God Qiufeng turned around and wiped his cold sweat. He was smart enough to say his uncle's name. Judging by the situation, this person seemed to know his uncle. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Yi Yaorao was brought to her residence by Snake Empress. Snake Empress' residence wasn't too far away. The two of them ran forward quickly. When the group of warriors in the hall ran over, the two of them had already left. The group of people saw Emperor God Qiufeng leading the way respectfully to the other side. My lord. The warrior who recognized Yi Qinghan saw Emperor God Qiufeng's reaction and was confused, but he still called out cautiously. Go away. Emperor God Qiufeng was burning with anger. Seeing the bunch of brats following him for no reason, he thought, are they trying to make a fool out of me? He turned his head and stared at everyone fiercely. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Let's go. Yi Qinghan was unhappy and said coldly. Emperor God Qiufeng didn't dare to get angry. He turned his head and smiled before walking forward. The dozen of them suddenly stopped and looked at one another. After being stunned for a while, they fixed their eyes on the warrior. Their meaning was obvious. Did you recognize the wrong person? Or are you looking for trouble? The warrior blinked and became confused. I saw the portrait of the guy. It's impossible that Emperor God Qiufeng didn't see it. Could I have made a mistake? How could he know that Emperor God Qiufeng didn't care about that at all? All his thoughts were on Yi Yaorao, and he had only taken a glance at the portrait. That was also the reason why he felt that Yi Qinghan had some impression of her, but he couldn't remember. The two of them walked to Snake Concubine's house. Emperor God Qiufeng pressed his hand on the mechanism of the stone door, and the protective cover instantly disappeared. Emperor God Qiufeng took the lead and walked in. Yi Qinghan followed him in immediately. When he went in and didn't see Yi Yaorao, he rushed to the room beside him. The room was a bedroom. The bedroom was gorgeously decorated and full of charm. There was a large bed in the room, and beside the bed sat a coquettish woman with a slender waist. When she saw Yi Qinghan rushing in, her coquettish face was filled with astonishment. Then she angrily shouted, "Who are you? How did you get in? Get out!" Yi Qinghan roared in anger. His eyes were fixed on the woman in white on the bed, and he couldn't move his eyes away. There was a woman lying on the bed quietly. Her beautiful face was pale, and her eyes were closed tightly as though she was asleep. Her eyebrows were slightly knitted, and it would make one's heart ache for her. Although she was asleep, her body naturally emitted a faint chill that caused the temperature of the entire room to drop by a few degrees. Yi Qinghan's eyes became moist. He hadn't felt such an aura for a very long time. Snake Concubine, come out. Snake Concubine was furious. Although the small warrior looked handsome, he dared to barge into her room and roar at her? She couldn't tolerate it anymore. Just as she was about to teach Yi Qinghan a painful lesson, she received Emperor God Qiufeng's voice transmission from the door. Looking at Emperor God Qiufeng's cold face and his resentful gaze, Snake Concubine's heart quivered and she hurried out. In her heart, she knew clearly that her butt was going to bloom again. Yao Rao. I'm sorry. I've made you suffer. I'll bring you back now. I'll bring you back. Yi Qinghan muttered. Although his face was cold and he didn't have any other expression, he was crying in his heart. It was extremely painful. It was heart-wrenching. His divine sense could clearly sense that although Yi Yaorao looked fine, her divine crystal was broken. Although the small hole in her lower abdomen wasn't bleeding, the bloody wound was still there. Yi Qinghan bent his body and carried Yi Yaorao gently. He smiled at her. He turned around and his face instantly turned cold. He walked out and stared at Emperor God Qiufeng and Snake Concubine coldly. He humphed coldly and ran out. Mister, this is? Snake Empress saw Emperor God Qiufeng sending Yi Qinghan off with an apologetic smile, and she quickly asked in a low voice. Pack. Emperor God Qiufeng slapped Snake Concubine and pushed her against the wall. Then he quickly followed Yi Qinghan and saw Yi Qinghan's back disappearing at the corner of the long corridor. He blinked his eyes confusedly. Why is Mr. walking here? This isn't the way to the heaven stairway. He shook his head and walked towards his own small hall, but he was thinking in his heart. It seemed that his life was saved this time. However, he didn't know if he could keep his position as the manager of the second floor. He knew clearly that if it wasn't for his uncle, he definitely wouldn't be able to keep his position as a 5th-grade war god. It seemed that he had to pass a message to his uncle secretly. When he walked to the small hall, Emperor God Qiufeng saw the group of warriors still standing there. He couldn't help but scold them angrily. However, he received a message from a warrior, and he was dumbfounded. Mister, that person seems to be the freak from the Rain Emperor tribe. The warrior believed in his judgment. Although he just took a glance, he remembered it. After all, the freak was too famous in the Forgotten Land. Although he didn't know why Emperor God Qiufeng was so respectful to him, he felt that it was better to be safe than sorry. Hence, he reminded him. As expected, Emperor God Qiufeng's expression changed. His originally angry expression became confused. Then he suddenly slapped his head. His face turned pale, and he rushed to his small hall like a madman. He took out a document from the file on the wall and glanced at it. Then his face instantly turned pale. He came to a realization and scanned with his consciousness. He realized that Yi Qinghan was carrying Yi Yaorao and running to the teleportation formation. At that moment, he finally understood why Yi Qinghan wanted to take this route and not the heaven stairway. His head was filled with blood and he almost fell. F***CKU. Stop that green-robed young god general. Emperor God Qiufeng was like a tiger whose tail had been bitten. He jumped up abruptly and his divine power surged. He opened his mouth and roared. His voice was so loud that it almost shook the entire second floor. The group of warriors at the entrance was so shocked that their eardrums started bleeding. Go away. The dozen or so warriors outside were still in a daze from the shock. Then, they saw Emperor God Qiufeng dashing out from inside. With a slap, he sent 3 to 4 warriors who were blocking the entrance flying. Then, he dashed towards the teleportation formation like a raging lion. As he dashed, he roared furiously. **T. When Yi Qinghan heard Emperor God Qiufeng's roar, he knew that he was in trouble. He merged with his beast immediately, and his divine power surged. Then, he dashed to the teleportation formation at a faster speed. Surround the teleportation formation. Don't let the young god general escape. I will tear all of you apart. Emperor God Qiufeng's consciousness locked onto Yi Qinghan at all times. When he realized that Yi Qinghan was only a few hundred meters away from the teleportation formation, he roared at the few warriors at the side of the teleportation formation. Chapter 706. I'm getting closer. I'm getting closer. Yaorao, I'm bringing you home. Yi Qinghan could feel the countless sounds of air breaking behind him. He wished he had 4 legs at this moment. He knew that he would reach the hall after turning the long corridor. As long as he entered the teleportation formation, he would be teleported to the 5 Emperors Mountain, and then to the Rain Emperor's tribe. However, when he rushed to the hall, he saw that the teleportation formation was surrounded by 6 or 7 martial artists. There was no gap at all. Moreover, these martial artists were all divine kings. F***CK, I'm going all out. Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with rage and murderous intent. He clenched his teeth and held Yi Qinghan's waist with one hand. He put her head on his shoulder and flipped his right hand. God's slaying appeared in his hand out of nowhere. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly turned cold. He didn't stop at all. His eyes started to turn bloodshot, and his entire body was filled with murderous intent. He dashed towards the teleportation formation. His face turned ferocious and he shouted, "Those who block me will die! Those who block me will die! Those who block me will die!" A furious roar reverberated in the hall. Everyone could feel the monstrous baleful aura coming from Yi Qinghan's body, and the aura coming from the black saber, that caused their hearts to palpitate. The 6 or 7 martial artists surrounding the teleportation formation felt fear instinctively. 2 of them moved to the side subconsciously. At this moment, the 6 or 7 divine kings were shocked by a minor divine general. "Stop him!" Just as Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up and he was about to rush through the gap, Emperor God Qiufeng's angry roar was heard. Emperor God Qiufeng's divine consciousness had been locked on Yi Qinghan. He knew the situation clearly and would not give Yi Qinghan a chance. "If you don't move, die." Yi Qinghan knew he had no other way. The divine kings woke up immediately after hearing the angry roar. The saber light on the weapon in his hand surged. He could only leave the secret book that concubine Lan gave him to see if it could confuse the souls of these god kings. As long as they were confused for a second, he could rush over. An evil, icy cold presence rapidly radiated from the god-slaying sword silently. Before the god kings could do anything, it suddenly swelled up before them, enveloping them instantly. Charge! When Yi Qinghan saw that the light in their eyes dimmed, he became extremely excited. He swung his slaughter god saber at one of the martial artists. Bang! As expected, the martial artist was sent flying. However, what Yi Qinghan did not expect was for a palm to softly slap him from the side. The target was none other than Yi Yaorao, who was in his arms. At this moment, the martial artist in front of him was sent flying. He did not take the palm strike head-on, and rushed into the teleportation formation. However, he did not do so. Instead, he forcefully twisted his body. Yi Yaorao's divine crystal had already shattered. If he were to receive that palm strike, he did not know what would happen to him. He didn't dare to take the risk, so he twisted his body and forcefully endured the palm. The one who attacked was a peak stage God King realm martial artist. His soul spirit was very strong, and the slaughter god saber did not affect him much. Needless to say, a God King realm martial artist could easily kill a God General realm martial artist. Luckily, God Emperor Qiufeng only said to stop him and not to kill him. Hence, this peak stage God King realm martial artist only used 30% of his god power. Bang! 30% of a peak stage God King realm martial artist's god power was not something that Yi Qinghan could withstand. He was sent flying. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood in midair, dyeing Yi Yaorao's white robes red. However, his left arm was still tightly hugging Yi Yaorao. He forcefully twisted his body in midair, and landed on the ground first. He did not care how many ribs were broken on his back, or whether his internal organs were shattered. Yi Qinghan swallowed the blood in his throat. The slaughter god saber slammed the ground, jumped up again, and rushed towards the teleportation formation. You overestimate yourself. At this moment, the remaining god kings had woken up. Without waiting for Yi Qinghan to swing his saber, 5 or 6 god powers shot towards him. Yi Qinghan could not be bothered to swing his saber. He was so frightened that he forcefully turned around and protected Yi Yaorao in front of his chest. However, his back was hit by another 5 or 6 god powers. This time, Yi Qinghan did not have the strength to turn around again. He landed on the ground first as he had no more strength left. With Yi Yaorao in his arms, he was sent flying dozens of meters. The 2 of them rolled on the ground dozens of times before coming to a stop. Wherever they rolled, there was a glaring patch of blood red, and there was even a piece of flesh on the ground. It's over. Yaorao, it seems like we have to go to the 9 netherworld realm together. His body was already half paralyzed, but Yi Qinghan still did not let go of the hand that was hugging Yi Yaorao. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes weakly and looked at the pretty face in front of him. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. Phew! Emperor God Qiufeng looked at Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao, who were lying on the ground, and let out a long breath. Luckily, this brat did not escape. Otherwise, if this matter was spread out, the Thunder Emperor's tribe would lose all its face. Moreover, he would definitely not be able to escape death. Slaying God? Supreme Slaughter God Saber? Looking at the two words on the black saber in Yi Qinghan's hand, Emperor God Qiufeng's eyes shrunk. He linked it to the secret that the wandering God King had told him. Most importantly, he thought of the scene that he had seen in the Divine World's Battle God Pavilion. His heart suddenly burned with passion, and his body trembled slightly. He suddenly rushed forward and put the saber into his spatial ring. Then he stood at the same spot and stared at Yi Qinghan's weak face. He started to ponder. If he reported this to the Thunder Emperor, the Thunder Emperor would definitely pay attention to him. Even if he fell out with the Rain Emperor, the Thunder Emperor would still protect him. But if he reported this brat would definitely become rich. Then his future would be difficult. Most importantly, this saber, humph, trespassing into the Thunder Emperor's tribe and passing a fake decree. Such a villain deserves to die. Hence he didn't ponder for long. He revealed a ruthless look and the divine power in his hand surged. He was about to smash the saber down on Yi Qinghan's head. Swish. At that moment, the teleportation formation suddenly lit up and stunned Emperor God Qiufeng. The dozens of people who had gathered in the hall also looked at the teleportation formation subconsciously. God damn it. If Yi Qinghan dies, all of you will have to die with him. The person who came was Qi Li, who rushed over. He saw Yi Qinghan, who was badly mutilated, and his heart trembled. He knew clearly how important this brat was. If he died, the Rain Emperor would definitely turn the Rain Emperor Mountain and the Thunder Emperor Mountain into a river of blood. Instantly his aura exploded. As the manager of the third level of the Rain Emperor Mountain, Qi Li was quite powerful. He had been a 6th grade war god for tens of thousands of years. When his aura exploded, the entire hall shook and all the divine kings were immobilized. At the same time, Qi Li dashed towards Emperor God Qiufeng at a terrifyingly fast speed. His hand glowed with violent divine power, and he smashed it at Emperor God Qiufeng's head. Emperor God Qiufeng had the ability to kill Yi Qinghan. However, if he were to smash his fist, his head would definitely be smashed too. Helplessly, he retreated and shouted, "The Rain Emperor's tribe is going to war. Report to the higher-ups immediately. Today, none of you from the Rain Emperor's tribe can leave." Swish. Just as Emperor God Qiufeng was roaring, the teleportation formation lit up again. Emperor God Qiufeng looked over, and his expression changed abruptly. There were more than 10 black-armored warriors standing in the teleportation formation. Their auras weren't weaker than his, and some of them could even be compared to Qi Li. As soon as they teleported over, they struck the warriors near the teleportation formation away. Then they dashed to Qi Li's side with lightning speed. They were glowing with divine power, and it seemed as though Qi Li could kill all the warriors with a roar. "Haha, I want to leave. Do you think trash like you can stop me? Let's go." Qi Li's divine senses detected that Yi Qinghan wasn't dead. Of course, he wouldn't create trouble. He grabbed the two of them with one hand and dashed to the teleportation formation. Swish. Suddenly, a few purple figures dashed over from a long corridor on the left. Before they arrived, a long spear was already flying towards the teleportation formation. The black airflow around the spearhead and the terrifying aura made Qi Li's body tremble. He felt a chill run down his spine as though he was faced with a formidable enemy. "If I let you leave just like that, how can the Thunder Emperor's tribe raise our heads in the Forgotten Land in the future? Everyone who came today, stay here." The purple figures dashed to the side of the teleportation formation. The leader smiled sinisterly and looked at Qi Li arrogantly. At the same time, there were countless ear-rending sounds from the corridor, and countless warriors in purple armor appeared. Instantly, the situation was reversed. Qi Li and the others were surrounded. "God damn it, there's a war god at the peak of 6th grade. Prepare for war, and kill our way out." Qi Li's expression turned gloomy. He handed Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao to the warriors behind him, and a fiery red axe appeared in his hand. Chapter 707. Even without Qi Li's reminder, the dozen or so warriors beside him could feel the power of that spear. Looking at the effeminate man standing proudly in front of the transportation portal, they thought of a name: Feng Qi. The strongest warriors in the Forgotten Land were, of course, the 5 martial emperors, all of whom were 7th grade war gods. Of course, 7th grade was also divided into lower, upper, and peak 7th grade. As for the specific strength of the 5, only the 5 of them knew. Under the 5 of them, each tribe had an inspector. Needless to say, the inspector of the Thunder Emperor tribe was this peak 6th grade war god, Feng Qi. War gods were everywhere in the divine realm. Thus, the divine realm was divided according to the standards of the war god pavilion. According to the standards of the war god pavilion, a 5th grade war god could defeat any war god below the 5th grade. A 6th grade war god could fight against 10 5th grade war gods. After reaching the 6th grade war god level, the classification of strength was more detailed and more difficult. An upper 6th grade war god could fight against 10 lower 6th grade war gods. A peak 6th grade war god could fight against 10 upper 6th grade war gods. It was true that Qi Li was an upper 6th grade war god. This time, among the dozen or so warriors he brought with him, there were 3 upper 6th grade war gods, 4 lower 6th grade war gods, and the rest were all 5th grade war gods. According to the standards of the war god pavilion, Feng Qi alone could destroy all of them. Although the standards were often different from reality, one should not forget that Feng Qi brought with him more than 20 warriors, including several upper 6th grade war gods. Feng Qi. This brat is valued by our reign emperor. This time, we are not here to cause trouble. We are only here to take him back. Although Qi Li secretly ordered his subordinates to prepare for battle, he did not dare to make a move. The transportation portal was right in front of them. Once a battle broke out, some of them could take advantage of the chaos to teleport away. However, in the chaos, who could guarantee that this brat would not be hit by the dissipating energy of the battle? He was just a little god general. If any of the experts present hit him with a small airwave, he would definitely die instantly. He did not dare to watch. Haha. Feng Qi looked quite delicate. Even though he was tall and big, his purple battle armor was also quite majestic, his appearance was a bit feminine, and his smile was also quite gentle. His long and narrow eyes swept across Qi Li's back, where Yi Qinghan and Yi Yarao were being carried. His eyes turned as he said, "I'll give face to the reign emperor and Lord Liao Qi. This brat in this cold ice jade body will stay. You can commit suicide, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, humph." Following Feng Qi's words, the experts who surrounded them unleashed their divine power, and the aura in the area instantly became extremely oppressive. Emperor God Qiufeng's face turned pale, and he took a step back slowly. "Why isn't Lord Liao Qi here yet?" Qi Li's expression became extremely gloomy, and the martial artists behind him also had ugly expressions. Qi Li knew that the reign emperor normally wouldn't make an appearance for this kind of matter. But wasn't the Thunder Emperor also not making an appearance? Once 2 emperors made an appearance, it wouldn't be easy to clean up the situation. But at the very least, Lord Liao Qi would rush over immediately. As long as Sir Liao Qi arrived, this matter would be easy to handle. This was because Liao Qi was the reign emperor's tribe's patrol envoy, the strongest person below the 5 emperors. 100,000 years ago, he broke through to 7th grade war god. Are you trying to stall for time? Just tell me, can you do it or not? If you don't die. Feng Qi's lips curled into a sinister smile. His words were light, but as soon as he finished speaking, his green spear suddenly shone with a black light, causing the originally oppressive atmosphere to instantly become heavy. Yes, F***CKU kill. Qi Li's eyes revealed a maniacal smile. He wasn't afraid of death, but if Yi Qinghan and Yi Yarao stayed, he would die in vain. With a roar, the fiery red axe in his hand emitted a white flame. It was like a fire snake that revolved around the axe and slashed at Feng Qi. The axe cut through the sky at a very slow speed. Even the small martial artists who were watching the battle from afar could see the trajectory of the axe clearly. But apart from Feng Qi, the expressions of the surrounding experts changed slightly. It seemed like Qi Li was prepared to risk his life. He had even used his strongest move. Kill. As soon as Qi Li made his move, his subordinates split into 4 groups. 2 groups attacked the 2 sides indiscriminately, while the other group followed Qi Li and attacked the teleportation formation. The 2 war gods behind Qi Li did not make a move. Their bodies lit up with a khaki-colored barrier that protected Yi Qinghan and Yi Yarao. Qi Li's strategy was very simple. The strongest few people would use their strongest moves to the front while the rest would take advantage of the chaos to rush into the teleportation formation. He was very confident that even Feng Qi wouldn't dare to block his strongest move, right? As long as Feng Qi dodged, he would be able to take advantage of the situation and continuously attack Feng Qi then. The two martial artists behind him with strong defensive abilities would be able to protect Yi Qinghan and Lin Ming as they entered the transmission array. As for whether he would die in the end, Qi Li didn't care anymore. Since he was going to die anyway, as long as Yi Qinghan was fine, the Rain Emperor would avenge him sooner or later. You overestimate yourself. However, Qi Li was wrong. Feng Qi didn't retreat. Instead, he sneered and his eyes revealed a disdainful smile. He casually lifted his long spear and lightly pierced it toward Qi Li's huge axe. The spear's shadow was very slow, and even the black gas that circled the spearhead became slower. Bang! 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 A huge explosion sounded, and the entire Thunder Emperor Mountain seemed to shake at this moment. Colorful air waves filled with a terrifying aura shot out in the hall, and the sound of metal clashing rang out incessantly. The air waves hit the wall of the hall and triggered the barrier on the wall. This barrier actually glowed with a purple light and forcefully reflected the air waves. However, the barrier shook violently and didn't break. Qi Li made a move, his subordinates made a move, and everyone rushed forward. Feng Qi made a move, the people behind him made a move, and the surrounding martial artists made a move. There were so many people attacking, but the battle was always over in the short span of a second. I'm afraid it's really over this time. Although Yi Qinghan was weak and his entire body was in extreme pain, he was still very conscious. The level 6 divine general who was hugging him quietly transferred a gentle divine power to his wounds. In addition to the self-recovery of the soul ring, his body was already slightly better. He had been very clear about the situation in the hall. Initially, when he saw Qi Li leading a group of experts over, he thought that there was hope. However, at this moment he felt a little hopeless. This was because in the previous round of attacks, Qi Li and Feng Qi first exchanged blows. His powerful attack was casually struck by Feng Qi's spear, and the fiery red huge axe was instantly sent flying. Then, the long spear struck again, and Qi Li was sent flying. The armor on his chest was completely cracked, and his chest was a mess of blood and flesh. Qi Li, who looked extremely powerful, was actually not a match for Feng Qi's spear. One wrong move, and every step was wrong. As Qi Li was sent flying, he also messed up the attack of the group of people who were charging forward. The result was very obvious. As Feng Qi attacked, the few people behind him also attacked, and this group of people was instantly severely injured. There was no need to talk about the two groups on either side. The surrounding experts were already several times more than theirs. In just a short second, the dozen or so martial artists led by Qi Li were all severely injured. 6 of them even died instantly. The only martial artists left standing were the two who were hugging Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao. It seemed like Feng Qi had given the order. Otherwise, the two of them would also be lying on the ground. Put down this kid and the cold ice jade body. Otherwise, everyone will die. Feng Qi casually swung the long spear in his hand and looked at the two remaining experts. He smiled gently, but this smile seemed a little cold. Chapter 708. Put it down. The two experts looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The two of them did not make a move just now. They had only used all their strength to protect Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao. When Qi Li was sent flying, the two of them had no choice but to retreat. Qi Li had said clearly how much the Rain Emperor valued this kid. As for the cold ice jade body, they knew how important it was even without Qi Li saying it. Most importantly, the cold ice jade body had a close relationship with this kid. What should we do? What should we do? The two of them were in a dilemma. They looked at Qi Li, who was lying on the ground, and saw the determination in his eyes. The yellow barrier around them glowed brighter, and they charged forward. Kill. Hence, at the same time, Qi Li, who was lying on the ground, and the remaining martial artists who were still alive, suddenly unleashed their divine powers and charged towards Feng Qi without any regard for their lives. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Feng Qi sneered and raised the spear in his hand again. This time he did not stab. Instead, He flicked the yellow barrier of the martial artist who was holding Yi Yaorao and sent him flying. Then, the spear flashed and turned into hundreds of spear shadows that enveloped everyone that was charging forward. Strangely, the martial artists at the side did not move. Even the martial artists guarding the transportation formation moved to the side quietly. Clearly, he wanted to fight several people at once, and was prepared to risk his life. His intention was clear. The Cold Ice Jade body belonged to the Thunder Emperor's tribe. As long as the Cold Ice Jade body was fine, everything else would be fine. After all, he had already killed so many martial artists today, and the Thunder Emperor's tribe's reputation had been preserved. As for the rest, he had given them a chance. If they could escape, it would be because they were capable. Sensing the destructive aura from Feng Qi's green spear tip, Qi Li knew that he was doomed this time. He knew that Feng Qi had shown mercy. If he was not injured, he would definitely be able to dodge this attack easily. However, he was already severely injured, and it would be difficult for him to dodge now. Not only him, but only 2 or 3 of the 8 martial artists that had charged forward had the confidence to withstand this attack. Just as everyone was feeling hopeless, Feng Qi's spear shadows suddenly disappeared. Everyone was overjoyed to be able to survive in such a desperate situation. But they were also astonished. With Feng Qi's cold and gloomy character, he would kill without batting an eyelid. Why did he show mercy today? It was not that Feng Qi wanted to be lenient, but he had no choice but to withdraw his spear because the teleportation array had lit up just now. This time, only one person was sent over, but this person made him feel incomparably dangerous. It was just like when he sneaked out of the city and encountered a demonic beast when he was young. Feng Qi didn't care about the warriors in front of him. He turned his body and suddenly turned around. This time he didn't dare to hold back and attacked with all his strength. His spear wasn't slow anymore. It was as fast as lightning. Wherever the spear had passed, the space was shattered. White cracks were revealed, and inside the cracks, there was a dark space turbulence. The space in the immortal world was extremely stable, and the fact that a single move could cause a slight tremor in space was already an incredible feat. Feng Qi's spear actually pierced through space. Its power was terrifying. However, this incomparably terrifying spear suddenly withdrew halfway. Feng Qi didn't even look at the people. He actually turned the spearhead, and his body slid to the side at lightning speed. The last spear strike landed on the body of the expert, who was still holding on to Yi Yaorao. Humph. Feng Qi, why didn't you stab with your spear? A calm voice resounded. It was the person standing in the teleportation array. This person looked very ordinary. He was dressed in white and had his hands behind his back. There was no expression on his face. After the teleportation array, he had been standing there quietly. When Feng Qi stabbed with his spear, he still didn't move. At this moment, Feng Qi broke the barrier of the expert and smashed the expert away. He grabbed Yi Yaorao in his hand and said leisurely, "Lord Liaoqi." "Greetings, patrol envoy." Qi Li and the others were ashamed. Feng Qi slid to the side. They had already seen the white-robed man standing quietly in the teleportation array. They hurriedly ran over, endured their injuries, and knelt down on one knee in front of this person. The people of the Thunder Emperor tribe were originally shocked by Feng Qi's actions. Now, with the shouts of Qi Li and the others, their doubts disappeared. They all looked at the white-robed man standing quietly in the teleportation array. His body did not radiate any divine power. After all, this person was too famous. He was the strongest person below the 5 emperors. Apart from the 5 emperors, he was the only 7th-grade war god in the entire Forgotten tribe, Liao Qi. Liao Qi looked at the kneeling Qi Li and the others. His gaze swept across the 6 corpses on the ground not far away. He frowned slightly. He had received the news a long time ago. However, he was refining a strange fruit and did not care about Yi Qinghan, so he did not rush over. However, the Rain Emperor had sent him a message just now, so he could only reluctantly make the trip. Since he was already here, and a few of his subordinates had died, he felt that if he did not do something, he would be looked down upon. Therefore, he turned his head and coldly glanced at Feng Qi. An indescribable look flashed in his eyes. "Retreat quickly." Feng Qi clearly understood what this indescribable look meant. It was a clear warning to him not to obstruct him. However, his shout came too late. When Liao Qi's gaze swept over, a white longsword had already appeared in his hand. The longsword was taken out with lightning speed. Before anyone could see it clearly, it had already been sheathed, as if it had never been taken out. However, the moment the longsword appeared, Liao Qi casually swung it to the left. The swing was very light, so the blade of the sword only produced a wisp of wind. It was as if the swing of the sword had naturally produced a ripple in the air. Pa! 6 crisp sounds rang out, as if 6 watermelons had been cut open at the same time. At the same time, the waists of the 6 corpses were severed, and 6 spatial rings instantly floated up. Liao Qi actually killed 6 warriors, with at least the strength of a 5th-grade war god with a casual strike. They did not even have time to react. This 7th-grade war god Liao Qi was actually so powerful. The experts surrounding the hall swallowed their saliva and began to slowly retreat. Even Feng Qi began to retreat quietly. He clearly knew that although the peak of 6th grade and 7th grade were only separated by a thin line, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Alright, we're even. Let's go back. Liao Qi clearly did not want to cause trouble. After saving his face, he did not pursue the matter any further. He calmly said to Qi Li and the others who were still kneeling on the ground. Feng Qi secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The other warriors naturally did not dare to say anything. After all, since Liao Qi could easily kill 6 warriors, he could also easily kill them. The 5 great emperors usually did not show themselves in conflicts between tribes. After all, once they showed themselves, the entire Forgotten Land would be in chaos. Therefore, if Liao Qi insisted on being targeted by the Thunder Emperor and started a massacre here, even Feng Qi could not do anything. The current situation was already the most reasonable. After all, Liao Qi had shown himself. Qi Li stood up bitterly and walked over to collect the 6 corpses. Just as he was about to let everyone enter the transportation formation to teleport back to the Rain Emperor's tribe, an indifferent voice sounded out, causing him to stop in his tracks. Wait, Lord Liao Qi, please help save my wife. Chapter 709. The one who spoke was Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan wanted to speak and send a voice transmission, but the martial artist who was hugging him kept the earthy yellow barrier open. Now that he was about to enter the teleportation formation, the martial artist removed the barrier. Of course, he hurriedly struggled and shouted. And Liao Qi glanced at Yi Qinghan indifferently, and the coldness in his eyes was very obvious. Today's incident was caused by this brat, and the current situation was already the most satisfactory. Although the cold ice jade body was important, it was still from the Thunder Emperor's tribe. If he snatched it forcefully, the Thunder Emperor would definitely be displeased. He wouldn't make a move openly, but it wouldn't be fun if he secretly targeted him. Yi Qinghan, let's talk about this when we get back. Qi Li smiled bitterly and hurriedly advised. Swish. After resting for a while, Yi Qinghan could barely move. He shook his divine power, and before the martial artist who was hugging him could react, he flipped over and stood up. A dagger had already appeared in his hand, and he pointed it at his lower abdomen. His eyes were filled with determination as he stared at Liao Qi and said, If I can't save my wife, I can only accompany her. Yi Qinghan, how dare you? Liao Qi didn't say anything, but the coldness in his eyes intensified. Qi Li shouted angrily. This brat actually dared to threaten the patrol envoy with death? His courage was really bigger than the sky. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything and stubbornly stared at Liao Qi. The determination to die was very obvious in his eyes. He was very clear that so many people from the Rain Emperor's tribe had come today, because of him. Moreover, there was even a person who had killed 6 powerful cultivators with a single strike and stunned so many people by himself. This meant that the Rain Emperor really thought very highly of him. And he also knew that if he left this time he would never see Yi Yarao again in this lifetime, so he could only risk it all and gamble. And? Liao Qi suddenly turned his head and glanced at Feng Qi, who was on his right. The warning was very obvious. Feng Qi could only smile bitterly and stop quietly retreating. The meaning in Liao Qi's eyes was very clear. You can leave, but don't blame me for killing everyone in this hall. Feng Qi was frightened by a single glance, but Liao Qi was troubled. If Yi Qinghan wanted to commit suicide, He had tens of thousands of ways to control him. However, he was very clear what the Rain Emperor valued in Yi Qinghan, even though he did not think that Yi Qinghan could do it. However, since the Rain Emperor thought highly of him, he couldn't say anything more. Since Yi Qinghan had the will to die, even if they stopped him now, he would be a useless person when they brought him back. So he began to have a headache. A frigid jade body was not difficult for him to save. He was determined to save Fengqi, so Fengqi didn't dare to refuse. After all, the higher the realm a warrior was in, the more they didn't dare to go all out in a battle. They were not afraid of death. It all depended on what it was about. Fengqi was not stupid enough to fight to the death over such a small matter. It was just that. He was very clear that this action of his would definitely be a slap to the Thunder Emperor's face. The reason why the Rain Emperor's tribe was superior to the other tribes was that the Rain Emperor's tribe had 2 7th-grade war gods. However, he was very clear who the strongest person in the Forgotten tribe was. It was the Thunder Emperor. If not for the fact that the Thunder Emperor had no intention of changing the structure of the Forgotten Land, the Thunder Emperor's tribe would definitely be superior to the Rain Emperor's tribe. Was it worth it for him to slap the king of the Forgotten Land for a mere godly general? The answer was no. Save that frigid jade body. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. I will explain to you later. However, just as Liao Qi made up his mind to knock Yi Qinghan unconscious and bring him back to the Rain Emperor's tribe, a woman's voice coincidentally rang in his ears. Coincidentally, a woman's voice rang in his ears. Liao Qi helplessly smiled bitterly. He knew that this was not a coincidence, and he also knew who the woman was who sent the voice transmission. However, since she had spoken, he was used to obeying. Fengqi, bring him over. Liao Qi leisurely turned his head and looked at Fengqi. His tone was very calm, as if he was ordering his subordinates to bring over a small thing. Swoosh, swoosh. Liao Qi's words caused the expressions of all the warriors in the Thunder Emperor's tribe to change. In particular, Fengqi's gentle and fair face had turned the color of a pig's liver. Where was this? The Rain Emperor's tribe had rushed over. And it was you who had broken the rules and humiliated the Thunder Emperor's tribe. Now that everyone had suffered casualties, they had given Liao Qi face and let this matter go. Now King want a foot after being given an inch? You still want to snatch people? Liao Qi, if you want people, kill us all if you have the guts. Fengqi laughed. This time his laughter was not very gentle. Instead, it was somewhat sinister. He was still very afraid of Liao Qi. However, he believed that Liao Qi's words had definitely crossed the Thunder Emperor's bottom line. If Liao Qi dared to make a move, the Thunder Emperor would definitely not ignore it. Outsiders did not understand the Thunder Emperor's temper, but he had interacted with the Thunder Emperor for more than 10 years, so he could tell a little. Fengqi's words happened to trigger the anger in the Thunder Emperor's tribe warriors. Everyone advanced instead of retreating. They all took a step forward and glared at Liao Qi. Their meaning was very clear. If you dare to kill, we will kill them all. Hee, I do not believe that there is no one in this world who is not afraid of death. Liao Qi's expressionless face revealed a hint of a smile at this moment. Those who were familiar with him knew that he was extremely angry. Of course, it was not because of the Thunder Emperor's tribe warriors, but because today's matter had made him feel angry and sullen. He raised his hand gently, and a beautiful long sword appeared in his hand. The cold gleam on the sword dazzled everyone's eyes. I wonder if your words include you? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out in the hall. The voice was not loud, but the moment it rang out, the smile on Liao Qi's face froze. The smile on Liao Qi's face froze, and the long sword in his hand also disappeared into his space ring. Fengqi was shocked. Then he placed Yi Yaorao on the ground and actually knelt down on one knee. Greetings, Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor's tribe warriors also came to their senses. There was only one person who could make Patrol Fengqi kneel, and there was only one person who could make Liao Qi not dare to make a move. That person was the ruler of the Thunder Emperor's tribe, the Thunder Emperor. Sha sha sha. The sound of light footsteps came from the end of the dazzling long corridor. The footsteps were very slow and light, but every footstep caused the hearts of the warriors present to skip a beat. The originally oppressive aura in the area completely disappeared with the sound of the footsteps. All that was left was the purple figure, and the overbearing voice that came from it. "Greetings, Thunder Emperor." Liao Qi sighed softly and bowed with his hands clasped in front of him. He led the warriors of the Rain Emperor's tribe and bowed towards the purple figure, expressing their respect for the emperor. Everyone present, including the warriors of the Thunder Emperor's tribe, knelt down on one knee. The warriors of the Rain Emperor's tribe, however, all bowed. All of them retracted their divine power and put away their weapons, afraid that they would offend the legendary Thunder Emperor, the strongest warrior in the Forgotten Land. Of course, there was one exception. Yi Qinghan's divine power was still surging, but the dagger in his hand was not aimed at his lower abdomen. He stood proudly and stared blankly at the approaching purple figure. When he saw the Thunder Emperor's handsome and carefree face clearly, when he saw the elegant purple hair and the two purple demon horns, he smiled. Then he bent his body with some difficulty and said with a smile, "Yi Qinghan greets Uncle Lei Zhen." Chapter 710. Uncle Lei Zhen? Thunder Emperor walked over slowly. There was no expression on his face. He was already numb to Feng Qi and the others kowtowing to him. He didn't mind when Liao Qi, the number one under the 5 emperors, lowered his head to him. However, when Yi Qinghan said Uncle Lei Zhen, his face tensed up and his eyes lit up. They were even brighter than the gems on his head. How many years has it been? He almost forgot that his name was Lei Zhen. In the Forgotten Land, no one knew his name. However, this little god general knew and called him Uncle. Since he called him Uncle, he must be someone close to him. However, he wasn't from the Thunder clan. Besides, he was arrogant. Besides the people in his clan, he didn't have any friends. Then this uncle must be special. Who is your father? The Thunder Emperor did not have much of an expression on his face, as he looked at Yi Qinghan indifferently. Although Thunder Emperor didn't have any expression, his eyes, which were brighter than the gems on the corridor, caught the attention of the experts present. The experts from the Thunder Emperor tribe were confused. The eyes of the people from the Rain Emperor tribe lit up. Emperor God Qiufeng, who was in the corridor, quivered. Who I am isn't important. However, I know a lady. Yi Qinghan smiled and shook his head. When he thought of that exquisite face and that petite figure, a smile appeared on his face. He lifted his head to look at the Thunder Emperor and said, "Her name is Wuxia. To be more precise, she is Lei Huahua." The Thunder Monarch's eyes completely lit up. Not to mention the gemstone on the ceiling. At this moment, in the eyes of all the cultivators, everything in front of them disappeared. All that was left was a vast expanse of whiteness, leaving only a pair of dazzling bright eyes. Hua 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 hua. The two purple demonic horns on Thunder Emperor's head shone with sparks. The sparks made a sizzling sound and surrounded Thunder Emperor's armor. A destructive aura erupted from his body out of nowhere. Under this aura, no one present could move. Liao Qi was the only one who was barely able to resist the Thunder Emperor's pressure. However, he didn't dare to move. Instead, he was terrified. The Rain Emperor had said that the Thunder Emperor was the strongest in the Forgotten Lands. And it was indeed true. The Thunder Monarch grabbed out with one hand, and a ball of purple qi enveloped Yi Qinghan's body. Yi Qinghan flew into the air and headed toward the Thunder Monarch. Not only did Yi Qinghan not feel any discomfort in this purple mass of qi, but the injuries on his body were recovering at 100-fold speed. Tell me about that Lei Hua." For the first time, the Thunder Emperor revealed an expression. It was an expression of hope. Furthermore, he even stuttered. However, he didn't seem to mind the situation at all. With a wave of his hand, a purple barrier quietly formed and enveloped the two of them. Miss Firework, he is the young lady of the Thunder clan of Longyang Manor. She also has 2 pink demon horns on her head. She said that her father is called War God Lei Zhen. She and you look very similar. Yi Qinghan had basically confirmed Thunder Emperor's identity. He knew that Thunder Emperor wanted to confirm Firework's identity, so he did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. It was very obvious that Thunder Emperor was indeed War God Lei Zhen and Firework's father. This was because Yi Qinghan realized that when he said the last sentence, Thunder Emperor's body trembled slightly. "Continue. Tell me everything about your encounter with Firework." Don't leave out a single thing. Thunder Emperor took a light breath. After that, his expression became calm again. However, his eyes became brighter and brighter. Yi Qinghan nodded. When Thunder Emperor said this, he had already confirmed that Firework was indeed his daughter. Of course, Yi Qinghan also relaxed. He had saved Firework a few times. No matter what, Thunder Emperor would not make things difficult for him and Yao Rao. After pondering for a moment, he started to recall and slowly started to narrate. I ascended from the material plane and was teleported to a place called the Firework Tribe. The tribe leader is called Neopatian. In the hall, the ancient martial art practitioners of the Thunder Emperor tribe were still kneeling on one knee. Apart from Liao Qi, the rest of the people of the Rain Emperor tribe were still bowing slightly. Everyone could clearly see Thunder Emperor and Yi Qinghan talking. Of course, most of the time, it was Yi Qinghan talking and Thunder Emperor listening. However, no one could hear what they were talking about. Liao Qi used his divine senses and could hear them, but he did not dare to. What should I do? What should I do? Emperor God Qiufeng's legs and body were trembling. At this moment, he felt that his soul was trembling. If it was just about the cold ice jade body, Emperor God Qiufeng would not be afraid. If he insisted that he did not recognize her, coupled with his relationship with his uncle, the higher-ups would definitely not pursue the matter. At most, he would lose his position as the manager of the second level. However, looking at the situation now, this trashy god general actually knew the Thunder Emperor. Furthermore, it seemed that their relationship was not ordinary. The two of them had been chatting for an hour, and were still chatting. How could their relationship be ordinary? Oh right. Suddenly, Emperor God Qiufeng thought of something which caused his body to tremble even more violently. That knife. That supreme slaughter god knife. He offered that knife to the Thunder Emperor. Although he did not know how strong this knife was, he knew that it was definitely very strong. As long as the Thunder Emperor took a fancy to this knife, wouldn't the relationship between the Thunder Emperor and the little god general be destroyed? As long as there was a gap between the two of them, wouldn't it mean that he could be saved? He took a few breaths and forced himself to calm down. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Autumn Water in the hall. Moreover, he insisted that he did not recognize the cold ice jade body. Then he mentioned the matter about the knife. Autumn Water's voice transmission was very fast. Of course, he knew what kind of person his nephew was. However, he did not expose him. After all, if Qiufeng could keep his position, it would be a help to him. Moreover, if it wasn't for him back then, Qiufeng would not have been implicated here. Hence, he did not think for long and started to send a voice transmission to Feng Qi. When Feng Qi heard this, he was a little angry at first. At such a crucial moment, you uncle and nephew are still trying to play tricks? However, when he heard that it was actually that knife, Feng Qi could not remain calm. After pondering for a moment, he decided to help them. The main thing was that the Thunder Emperor tribe had to obtain this knife. This would allow the Thunder Emperor tribe to completely surpass the other four tribes. The conversation between the Thunder Emperor and Yi Qinghan finally ended after an hour. The Thunder Emperor waved his hand and removed the protective shield. Then he closed his eyes and fell silent. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, had a relaxed expression. He stood at the same spot and slowly recovered from his injuries. With the help of the Thunder Emperor, his injuries were almost completely healed in a short period of more than 2 hours. There was dead silence in the hall. No one knew what the Thunder Emperor was thinking. However, no one dared to ask and could only wait in silence. After a while, Feng Qi could not wait any longer. He decided to tell the Thunder Emperor about this so that he could weigh the pros and cons. Hence, he started to send a voice transmission. Thunder Emperor, Qiufeng just took a knife from this god general's hand. It is the supreme slaughter god knife. Feng Qi did not say much and only gave a simple reminder. He knew that the Thunder Emperor did not like others to affect his thinking. Of course, he also removed himself from it. As expected, the Thunder Emperor opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on God Emperor Qiufeng, who was in the long corridor. He said indifferently, "Knife." God Emperor Qiufeng was overjoyed, but did not dare to show it on his face. He climbed up and walked in front of the Thunder Emperor. With a flip of his hand, a black long knife appeared in the air. The Thunder Emperor extended his hand and grabbed it. However, his hand was surrounded by white lightning. He did not dare to grab the Slaughter God knife completely in his hand. Instead, he held it in the air and looked at it carefully. Then he nodded and praised, "Good knife." Chapter 7:11. The moment the saber appeared, everyone who knew what it was shocked. The people from the Rain Emperor's tribe were delighted. Qi Li and Liao Qi turned pale. When they came over, Emperor God Qiufeng had already taken the saber. Hence, they didn't know it belonged to Yi Qinghan. However, they knew the power of the saber. The Thunder Emperor was the #1 in the Forgotten tribe. With the saber, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan only smiled faintly and didn't express much. He saw the Thunder Emperor's eyes. There was only admiration and no greed. "Haha, little Yi, you're really a genius." The Thunder Emperor laughed loudly. Before everyone's shocked gazes, he said something strange and casually handed the saber to Yi Qinghan. Then his face darkened. Lightning flashed in his hand and several electric snakes leaped out and entangled Emperor God Qiufeng. "Spare." Emperor God Qiufeng opened his eyes wide. He only managed to say one word before a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Then electric snakes danced on his body. His body emitted flames like the sun, and instantly turned into ashes. Not even a divine crystal shard was left. Hiss! Everyone in the hall gasped. The people from the Thunder Emperor's tribe and the Rain Emperor's tribe were all shocked. They were astonished by the Thunder Emperor's actions, and the Thunder Emperor's tyrannical strength. Qiufeng was a 5th-grade war god, so it wasn't hard to kill him. However, since he was from the Thunder Emperor's tribe, the Thunder Emperor wouldn't kill him in front of outsiders in order to protect his tribe and his reputation. What is he trying to do? Even Liao Qi, a 7th-grade war god, felt his heart palpitate when he saw the blazing flames. Liao Qi recalled the Rain Emperor's words and understood why the Thunder Emperor was the #1 in the Forgotten Land. Because he was a descendant of the ancient god who had awakened the bloodline of the Thunder God. His power was similar to the other 4 emperors. With the Thunder God's source skill, who would dare to fight with him? Swoosh! However, just as everyone was still in silence over the Thunder Monarch's inexplicable actions, the Thunder Monarch's figure flashed forward. Everyone was dazzled. Then they realized that the Thunder Emperor was standing in front of a warrior. Before this cultivator could react, Xiao Chen's hand smashed down heavily. The flickering electric snakes on his hand enveloped this cultivator again. With a sizzling sound, this martial artist turned into ashes again. "This is Qiufeng's uncle Qiushui. Little Yi, are you satisfied with the result?" When the Thunder Monarch turned around and smiled at Yi Qinghan, he even gave him a brief explanation. Everyone understood. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Thunder Monarch had killed the 2 of them not to sing, but to give Yi Qinghan an explanation. This was not important. What was important was that the Thunder Monarch had given him an explanation, and he had even explained it with a smile. The experts present had more or less heard about the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor's reputation had been built on a path of slaughter. The corpses of countless peak powerhouses in the Forgotten Land had proven his tyrannical strength, as well as his cruel and ruthless reputation. Today he actually smiled, and he even smiled for a little divine general. Feng Qi had been the Thunder Emperor for more than 10 years. Not to mention seeing the Thunder Emperor smile, he did not even utter a single word of nonsense. At this moment he wished he could give himself a slap. He knew that the Thunder Emperor would not kill him. However, at least the Thunder Emperor might not continue to trust him. Everyone's gaze locked onto Yi Qinghan. The meaning of the Thunder Emperor's words was very obvious. "Are you satisfied with killing the 2 of them? If you are not satisfied, I can kill a few more." "Uncle Leijun, Qinghan is very satisfied." "That's enough." Of course, Yi Qinghan was not a fool. He was very clear that the Thunder Monarch was trying to establish his prestige and to repay Firework for saving his life. He was already very satisfied that the Thunder Monarch had killed Qiufeng in front of everyone. Now he had even killed Qiufeng's uncle to get rid of any future troubles. Most importantly, he had even smiled and explained for him, and asked for his opinion. This was really too kind. All right. With regards to Yi Qinghan's understanding, The Thunder Monarch was evidently very satisfied. This was because he smiled again. With a look of admiration in his eyes, he looked at Yi Qinghan and said, "Little Yi, are you willing to join the Thunder Emperor's tribe? As long as you agree, I will speak to the Rain Emperor, and you can do whatever you want on the Thunder Emperor Mountain. How about that?" Hiss. The Thunder Monarch's words shocked everyone once again. What the F***ck was going on? The dignified Thunder Monarch had actually invited a small god general to join the tribe. Furthermore, he had indicated that he could slap the Rain Emperor's face for the sake of Yi Qinghan. Most importantly, the last sentence was, "I can do whatever you want." These words were a little too serious. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone's gaze locked onto Yi Qinghan again. They wanted to see if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, and if he could breathe fire or something. The Thunder Monarch had actually put down his pride and said such a sentence. Countless martial art practitioners in the Thunder Emperor's tribe felt nervous. If this Yi Qinghan were to agree, he would definitely stand above Feng Qi. As for the people present, their future days would be difficult. However, the martial art practitioners in the Rain Emperor's tribe looked a little gloomy. This Thunder Monarch was obviously trying to snatch Yi Qinghan away. This was slapping the Rain Emperor's face. Slapping the Rain Emperor's face was also slapping their faces. How could their faces look good? Of course, no one dared to say no. The 2 piles of ashes that Qiu Feng and Qiu Shui had turned into were still on the ground. "It's okay. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Leijun. I'm living a good life there. Of course, I'll come and visit you when I have time." Yi Qinghan did not hesitate for too long. In fact, he had already considered this question when he had confirmed Leijun's identity. The Rain Emperor's tribe had been really good to him. Although Concubine Lan had said that she wanted to kill him, deep down, he felt that Concubine Lan did not mean that. On the contrary, she had treated him very well. This could be seen from the treatment he had received. Most importantly, this time, he had come to the Thunder God tribe to snatch Yi Qinghan away. So many martial art practitioners from the Rain Emperor's mountain had come, and they had risked their lives for him. 6 people had even died. He had always been a person who would return the favor tenfold if others showed him respect. He knew that he would have a better life if he joined the Thunder Emperor's tribe, but he still chose to refuse. At this moment, everyone in the hall forgot to gasp. They just looked at Yi Qinghan, as if they were looking at a fool. What happened today was too unexpected. It was too strange. The number 1 martial art practitioner in the Forgotten Land wanted to invite a young god general, but this young god general did not give him any face. He did not even say anything tactful and directly refused. The martial art practitioners in the hall all found their acquaintances and looked at each other. Had the world changed? Were they unable to keep up with the times? Or were the Thunder Emperor and this young god general crazy? Liaoqi was not stupid. He did not lose his mind. For the first time, he looked at Yi Qinghan seriously. His eyes were filled with a gentle smile and admiration. For the first time, he felt that the Rain Emperor seemed to have a good eye. "Good. Little Yi, I accept you as my nephew. This is my token. You can enter the Thunder Emperor's tribe at any time. You can come to me directly if you need anything." The Thunder Emperor's eyes were also filled with happiness. He walked away. He really admired this weak young god general in front of him. When a martial art practitioner cultivated, the most important thing was one's disposition. Only with a good disposition could one go further. This god general could actually refuse a temptation that even a high-level emperor god could not refuse. This disposition. Chapter 7:12. In the 2nd level of the Rain Emperor tribe, countless people had already gathered in the Great Hall. Wuxian was leading the countless warriors of the 2nd level to stare at the teleportation array. The warriors of the 2nd level were all extraordinary figures in front of the warriors of the 1st level. Lord Wuxian was a high and mighty figure. However, Wuxian knew that they were nothing. The people who went to the Thunder Emperor tribe to snatch people were the real deal. With their strength, they would not dare to go to the Thunder Emperor tribe even if they were given 100 guts. Pa! Wuxian smacked his head suddenly and started pacing left and right. The warriors in the hall felt their hearts skip a beat. They did not know why Wuxian came for no reason today. They only knew that Lord Wuxian was in a bad mood. If they provoked him, they would not end well. I'm a pig, I'm a pig. I'm really a pig. Wuxian paced left and right anxiously, but his eyes were glued to the teleportation array. He kept wondering whether he was a pig or not. When he saw Yi Qinghan teleport to the Thunder Emperor tribe, he knew that he had done something wrong. When he saw Qi Li leading a group of cultivators into the teleportation array, he knew that what he had done was not only wrong, but also extremely stupid. In the end, when he saw that Inspector Liao Qi had also left, he was almost in despair. In the past, he was confused as to why the Rain Emperor did not allow Yi Qinghan to go to the 3rd or 4th level. He thought that the Rain Emperor did not value Yi Qinghan. Only now did he realize that the Rain Emperor valued Yi Qinghan so much. However, the person that the Rain Emperor valued had charged into the Thunder Emperor tribe because of a piece of news. His fate was unknown. Seconds and minutes passed. The atmosphere on the 2nd floor was extremely oppressive. Everyone was waiting in torment. Although many people did not know what had happened, they knew that it was definitely something big. Did you not see Lord Wuxian's expression? Did you not see the experts of the 3rd level running anxiously? Swish. Finally, the teleportation array lit up. When he saw the people in the teleportation array, Wuxian's eyes also lit up. He hurriedly knelt down on one knee and shouted, "Rain Emperor is mighty. Lord Liao Qi is mighty. Lords are mighty. The Rain Emperor is mighty. Lord Liao Qi is mighty. Everyone is mighty." Although the warriors in the hall did not know what was going on, since Wuxian had knelt down, they quickly followed suit and shouted, "Phew!" Wuxian exhaled quietly and relaxed. He saw the frail figure standing in the middle of the crowd and the woman in his arms, who gave off a faint chill. Yi Qinghan had returned with the ice jade body. What did this mean? This meant that the Rain Emperor's tribe had been very successful in snatching people. And this meant that the Rain Emperor's tribe had obtained a glorious victory in a direct confrontation with the Thunder Emperor's tribe. If this matter were to spread out, the prestige of the Rain Emperor's tribe would definitely rise to another level. Since there were so many benefits, the Rain Emperor probably wouldn't make things difficult for a small commander like him, right? Mighty? Liao Qi laughed coldly in his heart. He was mighty, my ass. If one were to talk about mighty, then this young divine general was mighty. However, after thinking about it, the Rain Emperor's tribe had gained face this time. Although the Thunder Emperor was giving face to this young god general, this young god general was a member of the Rain Emperor Mountain. From another perspective, the Rain Emperor's tribe had gained face from the Thunder Emperor. If this matter were to spread out, the Rain Emperor's tribe would indeed be mighty. Yi Qinghan, bring your woman up here. Just as Liao Qi was pondering whether or not the Rain Emperor's tribe was mighty, an ethereal voice came from the hall. Everyone who heard this voice trembled subconsciously. This voice was very familiar. It was the Rain Emperor's voice. However, when the 2nd floor's warriors heard the Rain Emperor's words clearly, they were all petrified. Come up. Come up where? The answer was very obvious. Come up to that high and mighty palace. What kind of place was that palace? How many people in the entire Forgotten Land could enter it? At this moment, even Liao Qi was slightly jealous, because he had only entered that palace a few times. Not only could this brat enter the Rain Emperor's palace, but the Thunder Emperor's palace was also always open for him. Yi Qinghan was delighted. He wasn't happy because he could enter that palace. Instead, it was because he knew that the Rain Emperor definitely wouldn't allow him to enter. It was definitely because he could save Yi Yaorao. The Thunder Emperor didn't mention this matter. It was unknown whether it was because he had no other choice or because he couldn't bring himself to do it. However, under the circumstances at that time, it wasn't appropriate for Yi Qinghan to bring it up. Now that the Rain Emperor had summoned him, he was naturally ecstatic. Yi Qinghan didn't pay attention to the 2nd floor's warriors' complicated gazes. He hurriedly followed Liao Qi up the stairway to heaven. Qi Li and the others didn't say anything else and walked up to the 3rd floor. All of them were injured, so why would they waste their breath talking to the 2nd floor's warriors? After ascending the stairway to heaven, Qi Li and the others cupped their hands at Liao Qi and Yi Qinghan, and walked up to the 3rd floor. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He only looked at everyone gratefully, indicating that he would remember this favor. although he didn't know if Qi would care about this favor from a divine general realm warrior. As Liao Qi continued to quickly ascend the stairway to heaven, a white light flashed, and they appeared on the 4th floor. The layout of the 4th floor was actually completely different from the 2nd and 3rd floors. This floor was actually built entirely with limestone, just like a grand and majestic castle. Yi Qinghan didn't have time to admire the scenery on the 4th floor. He followed Liao Qi up. After taking a few steps, Liao Qi stopped. A token appeared in his hand, and he tossed it up. Only then did he continue forward. A white light flashed, and Yi Qinghan's vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he was secretly startled. What entered his eyes was a place that looked like an immortal realm. Clouds churned in the surroundings, and he couldn't see the ground. It was like he was standing on the clouds. Furthermore, he couldn't see the end of this white fog. A white palace floated above the clouds. This palace was several times larger than the unfettered pavilion. As it floated in the air, it emitted a majestic immortal aura. It was extremely gorgeous. The doors of the white jade palace were already open, as though they were welcoming the two of them. Liao Qi gazed at the palace with a complicated expression. Then he turned his head and smiled warmly at Yi Qinghan. "Let's go up, little brother Yi." "Alright, many thanks, big brother Liao." Yi Qinghan was astonished by the way Liao Qi addressed him. Although the Thunder Emperor had acknowledged him as his nephew, Liao Qi was a 7th grade war god. There was no need for him to lower his status to befriend him, right? Regardless of the reason, Liao Qi was powerful. In addition, he made a move today. Although he didn't know what made him change his mind, since he had made a move, Yi Qinghan had to accept this favor. Carrying Yi Yaorao, Yi Qinghan soared into the sky and flew toward the white jade palace doors. Without hesitation, he flew through the palace doors and disappeared from Liao Qi's sight. The palace was huge, magnificent, and even somewhat luxurious. The difference between the unfettered pavilion and the Rain Emperor's palace was like that of an imperial palace and a bungalow. Yi Qinghan looked at the countless man-made muslin fluttering in the air in the palace. He looked at the graceful figure of a woman with a blurry face, standing under the light muslin. At this moment, he finally knew that the beauty in the painting of a beautiful woman dancing with a sword in the first training room was actually the Rain Emperor. Chapter 713. Greetings, Rain Emperor. Although Yi Qinghan did not like to kneel to others and only bowed to the Thunder Emperor, he still knelt on one knee to the Rain Emperor. There was no other reason but to save Yi Yaorao. He did not know why Yi Yaorao had entered the Forgotten Land, or why Li Shui'er had not taken good care of her. However, he knew very well that Yi Yaorao had come for him, just like how she had come to find him without hesitation in the baleful Yin stream. Yi Qinghan found it hard to imagine how a weak-looking woman like Yi Yaorao, a first-layer divine general martialist, had found the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range, found that deep pit, and jumped in without hesitation. However, Yi Qinghan knew that she must have suffered. Yi Qinghan's heart was in extreme pain as he looked at her pale and frowning face. "Get up. You don't have to bow to me in the future. Also, my own people can call me the Rain Empress." The Rain Emperor stood quietly under the veil, as if he had merged with the surrounding scenery. He stood there quietly like a beautiful painting, very natural. "Please save my wife, Rain Empress. Yi Qinghan is willing to pay any price." Yi Qinghan did not get up. He knew that the Rain Empress could save Yi Yaorao, but he still sincerely expressed his wish. Yi Yaorao's divine crystal had shattered and her soul had fallen into a deep coma. The divine crystal was the most important thing to a martialist. Once it shattered, Yi Yaorao would definitely die. He did not dare to move recklessly, and only looked at the Rain Emperor's blurry face with a face full of hope. "I let you come up because I naturally have a way to save your wife. Of course, the 4 emperors of the Forgotten Land all have this ability. However, I can heal her the fastest and the most suitable." The Rain Emperor still stood in the same spot, and did not move. Because of her blurry face, it looked like her mouth was not even open. She paused for a moment before continuing. "As for the price, the higher and faster you can climb the 5 Emperors Mountain, that would be the best repayment to me. Alright, put your wife down and go down to the 2nd floor to cultivate." "Ah." Yi Qinghan blinked and rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Although he felt that the Rain Emperor was a trustworthy person, He was still worried about leaving Yi Yao Rao here. He looked at the Rain Emperor and said, "Rain Empress, can I watch from the side? I have no other intentions, I just want to take a look. Follow me." The Empress of the Rain didn't say much. She just said something indifferently, then turned around and walked inside. Her footsteps were very light, as if her feet were not on the ground. Her back view was very beautiful, and her white palace dress was well tailored, perfectly showing off her perfect figure. Why does this back look so familiar? Just now, Yi Qinghan did not dare to stare at the Empress of Rain directly, but at this moment he took a closer look at her back, but the more he looked, the more familiar she seemed. After muttering to himself for a while, he came to a sudden realization. He had often tried to comprehend the painting of a beautiful woman dancing with a sword. That woman was the Rain Empress, so how could she not be familiar? The Empress of Rain, who was in front of him, suddenly paused when she saw Yi Qinghan's pondering expression. Yi Qinghan did not dare to look at her anymore. He lowered his head and followed the Empress of Rain to the side hall. After turning around the side hall, they finally came to a room. The Empress of Rain stood quietly inside, looking at the white jade bed inside. Yi Qinghan quickly put Yi Yao Rao on the bed gently, then stood aside obediently, not daring to look around. Then he saw an ivory-like hand reach over. The fingernails were light blue, just like concubine lands. The hand gently pressed against Yi Yao Rao's lower abdomen, and a light blue light appeared on the hand. "Your wife's injury must be healed with gentle divine power, completely enveloping the divine crystal, and slowly healing the broken parts bit by bit. This divine power cannot be too much, too little, or too strong. Otherwise, the divine crystal will shatter. Furthermore, each treatment has to be done a month apart, so this injury cannot be healed in a day or two. It will take at least 10 years. The Rain Emperor said gently. His tone was very calm. Although his voice was faint, it was very gentle. It was as if he was talking to an old friend, which made people feel very comfortable. 10 years. Thank you, Rain Empress. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Yao Rao's pale face, and his heart ached. At this moment, he also understood why the Thunder Emperor did not help and why the Rain Emperor said that she was the most suitable person to heal. To heal the divine crystal, one had to stay close to her for such a long time. The Rain Empress was a woman, so of course, she was the most suitable. Although 10 years was very long as Yi Yao Rao was fine, he would wait for 100 years. Rain Empress, can I come and see my wife in the future? Yi Qinghan turned his head slightly to look at the blurry face and asked expectantly. Go back and cultivate well. I will allow you to visit her once a year. This is the token. The Rain Empress flipped her other hand, and a white token appeared out of thin air. Yi Qinghan grabbed it, and saw that it was exactly the same as Liao Qi's token. He looked at Yi Yao Rao deeply. Without any hesitation, he bowed to the Rain Empress and quickly walked towards the palace. I didn't expect this little man to be so infatuated. He actually dared to go to the Thunder Emperor's tribe alone for a woman. However, he is so fickle. I wonder how many more women he has. When the Rain Empress sensed that Yi Qinghan had disappeared from the palace, her eyes gradually became clear, revealing a pair of bright eyes. A complicated look flashed in her eyes. Thunder Emperor's tribe, Peak Thunder Emperor Palace. Bang, bang, bang. In the training room, the Thunder Emperor's entire body was releasing the aura of a ferocious beast. He punched the surrounding walls one after another. With every punch, the walls would tremble slightly. The entire Thunder Emperor Palace was shaking nonstop. It was obvious how powerful he was. Fortunately, he had controlled his divine power. If he had used his full strength, the Thunder Emperor Palace would definitely have to be rebuilt. Lei Bao, how dare you treat my wife and son like this? Once I get out, I will definitely kill everyone in the family and leave no one alive. After a long while, the Thunder Emperor seemed to have vented enough and stopped. However, his eyes still emitted a devouring aura, and lightning surrounded his body. Needless to say, if anyone dared to provoke him now, they would definitely be turned into ashes in an instant. How could you leave me? How could you do this? The information that Yi Qinghan had given him was not much, but it did not stop him from deducing some things. Fireworks had grown up alone in the Fireworks tribe, and had only brought a dozen or so divine general guards with him. Needless to say, Fireworks' mother and his subordinates were definitely dead. At this moment, the Thunder Clan had completely disappointed him. Lei Yin, take good care of my daughter. Wait for me to get out. After a while, the sorrow in the Thunder Emperor's eyes faded. What replaced it was a face full of guilt and tenderness. He did not continue to vent his emotions. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. He knew that it would be very, very difficult to get out. However, for the sake of his daughter, he could only continuously advance toward that elusive goal. In just over 100,000 years, he had cultivated to the 7th grade war god realm. He did not believe that in this lifetime, he could not cultivate to that legendary realm. Chapter 7:14. Not long after the incident of the Thunder Emperor's tribe, the other 3 emperors immediately knew what had happened. Although the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Emperor had issued a gag order, it was difficult to conceal the incident since it had caused such a huge commotion. Several experts from both sides had died, and even the Thunder Emperor had taken action. Moreover, all the tribes had spies on the 2nd level of the Thunder Emperor's tribe, and the incident happened there. With the intelligence of the emperors, it was easy for them to guess the gist of the matter. The Demon Emperor heard his subordinate's report and did not care. He waved his hand to dismiss his subordinate. 4 of the 5 tribes in the Forgotten Land were made up of human warriors. The Demon Emperor was not stupid. The more intense the internal strife, the better. Moreover, it was a matter of the Thunder Emperor's tribe, and he had no intention of getting involved. The 4 emperors had not figured out the Thunder Emperor's character. If he was angered, the Demon Emperor's tribe would no longer exist. The Supreme God Slaughtering Blade. A human warrior can actually use it? This kid is indeed a strange talent. Fortunately, he was not killed. Otherwise, it would have been bad. The Cloud Emperor sat on the throne high up in the palace. Although there was no one in the palace, he still felt that sitting on this throne could show his supreme status. After a moment of silence, he suddenly sent a voice transmission to a warrior in white armor outside the palace. Pay close attention to this. Yi Qinghan. Report immediately if there is any news. Inform all the warriors in the tribe who are 5th grade war gods and above. This kid is someone I value. The warrior who was kneeling on one knee outside the palace trembled. Although the Cloud Emperor was always smiling, he had never shown that he valued someone. Even when the Cloud Emperor's divine king stayed in the 5 Emperors Mountain for 10 days and 10 nights, he only said, "Not bad, continue to work hard." What did it mean to be valued by the Cloud Emperor? It meant that this young divine general could basically do whatever he wanted in the Cloud Emperor Mountain. In addition, the Thunder Emperor had promised that he could enter and leave the Thunder Emperor Palace at any time. And this kid even went to the Rain Emperor Palace. At this moment, the white-armored martialist was filled with jealousy. This was the first person in hundreds of thousands of years to be valued by 3 emperors. Furthermore, he was a young divine general. He still didn't know if the Wind Emperor also thought highly of him. If he did, this little divine general would be able to do whatever he wanted in the Forgotten Land. The Wind Emperor indeed thought highly of Yi Qinghan. From the moment he received the news, he stood up and slowly stomped around in the palace. It could be seen that he cared about this matter very much. Lu Yin respectfully knelt on one knee in the palace. As the patroller of the Wind Emperor tribe, he knew very well that he didn't sit in this position because of his strength. He was only a lower 6th grade war god. There were 7 or 8 people in the tribe who were stronger than him, but he was the one who climbed the 5 Emperors' Mountains the highest. Pass down my order. All the spies in the tribe are to pay close attention to this person. If there is any news, report it immediately. Go down. The Wind Emperor stopped in his tracks and waved his hand to dismiss Lu Yun. He stood alone in the empty palace in a daze. Why would the Supreme Slaughter God Blade appear in the divine world? And in the hands of a young divine general? Those 2 fools, the Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor, were actually not moved? I must get it. If this young divine general can use it, I can definitely use it too. As long as I get this blade, who would I be afraid of in the Forgotten Land? Rain Empress, you be *tch, I will definitely make you kneel before me, haha. The Wind Emperor suddenly opened his mouth and laughed loudly. His laughter reverberated in the spacious palace and was unusually ear-piercing. Yi Qinghan didn't know that at this moment, he had already attracted the attention of countless experts in the dark. He obediently walked down the stairway and didn't linger on the third or fourth level. He directly returned to the second level. Little brother Yi. When Wuxian saw Yi Qinghan walking down, he hurriedly revealed a respectful smile. He originally wanted to call him Lord Yi, but after thinking about it, he didn't do so. Yes, big brother Wuxian. Yi Qinghan will remember today's favor. Yi Qinghan smiled at Wuxian. If Wuxian hadn't passed the news to him, he didn't know what would have happened in the end. It's my duty, my duty. When Wuxian heard the words big brother Wuxian, he smiled so widely that his face almost became crooked. The worry and fear that he had been feeling all this time instantly disappeared. Since Yi Qinghan said that he owed him a favor, if the higher-ups wanted to pursue this matter, Yi Qinghan would definitely help. His eyes darted around a few times. As he walked inside with Yi Qinghan, he whispered to Yi Qinghan, "Little brother Yi, I will find a way to arrange for the Ox-Head Celestial King that you know to go to the second level after some time." "Yes, I'll go back and rest first. You can do what you need to do." Yi Qinghan nodded but didn't say much. He had expressed his intentions, and Wuxian had also expressed his intentions. Both of them understood that it wasn't good to say too much. Under the respectful gazes of Wuxian and the martial artists on the second level, Yi Qinghan returned to his room alone. He activated the protective shield, walked into the room, and fell onto the large bed inside. Today's events had been full of twists and turns. There were a few times when he was in despair, but in the end, there was light at the end of the tunnel. Under such a high level of stimulation, he was extremely tired. Now that the danger was over, and with Empress Yu, Yi Yarao would wake up sooner or later. At this moment, his mind was completely relaxed. Not long after, he fell into a deep sleep. After sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights, Yi Qinghan woke up. He took a bath and changed his clothes. Then, he sat in the living room in a daze. He started to recall the recent events. He thought about his bet with concubine Lan, about how he killed Long Kuei, about what Empress Yu had said to him, and about this kidnapping incident. He understood that Empress Yu thought very highly of him. However, he didn't know why she thought so highly of him. He was just a small god general. If there was anything special about him, it would be Xiaohei, his 2 souls, and the slaughter god blade. Xiaohei's father, the Soul Emperor, had a very high status in the divine world. However, Yi Qinghan didn't think that he would be able to meet the Soul Emperor's subordinates or people who were indebted to the Soul Emperor. Although his 2 souls were protected by a layer of faint yellow light, he wasn't sure that martial artists of the Empress Yu's level hadn't discovered them. As for the Slaughter God blade, this blade was very powerful. In fact, it was way more powerful than he had imagined. Given the Thunder Thearka's strength and experience, how could this blade be bad? However, what puzzled him was that this blade seemed to be recognized by many people. In other words, this blade was very famous? But why didn't the Soul Emperor recognize it? Was Elder Lu wrong, or was there some secret hidden in this? No matter how he thought about it, he still couldn't figure it out. Yi Qinghan decided to cultivate for a while. If it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a curse. If it was a curse, he couldn't avoid it. He was just a small god general. He couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. It was better for him to cultivate hard first. After the impact of this incident passed, he would take some time to visit the Thunder Thearka's tribe and ask him for an explanation. Chapter 7:15. Yi Qinghan entered the first training room and prepared to cultivate. The Rain Empress had said that cultivating diligently and climbing higher in the 5 Emperors Mountain would be the best way to repay her. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was still being treated by the Rain Empress. Yi Qinghan naturally understood the Rain Empress' words to mean that the faster he cultivated, the higher he climbed, the more effort the Rain Empress would put in to treat Yi Qinghan. The 2 souls revolved at the same time. Yi Qinghan began to enter the soul quietude state. The 4th level of soul quietude was easy to cultivate, but it was also very difficult. As long as one continuously entered the soul quietude state for hundreds of thousands or millions of times, one would become proficient. If one could enter the soul quietude state at any time, it would be considered as entering the 4th level. If one was lucky, he would only need to enter it tens of thousands of times. If he was unlucky, he would need to enter it millions of times. In the Sea of Soul, the two mini Yi Qinghan began to practice the law of space. They compared and verified each other to find a point of fusion. Yi Qinghan had 3 choices for his cultivation path. After thinking about it, Yi Qinghan decided to proceed with all 3 paths at the same time. On one hand, he could enter the soul quietude state and allow his soul to grow, although he did not know how to cultivate as a soul cultivator. But there was nothing wrong with continuously strengthening his soul, right? On the other hand, he could continuously fuse the profound mysteries of space. If he did not have the opportunity to fuse them for a while, he would choose to look at the painting of a beautiful lady performing a sword dance to comprehend the basic profound mysteries. The 3 moon queens who entered the soul quietude state. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes. His soul had grown a little in the past 3 months. Although this was negligible compared to the huge Sea of Soul, it was still good to have some growth. After cultivating the soul to the God King realm, it was indeed extremely difficult to improve. Without the soul quietude state, it would be extremely difficult to advance even 1 level. The profound mysteries of space still did not make any progress. There was no sign of fusion. But Yi Qinghan was not discouraged. The profound mysteries of space were incomparably difficult to fuse. Elder Lu had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, and was still a peak heavenly god. He had cultivated in the divine world for hundreds of thousands of years, and was still in the heavenly god realm. Therefore, Yi Qinghan was not discouraged or anxious. What made him anxious was Xiaohe. Xiaohe had been asleep for a few months. It was fine if he was asleep, but the problem was that he still could not sense Xiaohe's condition. Could it be that Xiaohe's soul has also mutated? Yi Qinghan summoned Xiaohe. He looked at Xiaohe's cute sleeping face and smiled helplessly. This was very unusual, but Xiaohe's body was fine. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not dare to interrupt Xiaohe's sleep. If Xiaohe was having an epiphany or something, it would be a huge mistake to interrupt him. After recalling Xiaohe back into the warbeast space, Yi Qinghan's eyes began to light up. He locked his gaze on the wall in front of him and observed the painting of a beautiful woman dancing with her sword. The scene in front of him changed again, turning into a palace with a hazy woman elegantly brandishing a sword under a light veil. He had comprehended this diagram many times and was very familiar with it. But this time, Yi Qinghan recalled the figure of the Rain Empress he saw in the Rain Emperor's palace. The clear figure of the Rain Empress began to overlap with the hazy figure in front of him. Finally, the woman in front of him began to become clearer. Every step and every movement was so clear. Even the light veil dancing seemed to become clear. Everything was so natural, so clear. The steps, the movements, the light veil contained all kinds of profound mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth. It was so clear, so penetrating. F***ck what happened? I've struck it rich this time. Forget it, I'll comprehend it first. Both of Yi Qinghan's souls trembled at the same time. The scene in front of him was not a painting of a beautiful woman dancing with her sword. It was clearly a painting that contained countless profound mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, these mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth looked so clear and penetrating. As long as he comprehended it slightly, he would definitely be able to get started. Although Yi Qinghan did not understand what had happened, he always wanted to get what he wanted first. As for the reason, who the F***ck cared so much? After carefully observing for a while, Yi Qinghan firmly memorized the few scenes that had stirred him. Then, he quickly entered a state of spiritual stillness. Both of his souls revolved at the same time, and started to comprehend the profound mysteries in this state of spiritual stillness. Gulp gulp. 8 months later, Yi Qinghan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were blank, and his Adam's apple squirmed as he continuously swallowed his saliva. 8 months. In a mere 8 months, Yi Qinghan had actually comprehended the remaining 8 profound mysteries of the law of wind and the law of earth. In addition to the wind blade and the earth elemental art that he had comprehended previously, this meant that he had comprehended all 5 basic profound mysteries of the wind and earth elemental arts. The most difficult part of comprehending the profound mysteries of the laws was comprehending the basics. Since he had already comprehended these 8 profound mysteries, mastery was only a matter of time. At this moment, Yi Qinghan did not feel too happy about this. Instead, he felt a little lost, a little in disbelief, and even a little afraid. Comprehending the profound mysteries of the laws was not the same as cultivating divine power. Comprehending the profound mysteries of the laws would not guarantee growth. In the first 3 months, he had also been in a state of spiritual stillness, but he had not fused a single strand of the law of space. Now, after 8 months, he had comprehended 8 basic profound mysteries. If this matter were to spread, the entire divine realm would definitely be in an uproar. Even if it reached the ears of the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor, they would probably be stunned. Although the basic profound mysteries were the easiest to comprehend, it shouldn't be as easy as he was, comprehending 8 profound mysteries in one go. Yi Qinghan did not dare to cultivate anymore. Just now, when he was in a state of spiritual stillness, he did not stop to think about these questions. But now that he had woken up, he did not dare to cultivate anymore. There was definitely something wrong when something was out of the ordinary. Right now, this matter had already exceeded the scope of what was out of the ordinary. He did not know what would happen if he continued to cultivate like this. What should I do? What should I do? Yi Qinghan stood up, his eyes blank. Without a teacher, he was like a headless fly on the path of cultivation, bumping around in a daze. Should I ask the Thunder Emperor? Or the Rain Empress? If this was outside, Yi Qinghan would definitely ask Lord Devour for advice. Lord Devour was someone that he could trust completely. Although the Thunder Emperor was Fireworks' father, and he had also expressed his admiration for Yi Qinghan, they had only met once after all. Yi Qinghan was a little hesitant. On the contrary, Yi Qinghan had an indescribable sense of trust towards the Rain Empress. Perhaps it was because of what had happened in the life and death arena, or perhaps it was because of the kidnapping incident, or perhaps it was because he had seen her sword dance painting that he had comprehended the profound mysteries, or perhaps it was because she had directly helped to save Yi Yaorao without any request. After thinking for a day, Yi Qinghan still did not dare to cultivate. Eventually, he decided to go to the Rain Emperor's palace to see Yi Yaorao and ask the Rain Empress. If he didn't ask clearly, he would always be a little worried, and he would not dare to cultivate with all his strength. Under the envious gazes of the second floor's warriors, Yi Qinghan walked up the stairway to heaven alone. When the guards of the third and fourth floor saw Yi Qinghan, they did not dare to ask anything. Instead, they all greeted him respectfully. Taking out the token, Yi Qinghan walked to the palace one more time. He saw the woman sitting quietly under the light veil. The Rain Empress didn't blame him for coming up after less than a year. She pointed at the room, asking Yi Qinghan to go and see Yi Yaorao. After sitting with Yi Yaorao for a day, Yi Qinghan's soul consciousness sensed that the cracks on Yi Yaorao's divine crystal had healed a little. After walking out of the palace and greeting her, he told the Rain Empress about the strange things that had happened to him. He didn't conceal the fact that his soul had quieted down. Of course, he would not tell her about his soul mutation. The Rain Empress sat lazily on a chair and listened to Yi Qinghan's words. After she finished listening, a dazzling light blossomed on her blurry face. She suddenly sat up straight and puffed out her ample chest. She actually asked in a doubtful tone, "Are you sure?" Chapter 7:16. The Rain Empress was such an important person, yet she had subconsciously voiced her doubts. It could be seen that Yi Qinghan's news was unheard of even to her. Yi Qinghan was startled, but she still nodded obediently. Only then did the Rain Empress notice that she had lost her composure. She sat back on the chair and sank into deep thought. Yi Qinghan stared at that blurry face, not daring to glance at it. Even though the Rain Empress gave him an indescribable sense of trust, or perhaps a sense of closeness. Even though he had fantasized about something when he was comprehending the painting of a beautiful woman dancing with a sword, it didn't mean that he dared to look at it frivolously. If he angered such an important person, even if the Thunder Emperor protected him, it definitely wouldn't be a good ending. The Rain Empress didn't stay silent for too long. She suddenly said, "You said you've already cultivated to the 3rd level of soul stillness? How long have you cultivated in total?" "How long?" According to the God Realm's time, it's about 10 years, less than 20 years. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose in embarrassment and answered honestly. He had only cultivated in the Flame Dragon continent for a little over 10 years, and had only been in the God Realm for a little over 10 years. According to the God Realm's time, it really hadn't been 20 years. Are you sure? The Rain Empress suddenly stood up and stared at Yi Qinghan again as she asked a nonsensical question. The moment the words left her mouth, she saw Yi Qinghan's innocent expression and knew that she had lost her composure again. Fortunately, the blurry face made Yi Qinghan unable to see the shock on her face. Otherwise, her dignity as the Rain Empress would have been completely lost in front of this little god general. There was no lack of geniuses in the God Realm. It wasn't rare for someone to become a god at a young age, and there were also those who broke through to the God King realm in 20 years. However, she had never heard of someone who could comprehend the 8 basic profound mysteries in 8 months. She had also never heard of someone who could cultivate to the 3rd level of soul stillness in 10 years. The former might be recognized as a peerless genius, but the latter definitely belonged to the category of freaks. She was very clear on how difficult it was to cultivate the 3rd level of soul quietude. Many martial artists were unable to comprehend this state, so they gave up on cultivating the soul. This was also the reason why there were so few soul cultivators in the God Realm. After a long time, the Rain Empress recovered from her shock and opened her mouth. Her tone was not as indifferent as before. Instead, it was filled with a trace of joy. Good, very good. Little Yi Qinghan, continue to work hard on your cultivation. Although I've never seen or heard of a state like yours, I'm still in a good position. But I can assure you that this is a good thing, a very good thing. Also, you have to work hard to enter a state of soul stillness. Put aside your law cultivation for now, and raise your soul to the God King realm. As long as your soul reaches the God King realm, you will be qualified to become a soul cultivator. At that time, I will teach you how to cultivate the soul. As long as you become a soul cultivator, your future will be limitless. This, Yi Qinghan nodded lightly. His expression was a little solemn, but his mind was spinning quickly. He was analyzing the meaning of the Rain Empress words. It was obvious that the Rain Empress was a soul cultivator, and a powerful one at that. At least, she was much stronger than Mo Xiaoxiao. Also, it seemed like the Rain Empress could not detect the state of his soul. This made him very surprised, but also very happy. This was because the strength of his soul had reached the God King realm. But the Rain Empress did not know. As a soul cultivator, the Rain Empress' soul was definitely very strong. She actually could not detect his soul? This meant that the Rain Empress was still not clear about the matter of his soul mutation. Could it be the effect of the pale yellow barrier on his soul? Then what? The Rain Empress, actually, my soul has already reached the God King realm. After a moment of silence, Yi Qinghan scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, You know the soul strength of a God King realm? Hearing Yi Qinghan's words, the Rain Empress almost jumped up again. She originally wanted to ask, Are you sure? Fortunately, she reacted halfway and quickly changed her tone. However, the doubt in her voice was still very obvious. Soul cultivation was easy to cultivate in the God General realm, but from the peak of God General to the God King realm was a threshold. This threshold also made countless martial artists hesitate to become soul cultivators. When Yi Qinghan said that he had cultivated the soul quietude to the 3rd level, she could still reluctantly accept it. However, if he said that he had crossed this hurdle in such a short period of time, she simply did not believe it. I know. If the peak of God General's soul is the size of a fist, then the strength of my soul is already the size of a palm. Yi Qinghan obviously would not foolishly say that he had 2 souls, so he could only make an analogy. The combined strength of his 2 souls had indeed reached the level of a God King. Is that so? The Rain Empress clearly still did not believe it. With a flip of her hand, she took out a small booklet from her spatial ring and handed it over. She said, This is the most basic soul skill of soul cultivators, deterrence. If you can successfully cultivate it, then you will become a soul cultivator. After you succeed, immediately come and see me. Yes, Rain Empress, I will take my leave first. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed and took the booklet. The Rain Empress's meaning was very clear. As long as he successfully cultivated it, it would mean that he had become a soul cultivator. She would also teach him how to cultivate his soul. Of course, she would not let such a good thing go. She hurriedly bid farewell and left. Seeing Yi Qinghan happily walk down the palace, the Rain Empress' eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at the palace gate and the rolling clouds in the distance and murmured, "This little man is really a little monster. Could it be that the strength of his soul has really reached the God King realm? Could it be that after his soul became two, the strength didn't decrease, but increased instead? Cultivated for less than 20 years? What a little man. If he really became a soul cultivator, then it would really be too scary." Yi Qinghan did not know exactly how strong a soul cultivator was. However, he knew that since a soul cultivator could become a lower 7th grade war god when he just entered the God Emperor realm, he must be extremely powerful. Moreover, Yi Qinghan had always relied on the body fusion technique and the slaughter god blade, which were actually soul attacks. Therefore, he had a special liking for soul attacks. Now that there was a chance to become a soul cultivator, he naturally would not let it go. He immediately returned to the number 1 training room and started cultivating the secret booklet that the Rain Empress gave him. The booklet in the secret booklet only recorded one skill, deterrence. Yi Qinghan flipped through it for a while and quickly understood the cultivation method of this skill. Deterrence was actually a very simple skill. To put it simply, it was to make use of the soul cultivator's soul, which was stronger than other martial artists, to create a spiritual pressure. This would cause the enemy to develop an instinctive fear of you, which would then lower their fighting strength. This was actually similar to the natural aura of a supreme expert. When you faced an expert and developed a feeling that you could not defeat him, you would naturally not use your full strength to attack. To put it bluntly, this was a kind of cultivation of aura. Half a month later, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, which inadvertently released an astonishing aura. This caused his originally gentle appearance to produce a domineering aura that made people's hearts palpitate. However, this aura instantly disappeared as he grinned. He laughed and said, "F***ck, I actually succeeded in cultivating this deterrence skill so easily? I actually became the legendary Soul Cultivator?" Chapter 717. Blinking his eyes, Yi Qinghan sat quietly in the training room for an hour. In the end, he still couldn't believe it. He stood up happily and decided to go out and find someone to test it out. If he succeeded, he would go to the Rain Empress immediately to confirm it. Yi Qinghan walked out of the training room and quickly walked down the long corridor. After walking for a while, he discovered 2 cultivators in front of him. They were chatting in low voices as they walked. Hearing someone coming from behind, the 2 of them turned around subconsciously. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's 2 souls circulated, and his body naturally gave off a terrifying aura. An intense pressure appeared, and a chill appeared in his eyes as he coldly stared at the 2 of them. Plop! The 2 captains were both god kings. Even their souls shivered when Yi Qinghan glanced at them coldly. They dropped to one knee subconsciously and bowed towards Yi Qinghan. At the same time, they said politely or even fearfully, "Greetings, sir." Success. While Yi Qinghan was overjoyed, he was secretly shocked. This deterrence was so powerful. He could feel the instinctive fear from the 2 of them. He also knew that these captains were usually very respectful to him, but not to the extent of kneeling to him. He was a divine general realm cultivator, but he could make 2 divine kings kneel in fear with just a look? Yes. Yi Qinghan responded indifferently and walked forward quickly, leaving the 2 captains looking at each other. "Little brother Yi." Yi Qinghan walked out and prepared to go straight to the Rain Emperor Palace. As he walked to another corridor, he heard Wuxian's call. He thought for a while and decided to use Wuxian to test the power of the deterrence. His eyes gradually turned cold as he turned around slowly. These few months, he didn't receive any orders from the higher-ups. Wuxian knew that the higher-ups didn't blame him. Not long ago, he had been secretly making arrangements for the Oxhead God King. Today, he could bring the Oxhead God King to the 2nd floor. At this moment, he was about to bring him to look for Yi Qinghan and ask for credit. He didn't expect to see Yi Qinghan on the way, so he quickly called out to him. "Yi." When Oxhead Celestial King saw Yi Qinghan's back, his face was filled with joy. He knew very well that if it wasn't for Yi Qinghan, he wouldn't have been able to reach the second floor. Just as they were about to open their mouths in joy, they saw Yi Qinghan turn around. There was an indescribable aura emanating from his eyes, as though he had transformed into a completely different person. Wuxian was stunned for a moment, while the Oxhead Godly King felt as though he couldn't breathe properly. What a powerful aura! Wuxian regained his senses after being stunned for a moment. His heart was filled with incomparable bewilderment. In the blink of an eye, he had not seen Yi Qinghan for a few months. He was still a first-layer divine general. No, even if he had broken through to the celestial Dharch realm, he shouldn't be intimidating him, right? What was going on? This was too strange. Oxhead God King had a different thought. This little brother was originally the weakest and most inconspicuous among the four of them. At that time, he thought that Yi Qinghan would be the first to die. He didn't expect that not only would he survive, but he would also win 15 consecutive victories. Now, not only did he bring him to the second floor, but he was also able to intimidate a second-layer Divine King God King with the strength of a Divine General? Haha. Big Brother Oxhead. Big Brother Wuxian, help me make arrangements for Big Brother Oxhead. I'll go up first. I'll talk to you in detail when I come back. When Yi Qinghan saw that it was Oxhead God King, he immediately withdrew his aura and smiled happily. However, when he recalled Yuho's words, he left after informing Wuxian. Big Brother Wuxian? Make arrangements? Oxhead God King Yi Qinghan smiled gratefully, but he was even more astonished. This little brother seemed to be doing quite well on the second floor. He actually called Commander Wuxian Big Brother, and he allowed him to make arrangements for him. Looking at Yi Qinghan's back, Oxhead God King swallowed his saliva and cupped his fists at Wuxian. Go up? Brother Yi, where are you going? Hee, the Rain Emperor Palace. Wuxian looked at Yi Qinghan's back enviously, then turned around with a faint smile and transmitted his voice as he pointed upwards. Oxhead God King's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared in the direction where Yi Qinghan had disappeared. Wuxian glanced at the shocked Oxhead God King and continued to drop a bomb. Hee, you have a good eye. Acknowledge this little brother of yours. Let me tell you, not only can this little brother of yours enter the Rain Emperor Palace at any time, he's also recognized by the Thunder Emperor as his nephew. He can enter and exit the Thunder Emperor Palace at will. Gasp! Oxhead God King gasped. His body trembled, and he was completely dumbfounded. What? The Rain Empress was lying lazily on a slanted chair. When she heard that he had mastered the art of deterrence, she couldn't stay calm anymore. She sat up from the chair, but her heart was filled with anger. Why did she lose her composure again and again in front of Yi Qinghan? This was very abnormal. Ever since she broke through the God Emperor realm hundreds of thousands of years ago and became a 7th-grade war god, there were very few things that could make her lose her composure. However, during this period of time, show me. The Rain Empress told herself to stay calm. She lay down again, but her blurred face was fixed on Yi Qinghan, waiting for his performance. Okay. Yi Qinghan was also very excited. If the Rain Empress confirmed that he had mastered the art of deterrence, it meant that he could become a soul cultivator. Immediately, he hurriedly circulated his 2 souls. His body slowly emitted an imposing aura, and his eyes also produced a formless pressure. Not bad. Yi Qinghan, from now on, you are one of the soul cultivators. To be able to become a soul cultivator in such a short period of time, you can be considered the first person in the history of the immortal realm. This time the Rain Empress tone didn't change too much. She just revealed a hint of admiration and admiration. However, she was shocked and confused again, because only she knew how powerful Yi Qinghan's deterrence was. Logically speaking, the soul of a God King realm shouldn't have such a powerful deterrence. This kid is really strange. Yi Qinghan, of course, knew that it wasn't a coincidence that he could become a soul cultivator in such a short period of time. This wasn't a coincidence. It was all because of his soul mutation. Without the soul mutation, it was impossible for his soul strength to directly reach the first tier of the God King realm from the second tier of the Divine General realm. If it weren't for the fact that his soul had become 2, he definitely wouldn't have been able to cultivate the third tier of the soul quietude technique. He had met the two conditions to become a soul cultivator because of his soul mutation. Rain Empress, can you teach me to cultivate my soul? Since he had become a soul cultivator, Yi Qinghan, of course, wouldn't give up such a good opportunity. He immediately looked at the Rain Empress with hope. If the Rain Empress could become his teacher, not only would he have a good time in the UD mountain, but he would also have the chance to become a peerless expert like her. At that time, if there was a chance to go out, not to mention the position of the Fire Dragon Overlord, it would be easy for him to conquer a city in the immortal realm and bring all his relatives and friends from the Fire Dragon continent to the immortal realm. No. However, the Rain Empress in different words extinguished the flame of hope that had just risen in Yi Qinghan's heart. The Empress of the Rain looked at the stunned Yi Qinghan and laughed softly. Her laughter, which sounded like silver bells, echoed in the palace. When Yi Qinghan's face turned gloomy, the Rain Empress stopped laughing and said slowly, "I'm not related to you. Why should I teach you?" Rain Empress, if you have any request, just say it. If Yi Qinghan can do it, I will do my best. Hearing the Rain Empress words, Yi Qinghan relaxed. She was not related to him, so her meaning was clear. If you don't take out something and do something for me, why should I teach you? It's simple. Climb to the top of the 5 Emperors Mountain, and I will give you whatever you want. The Rain Empress' answer was straightforward, and even exaggerated. Yi Qinghan thought to himself, if I want your people, will you give them to me? Of course, he could only think about it. After pondering for a while, he asked a question that had puzzled him for a long time. Climb to the top of the 5 Emperors Mountain. Is there any special meaning? Of course there is. The Rain Empress stood up and turned her blurry face. Through the white jade palace gate, she looked at the clouds in the distance and said seriously, only when someone climbs to the top of the 5 Emperors Mountain can we have hope to leave this cursed land. Chapter 7:18. Walk out of the forgotten land? Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly lit up. It was the first time he had heard of a way to walk out of the forgotten land and the apotheosis of the gods. He was instantly excited. He had learned from Li Bai that no one had ever walked out of the apotheosis of the gods. The 5 emperors were all 7th-grade war gods, but they could not walk out of the apotheosis of the gods for hundreds of thousands of years. Now that he heard there was a way out, how could he not be excited? If I climb to the top of the 5 Emperors Mountain, will I be able to walk out and return to the divine realm? The fire in Yi Qinghan's eyes seemed to be able to melt an iceberg. He had not dared to think about this question, and had been deliberately avoiding it. Whether it was in front of Concubine Lan or Wu Shan, he did not dare to mention or ask about it. Because he was afraid that this dream would be broken. He could never go back, never see his 3 beloved wives, never see the 3 flowers, never see his relatives, and never return to the Tsang city in his dreams. Haha, there are 3 ways to get out. The Rain Emperor's words made Yi Qinghan's eyes light up again, but the following words made Yi Qinghan's heart sink to the bottom. First, you can directly fly out of that cave when you reach the realm of 9th-grade war god. Second, you can also fly out by comprehending the advanced occult of the law of space, eternal space. However, this advanced occult only exists in legends, and no one has ever succeeded in comprehending it. Third, you can climb to the top of the 5 Emperors Mountain. There is an altar at the top of the 5 Emperors Mountain. As long as you walk into the altar, you will have a chance to break the curse of the apotheosis of the gods. Once the curse is broken, the apotheosis of the gods can no longer be achieved. There was no need to consider the first condition. An invincible 9th-grade war god was a legendary existence. There were trillions of warriors in the divine realm, and there were countless peerless geniuses. No matter how confident he was, he dared not think about something that others could not comprehend. As for the third condition, at this moment, Yi Qinghan knew why the Rain Emperor and the other 4 emperors valued the 5 Emperors Mountain so much. Why Concubine Lan said that he could get her if he climbed to the top of the 5 Emperors Mountain. Why did the Rain Empress say that climbing higher and faster would be the best repayment to her? After he climbed up, she even asked him to stay in the Rain Emperor Palace. After all, that place was related to whether or not everyone could leave. Once someone broke the curse, That person would be the benefactor of all the cultivators in the Forgotten Land. Who here didn't want to go out? After the rain. Has anyone climbed to the summit so far? Yi Qinghan asked after a moment of silence. The Rain Empress answered simply, yes. In the entire Forgotten Land, 8 people have climbed it, and I can also climb it, but, so far, no one has been able to enter that altar. What the hell is this place? Can we get out of here? Yi Qinghan's heart turned cold. So many experts had climbed up, but they couldn't enter the altar. Even if he climbed up, what use would it be? Perhaps he would never have the chance to walk out of this place in this lifetime. He would never have the chance to see Yu Qingcheng, Yi Qingyu and the others again. The Rain Empress waved her hand and said, "You can't say it like that. Yi Qinghan, you have to understand that the 5 Emperors Mountain is very strange. You can't climb it just because you are strong. Do you know Liao Qi? He couldn't even climb the 3rd mountain. There are no rules in the 5 Emperors Mountain. If you climb up, you can climb up. If you can't climb it for the rest of your life. I think, as long as people keep climbing up, there will be someone who can break the curse and let us leave this God's penitentiary. You are the strangest genius in the Forgotten Land. Maybe you can do it. If you don't try, who knows?" That's true. If you don't try, how do you know it's hopeless? Yi Qinghan was encouraged by the Rain Empress, and his heart was on fire again. The 5 Emperors Mountain was indeed strange. Even Liao Qi couldn't climb the 3rd mountain, but he could easily climb the 2nd mountain. Furthermore, no one in the Forgotten Land had ever won 15 times in a row. He had 2 souls, and everything was strange. Maybe he could really make it. It was better to think of a way to climb up first. He turned his head and thought of something. He asked in surprise, "God's penitentiary? This sealed God Valley is a God's penitentiary? No way. Who has the power to build a God's penitentiary that can trap 7th and 8th grade war gods? This is indeed a God's penitentiary. You didn't hear wrong. As for who built it, it's useless even if you know. It will affect your state of mind." The Rain Empress stood up and walked inside. Her figure disappeared in the light muslin. After a while, she transmitted her voice again. "Go back and cultivate. Duo Jingru's soul is in a state of silence. Cultivate your soul more. Once a soul cultivator's soul cultivation increases, the rest can be done slowly. If you have nothing to do, you can go climb the 5 Emperors Mountain. Of course, you can also cultivate there. Maybe you will have a special encounter." The Rain Empress floated away. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to stay and walked down. After receiving confirmation from the Rain Empress, Yi Qinghan was relieved. He decided to cultivate the 8 Foundation occult to the great completion. After that, he would go climb the 5 Emperors Mountain. This 5 Emperors Mountain was related to whether or not he could get out. He wouldn't give up until he found a way to climb it. Walking down to the 2nd floor, Wuxian led him to the Ox-Head Godly King's residence. After chatting with the Ox-Head Godly King for a while, he realized that he didn't have the same feeling as before. It seemed that the Ox-Head Godly King was a little polite or respectful to him. Yi Qinghan didn't like this feeling. After chatting for a while, he bid farewell and went to the number 1 training room to start cultivating. The Ox-Head Godly King couldn't be blamed for this. In the past, he was just a small godly general. When facing Yi Qinghan, the Ox-Head Godly King had a slight sense of superiority. However, at this moment, not only was his life saved by Yi Qinghan, but he was also arranged to go to the 2nd floor. Most importantly, he realized that he and Yi Qinghan were no longer on the same level. Naturally, they couldn't casually chat like before without any barriers between them. Using his divine sense to check on Xiaohe, he found that Xiaohe was still in a deep sleep. Shaking his head helplessly, Yi Qinghan didn't try to comprehend the painting of the beautiful woman dancing with the sword. He directly entered the soul silent state and started to cultivate his soul while cultivating the 8 foundation mysteries to the great completion. The spirit chi in the training room continuously gathered above Yi Qinghan's head. In the spacious training room, the cold wind blew continuously. Yi Qinghan's 2 souls started to grow continuously. Although the speed of growth was extremely slow, it was a continuous growth. With this kind of continuous cultivation, his soul would sooner or later reach the 2nd level of the God King realm. The 3rd level, and finally the God Emperor realm. At the same time, the two souls started to verify and deduce the foundation mysteries he had learned. With the two souls in the soul silent state, his deduction speed was several times faster than usual. Cultivating like this was extremely easy. After making sure that Yi Yaorao was fine, Yi Qinghan completely relaxed. This time he went into seclusion for 5 years and 6 months. He only came out when he had achieved the great completion of the 8 foundation mysteries. Phew! I've finally reached the second level of the God General realm. My soul has probably reached a quarter of the first level of the God King realm. Xiaohe is still in a deep sleep? That's strange. I'm a freak, but Xiaohe has also become a freak. Yi Qinghan stood up and stretched. His entire body felt comfortable. His comprehension of the nomological laws had already reached the first level of the God General realm in the Flame Dragon plane. He didn't expect that he would only reach the second level after cultivating for so long. Furthermore, he didn't comprehend the middle-grade profound mysteries this time. Instead, he relied on some modeled foundation profound mysteries and middle-grade profound mysteries to advance. However, Yi Qinghan had already become a soul cultivator, so he didn't really care about the comprehension of the nomological laws. A soul cultivator's cultivation of the soul was the way to go. When his soul was strong, he could directly attack the enemy's soul. When he walked to the Rain Emperor Palace, the Rain Emperor wasn't around. He went straight to Yi Yaorao's room. After checking, he realized that the crack on Yi Yaorao's divine crystal had already healed halfway. He was even more grateful to the Rain Empress and relieved. After accompanying Yi Yaorao for 3 days, he walked down the Rain Emperor Palace. He pondered for a while and decided to climb the 5 Emperors Mountain. Unexpectedly, when he reached the second level, he received a message from Wu Shan saying that Concubine Lan had come out of seclusion and wanted to see him.